Hunting Hollywood. Welcome back, brave explorers of impossible worlds. We are excited to have you here to continue this odyssey together. Before we continue, everything you'll hear is pure fiction, so please don't try to replicate combat techniques at home. This wonderful story in all its rights belong to its brilliant original author. We are only the messengers of entertainment. Want another dose of adventure? Subscribe to our YouTube channel so you don't miss a single chapter, and if you can't wait, our Patreon has exclusive surprises you'll love. Chapter 1050. If you do something wrong, you must be punished. Boston, in the golf club of the wealthy West Side area in the western suburbs of the city. It was already Saturday afternoon. I handled some work in New York yesterday, and in the evening I came here to accompany Maria, who had just become pregnant, for a night. Now she's Maria Bezruk. As for Uliana, because she felt that the original surname of a woman, Ovkanikova, was long, convoluted and not nice to hear, she simply continued to call her Miretkova. Simon was playing golf with the three boys of Maria's family again, and Girl A came over from not far away, reminding them that the guests had arrived. Indicating the three boys to continue, Simon left the golf course and came to the cafe on the edge of the golf course. In addition to Maria, who accompanied him as usual, there was also a tall middle-aged man in the cafe, who looked to be in his 40s or 50s, with very short brown hair and a typical long round face that was very common in the files of most members of the Mellon family that Simon had just read today. This is Timothy Mellon. Although he looks young, he is actually 54 years old. He is the fourth-generation great-grandson of Thomas Mellon, the founder of the Mellon family, and the grandson of Andrew W. Mellon, the U.S. Treasury Secretary in the 1920s and 1930s who brought the Mellon family to its peak. Most importantly, he is the fourth-generation core of the Mellon family. He not only controls a large transportation company, but is also a director of the Andrew W. Mellon Foundation. He and his father Paul Mellon are both listed on this year's list of the 400 richest Americans. The assets of the father and son are $1.1 billion and $500 million respectively. Seeing Simon appear, Timothy Mellon stood up first, smiled and greeted him, and took the initiative to extend his hand and said, "Hi, Simon. I'm glad to see you. I've been looking forward to it for a long time." Simon also showed enthusiasm. "Me too, Timothy, hello." Maria, who was watching, saw that the two men were just pretending to be snakes. The woman who already knew the reason for this meeting couldn't help but feel a little entangled. I don't know if she hopes that her children will be like this in the future, or can be like this. After the two men sat down, Maria did not accompany them, but poured coffee for them personally, and left the cafe with Lady A and several other followers. "I recently read the genealogy of the Mellon family, and it is really amazing," Simon said to Timothy Mellon with a smile as he waited for the women to leave. From Mr. Thomas Mellon in 1813 to 1996, nearly 2 centuries, the Mellon family is still prosperous. In my opinion, the Mellon family now has a deeper foundation than the Rockefeller family. "Oh, thank you, Simon." Timothy Mellon responded with a smile, picked up the coffee and took a sip, responding to all changes with the same attitude. Simon waited for Timothy to put down his coffee cup before continuing, "But do you know what I admire most about Mr. Thomas Mellon?" "Huh?" "What I admire most is that Mr. Mellon has 8 children. This is actually a kind of expectation of mine. I also hope that I can have many children and prosperous descendants, and pass on the surname Westeros, because I believe that in the life of an individual, only if you live long enough can you be a winner, and a family can only be considered a winner in this world if its descendants are prosperous enough." Timothy Mellon obviously did not expect Simon Westeros to talk to him about such, somewhat weird topics. After the young man opposite him finished speaking, he finally couldn't help but said, "Simon, I'm more curious why you invited me today. We didn't have much in common before, so why don't you be direct?" "Actually, this is what I want to talk about," Simon said, handing over a document on the table, and then continued, "It is not easy for any family to continue for a long time, just like Morgan, who was on par with Rockefeller in the past. Now, except for the names of those big companies on Wall Street, this family has declined. Oh, yes, there is also the Hearst family. It's a pity that what happened in the past 2 years, in fact, my initial expectation was to establish a good cooperative relationship with the Hearst family. Unfortunately, a nouveau riche like me is obviously not something that a distinguished old money like Hearst can look down upon." Timothy Mellon didn't need to listen to Simon's last words. He just flipped through the stack of information in front of him, and his eyelids couldn't help but jump. The first thing in the folder was some photos. Among them was the woman with glasses who had just left with a good temperament. Then, there was a draft news headline: Scandal, Westeros's 2 Ukrainian lovers are all pregnant. Turning back, Timothy Mellon quickly understood the ins and outs of it. This report was a covert investigation conducted by 2 reporters from the Pittsburgh Tribune, including various candid photos, recordings, and pregnancy test data obtained by paying a private hospital at a high price. However, what shocked Timothy Mellon the most was not these, but the fact that the entire investigation process of the 2 reporters was recorded in detail by other eyes, including how his cousin Richard Mellon Scaife instructed, who the 2 reporters contacted, and even the various arrangements for this explosive manuscript to be the blockbuster news next Monday. Not only that, the second half of the information suddenly changed its style and became all kinds of privacy of his stupid cousin, a bunch of lovers and illegitimate children. After flipping through the information in his hand, Timothy Mellon felt a layer of cold sweat on his back, and couldn't help cursing his cousin in his heart. Is he planning to go to war with Simon Westeros like the Hearst family? What's more, is he going to go to war with the entire Mellon family? Simon waited quietly for Timothy Mellon to close the folder, and when he saw that the other party was hesitant and obviously didn't know how to start the conversation, he took the lead and said, "The cause of the incident may be that at a cocktail party I attended last time in Boston, your cousin probably felt that I was not respectful enough to him. It's easy to understand. The Mellon family, as an old family in the Federation, should be treated with respect by everyone they meet. In short, he probably wanted to teach me a lesson." Timothy Mellon paused and couldn't help but said, "Simon, actually, Charlie and I are not close. Since you have read the family tree, you should know that our family is very large, and Richard is only the grandson of my grandfather's younger brother. We are just 4th generations together." Simon raised his eyebrows slightly. "So, you can't control this matter?" No, of course not. I promise that these will not appear in the newspaper next Monday. I know that Mr. Scaife has spent millions of dollars in recent years to dig up dirt on the president, and he has reaped a lot of rewards. But now you can see that the White House has not suffered any fundamental damage, and Clinton's position has become more and more stable. This has proved that these inferior means are useless. Since they are useless to the president, a public figure who needs to cherish his feathers, they are of course useless to me." Timothy Mellon listened patiently, and in his heart he had already cursed a cousin 100 times. After a pause, he still had to say, "Simon, I apologize to you on behalf of Charlie first. If you think it is necessary, I will let him apologize to you in person." Although the Mellon family's current strength is even slightly above that of the Rockefeller family, being in the capital, Timothy Mellon is more aware of what kind of power Simon Westeros, who is worth $1.5 trillion, has. If a conflict really comes, even if Westeros will be disgraced, the Mellon family will definitely fall into the same situation as the Hearst family. In short, this soft one has to be convinced. Simon stared at Timothy Mellon, but shook his head. "I believe in another principle, Timothy. If you do something wrong, you must be punished, and an apology is not enough." Timothy Mellon glanced at the information in front of him and said, "The 2 reporters who investigated this matter will be fired, and they will never be able to enter this industry in the future." "Not enough." Simon shook his head again and said directly, "Since Mr. Scaife wants to publish a heavy revelation about me in the Pittsburgh Tribune next Monday, if you want him not to do it, then close this newspaper." Timothy Mellon saw that he apologized and gave in, but the other party was still pushing forward. The arrogance of the century-old rich man surged, and he also stared at the young man opposite and said, "Simon, don't you think this is a bit too much? Although the print media is rapidly declining now, as a newspaper in Pittsburgh with the circulation of another newspaper, the Pittsburgh News, the value of the Pittsburgh Tribune is at least $50 million US. Just because of a small matter, a newspaper worth $500 million is going to be shut down. How is this possible?" Simon did not directly answer Timothy Mellon's question, but said, "I checked in advance. In the 1990 Forbes 400 list of the United States, there were 9 people from the Mellon family on the list, and the total family assets were about $5 billion. This year, there are only 6 people from the Mellon family on the list, and you are the last one. Timothy, have you ever thought that next year, or the year after, the number of people from your family on this list will continue to decrease, just like the Hearst family?" "Simon, are you threatening me?" Simon did not hesitate. "Yes. After a moment of silence, Timothy Mellon suddenly said again, "Simon, don't forget what happened in Pittsburgh 2 years ago." Simon shook his head and said quietly, "I don't know what you are talking about, but it must be a very bad thing." "But, Timothy, have you ever thought about why all of you knew about this? Is it because someone deliberately let you know, so that everyone understands, once they are completely angered, to what extent the other party will do?" Timothy Mellon fell silent again. Simon's tone returned to normal, and he soon said again, "Timothy, as a poor boy who climbed up from the bottom step by step, I understand the law of the jungle better than any of you. I will never treat my friends unfairly. But if we become enemies, I will never have any mercy here. I will only beat the other party to the dust at all costs. And now, today's incident is just a small friction for me. We are neither friends nor enemies. At the same time, we still have the opportunity to become friends or enemies. Everything depends on how the Mellon family plans to choose. Give me a result next Monday." Maria and Gurley returned to the cafe together. Timothy Mellon had left. Simon stood up and watched Gurley put away the information on the table. He said, "Change a private clinic for Mary and the others. In addition, Chelsea Hospital, who leaked the news, contact their board of directors, fire the dean, and find a way to put the doctor involved in the incident into prison. If she has no flaws, find her husband, or her son, or parents and brothers." Gurley nodded and agreed softly. Maria was a little worried. "Simon, I don't think it's necessary." Simon stepped forward, held up the woman's smooth face, rubbed it, looked at the woman's blue eyes and said, "In this world, if you don't treat others too much, others will only treat you more and more." Maria felt the man's palm begin to slide towards her neck, blushed and raised her hand to press it, and subconsciously glanced at the court outside the window, and didn't mention Simon's decision again. Seeing that the woman was shy, Simon smiled and took his hand back, and walked out while saying, "I will go back to New York later, you take care of yourself." Maria followed Simon, nodded, and couldn't help saying, "You, Simon, will you also have 2 children? Do you think I am too partial to Victor and the others?" Maria didn't answer. How obvious. However, as a mother of 3 boys, Maria instinctively hoped that her little man would be better to the children. Seeing that Maria didn't speak, Simon didn't continue. When they came to the playground outside, the 3 boys who had been notified also came over. Simon rubbed the youngest Eden's head and said, "I'm leaving. Take good care of your mother. In addition, regarding the fight that happened last time, if anyone says something bad about your mother again, you 3 can continue to fight, and then I will deal with their parents." Maria was a little nervous when she heard the little man mention the fight between her second son Constantine and his classmates some time ago. At first, she was a little nervous, but she couldn't help but widen her eyes and said, "Simon, you can't teach your children bad things." Simon ignored him and continued to say to the 3 boys, "If you have any problems with your studies, you can go to your mother. For everything else, listen to me. Of course, you should also remember that I will only support you without reason if you are the right party. If you deliberately make trouble, you should consider whether you can bear it before you do it. Moreover, the support I give you is not permanent. You will grow up one day, and then I hope you will become a man who can take on everything on your own." Maria calmed down when she heard this. The man finally didn't teach his children to become bullies. However, thinking about the incident some time ago, the boy who fought with her son was not only expelled from school, but also his father, who as the president of a large company, lost his job. The family came to apologize and beg, and even she couldn't help but soften her heart. However, it was probably that the matter was passed on to him by the waitress next to him, and then no one knew what happened. Anyway, the family never appeared in front of her again. Finally, after a few words, Simon sent Maria and the children home before returning to New York by helicopter. There are still plans tonight. Mainly, the stage play This Man from Earth started some time ago, which is also an important peripheral of this phenomenal science fiction that was a hit at the beginning of last year. Speaking of it, the famous Broadway is not just classics such as The Phantom of the Opera and Cats. Many Hollywood movies will be adapted into stage plays and performed on Broadway. Once successful, they will also tour in San Francisco, London, Paris and other places outside New York. Just like the 3D version of The Lion King produced by Deaneries Entertainment, which was released at the end of 1993 and not only grossed over $900 million worldwide, but also launched a stage play at the end of last year and was a great success. So far, the box office of the tours around the world has exceeded $300 million in 1 year. This is actually just the beginning. The former Lion King is still touring 20 years later, and the cumulative box office of the stage play even exceeds the legendary Phantom of the Opera, reaching more than $6 billion. Although the profit margin of stage plays that require high venue rental and actor salaries is low, this kind of phenomenal peripheral income that can last for decades is actually the fundamental foundation of a large studio. The reason why Deaneries Entertainment was able to achieve a net profit of more than $5 billion in the past fiscal year is also because the diversified omni-channel operation of the entire group is becoming more and more mature. Speaking of this man from Earth, the reason why I plan to attend tonight is because the heroine is the Golden Rose Cave Princess Alexandra Martinez, who Simon brought back from Italy. Unlike The Lion King, which required a huge investment in professional singing and dancing, this man from Earth is mainly dialogue-based and does not require high requirements for actors. Alexandra is more than qualified for this role. Then we made an appointment to spend the night with a woman after the performance. I have been abstaining from sex for a while because there are pregnant women around me, so I can relax tonight. Chapter 1051, Boiling Frog in Warm Water. In a theater near Broadway Avenue at 43rd Street in Midtown Manhattan. Tonight's This Man from Earth starts at 7:30. Simon arrived 20 minutes early, went backstage to greet the heroine Alexandra Martinez, and then quietly came to the box on the second floor facing the stage. This is a medium-sized hall with about 200 people. After all, he is the boss. Since he's here, Simon can't help but pay attention to the attendants downstairs. In fact, when he was backstage, the person in charge of the project had already briefly introduced to Simon that the attendance rate of this stage play has remained above 90% every day for about a week after the opening, and it is even more difficult to get a ticket on weekends. Compared with The Lion King, although it is also a phenomenon, This Man from Earth, which is mainly based on dialogue, is not very watchable when adapted into a stage play, so the investment in the project is relatively conservative. After the official opening, the results far exceeded expectations. As for why, it is not difficult to guess. First of all, the original movie is famous enough and it does not need too much publicity to be well known. Secondly, it was probably because this stage play was simple enough, the story was interesting, and the ticket price was much cheaper than those large stage plays, which attracted enough audiences. To put it bluntly, similar to movies, popcorn always has a wider audience than art films. The project was successful, and the stage play department under Deaneries Entertainment was already considering forming a second crew and launching a global tour. Thinking about these things, as the show was about to start, Simon noticed 4 very conspicuous tall figures hurriedly coming in the hall downstairs. After seeing their faces clearly, he gave an order to the bodyguards behind them. Jeonjin and her 2 daughters and Robert Churko, who had just met yesterday, had been shopping on the street for an afternoon, and had dinner together, and came here on time. Just as they sat down, a man in black came over and said a few words. Jeonjin, who was a little wary and thought it was a hitchhiker, looked at the box upstairs and happened to see someone nodding and greeting them. She stood up again with Tao Yulai, hesitated a little, and took Roberta and the other 2 with her. "Simon, I didn't expect you to be here." Jeonjin was the first to enter the box. She greeted him in Chinese with great excitement. Seeing the man sitting on the chair with his legs crossed, she was a little at a loss. Then she saw him reach out and took advantage of the situation. Following the man's traction, she sat on his lap and looked at the 3 people who came in later with a little shyness. Simon hugged the slender waist of the tall girl in his arms, feeling the oncoming woman's fragrance, and said in Chinese, "Ziner has become more beautiful recently." This is not a compliment. Compared with the 3 girls who had a bit of an aura that was incompatible with the United States when they first met, after becoming Simon's lovers, after a few months of nurturing, the temperament of the 2 girls has undergone a fundamental change, like 2 lotus flowers that have lost their rawness, elegant and delicate. Jeonjin didn't expect Simon to use such an intimate name. The strangeness after not seeing each other for a long time melted away instantly because of the man's name. However, she didn't forget the familiar Western conversation habits. She leaned towards the man and said, "Thank you, Simon. Well, you are also handsome again." Simon smiled and saw the other 3 women coming to him. He lifted Jeonjin's light body and motioned her to sit on the chair beside him, and then reached out to pull Tao Yulai over. Tao Yulai, who was far less generous than Jeonjin, sat on the man's lap obediently, but her body was slightly stiff. Her small hands were holding the bag in front of her, and her eyes didn't know where to put. Moreover, I thought the man would say a few words like he greeted Jeonjin and let her sit next to him. Unexpectedly, he turned to chat with Roberta and the other two, and motioned the two women to sit on the two chairs on the other side. There were only two chairs on both sides of the table in the middle of this box, and even the bodyguards in the corner behind him could only stand. Obviously, there was no place for her. You can't just sit on his lap and watch the whole play, right? Simon didn't seem to notice what Tao Yulai was thinking in his arms. He greeted Roberta and didn't forget Annalisa Subert, who was sitting on the far left. Anne, I remember your name is very long. What's the full spelling? Annalisa Subert glanced at Tao Yulai on the man's lap with envy. Upon hearing that, she quickly perked up and said, Annalisa Subert. The girl said with surprise, Simon, I didn't expect you to remember my name. Of course, every angel was selected by me personally, Simon said with a smile, and I also know that you are from Australia. Yet, Annalisa Subert didn't miss the opportunity to chat more with Westeros, but I was actually born in Germany and immigrated to Australia at the age of 9. Oh, then you must speak German. I still use it often now, Annalisa answered directly in German and blinked at Simon. Simon, everyone says that you have a great talent for languages and can speak many languages. Simon also switched to German, jokingly saying, if knowing one or two words counts as knowing how to speak a language, I can't even count the languages I can speak with 2 hands, so I'm a genius. Oh, you're a genius. Annalisa still answered in German, and seeing the other 3 girls confused, she couldn't help but feel a little superior. Roberta, a Native American girl, didn't want to lose the initiative like this. Just as she was about to speak, the lights in the theater dimmed and the performance was about to begin, so she had to stop. Of course, Annalisa had to stop too. The work that was about to be performed was the work of the man next to her. If he didn't take the initiative to continue the conversation, whether it was true or not, she had to act more seriously, because many artists usually don't like people who are absent-minded about their works. Simon didn't continue chatting, but looked at the stage below, with his chin gently resting on the small shoulder of the girl in his arms. Feeling Tao Yulai's body, which had just softened, stiffen again, he deliberately kissed her neck and said, if you don't like me, sit with Ziner. How dare you not like it? This thought came up subconsciously. When Tao Yulai was about to speak to explain, she felt the strength from his arm. She stood up. She had originally thought of squeezing in with Jeonjin. Although she would have to sit on Jeonjin's lap, it would be easier than being held by him. However, just as she approached, Jeonjin had already given up her seat, turned around and came to his side, and sat down on the man's lap very generously. Seeing this, Tao Yulai could only sit on the chair by herself, pretending not to see the intimacy between the 2 people next to her, and turned her eyes to the stage. But she felt a little resentful in her heart. The box was actually quite spacious, not to mention that with his status, would it be difficult to add a chair? Moreover, just now, it seemed that he didn't praise Zinzin after praising her, but turned to the other 2 girls. Biased. The stage play version of This Man from Earth is not much different from the movie version, and the minor changes are also to adapt to the stage environment. Although he was already very familiar with the story, Simon enjoyed the 90-minute performance with a beauty in his arms. However, the subsequent arrangements disappointed the 4 girls. Simon had already arranged to spend the night at Alexandra Martinez's place on stage, and he did not intend to regret it. However, when they parted, Simon invited the 4 girls to go to Long Island if they were free tomorrow, and he would rest tomorrow. The 4 girls all agreed. The weekend, which was half busy and half sexy, passed quickly. A new week. In a seaside manor in Southampton, she accompanied the man to play on the golf course, shooting range and even on the yacht yesterday. Before attending a cocktail party in the evening, she was taken to a high-end shopping mall for crazy shopping, and then, until after midnight. Waking up in a big bed again, with 3 other beautiful bodies sleeping beside her, Tao Yulai felt that her adaptability seemed to be quite strong. I don't know if it can be regarded as self-abandonment. I couldn't help thinking that he could get up early after playing so crazy last night. It turned out that he was the real him. In order to avoid the embarrassing teasing like last time, she woke up and planned to stay quietly until the other 3 girls got up. But she found that the 3 of them really didn't plan to get up early, and they were going to stay in bed until noon. but she still had work this morning. Anyway, she felt that she shouldn't be so lazy. So she quietly and slowly, only touched a wrinkled long dress and put it on, and left the bedroom. She came outside and found two maids wiping the picture frames in the corridor, and then she was taken to another room to wash up. The maid brought her a full rack of clothes and shoes for her to choose. She quietly flipped through the brands, all of which were top luxury goods, not the ones they bought before the cocktail party last night. She couldn't help but be amazed when she calculated. In just one day, he spent more than 6 figures on them. And it was US dollars. After converting it, the father, whose family income has always been envied by relatives and friends around him, has not earned even 1/10 of this figure in most of his life. After washing up with mixed feelings, she was brought to the restaurant by the waitress, and the man also sat at the dining table. It was past 7 o'clock. It was already late autumn with cold weather, but seeing that he was still wearing only a shirt, she found that the villa was actually as warm as spring. She didn't know whether it was the heating or the air conditioning. In short, it was something she had never dared to think about before. Simon, who was reading a newspaper while dining, saw the girl come in, looked up, and saw that Taoyueli was wearing a standard OL-style black Gucci suit. The combination of a black small suit and black trousers set off her tall and slender figure just right. He nodded and said, "Very beautiful, but you can actually try Chanel, the colors are bolder, and the Oriental girls have small frames, which fits Carl's design style very well." Finally, she made up for the compliment she owed herself the night before. Taoyueli couldn't help but think of this, but she didn't know how to start, mainly because of the words he said after the compliment. In fact, she didn't think so much. It was only because Gucci was a brand owned by Melisandre that she chose this outfit after a little consideration. She hoped that he could understand her little thoughts. Now, she was asked to wear Chanel. Chanel has nothing to do with the Westeros system, right? So she couldn't help but feel a little aggrieved. Of course, she didn't dare to show it. After sitting down at the dining table, a tall girl with a model figure who had just stood behind him came over and asked her what she wanted to eat. She secretly glanced at his plate opposite. Just as she didn't know how to start, Simon said, "Prepare her a fruit salad, a bowl of oatmeal porridge, and a muffin." She didn't expect that he was so familiar with their menu. Seeing that the tall waitress with a ponytail and a short mouth was about to leave, she hurriedly stopped her and whispered, "No more muffins. Add one. You were so tired yesterday. Replenish your energy." So she didn't object anymore. She couldn't help blushing. Last night, it was really tiring. Simon waited for Carmen Case, who had gradually adapted to the role of his life assistant, to leave, and then said to Taoyueli, "You can take a break this morning. I have asked someone to contact Elite." She hummed again obediently. After Simon finished speaking, he did not ignore her. He continued to chat with the girl opposite, who had already adapted to her situation from the bottom of her heart, until breakfast was over. But it was impossible to stay here with the girls. Before Simon left by helicopter, he told Angry Davis, who was also here, that he was very satisfied with Roberta and Annalisa. If the two women were willing, they could be included in his harem. After arriving in Manhattan, Simon went directly to Kennedy International Airport and set off to return to the West Coast. After the Boeing 767 took off, Girl A also delivered some documents for today. The first thing to focus on was the matter discussed with Timothy Mellon on Saturday. Today's Pittsburgh Tribune was published as usual, but there were no heavyweight revelations. This is probably a result given to Simon by the Mellon family. It's just a result. Even during this period, the Mellon family did not ask anyone to make peace with Simon, thinking that Simon would not be able to do anything with him. The old money family, which is older than Rockefeller and Morgan, might have this kind of confidence in front of anyone else. Otherwise Richard Mellon Scaife would not have spent millions to investigate the president's black material and make Clinton look bad. Clinton can't do anything with the Mellon family, but it doesn't mean Simon doesn't have any. Simon doesn't intend to stop there. As he learned more and more over the years, he found that the power of the United States is actually in the hands of these old money families with a history of hundreds of years. Not to mention the top families such as Rockefeller and Mellon. There are countless old money families with smaller size but equally long history all over the United States. However, these old money families are actually far less powerful than ordinary people imagine. In the final analysis, the power of the old money family still comes from capital and the various interests involved behind the capital, like a big net that controls the United States. With the advent of the millennium, especially the large-scale redistribution of wealth brought about by the internet wave, the capital power controlling the United States behind the scenes is also changing rapidly. Coupled with the hollowing out of a large number of physical industries in the United States brought about by globalization, perhaps most of the old money families can still maintain considerable wealth to support a wealthy life, but their influence is declining rapidly. Birth, growth, prosperity, and decline. This cycle, nothing in the world can escape. Since the Mellon family felt that Simon was not serious enough to deal with it, Simon quickly set a goal again. Of course, since the other party did not put the matter on the table, Simon would not be as fierce as he was 2 years ago when dealing with the Hearst family, but planned to boil the frog in warm water. After listening to the report from Lady A, Simon ordered Allison to collect all the information of the Mellon family, especially the main companies controlled by the Mellon family at this stage. Simon did not intend to be as low-class as Richard Mellon Scaife, exposing some of the other parties' scandals, which was irrelevant. If you hit the snake, of course you have to hit it at its 7 inches. Remove the firewood from the bottom of the pot. Simon Westeros with $1.5 trillion versus the Mellon family with only $7 billion in total. Simon wants to see how long this frog can withstand the slow boiling of warm water. Moreover, this is based on the premise that the Mellon family will not make any big mistakes in the next few years. Unfortunately, 1997 is coming, which is another economic trough for the world. The whole world is in financial turmoil, and it is also the year when many capitals are most likely to disappear. Chapter 1052, 12 Constellations. Paris, France. The 19th district in the northeast of the city, where immigrants gather, has arrived in this country for more than a month. Kazan Wandi did not expect that his family could settle down so smoothly and quickly. According to the conversations with his brother Otto Wandi, who smuggled here many years ago, he learned that his brother's family had been hiding everywhere in the first few years of smuggling here, and they were almost deported several times. One of their sons died because of the poor conditions. In contrast, although they spent all their savings for this smuggling, their family of 4 not only settled down quickly after arriving in France, but he also got a job as a porter to make a living. Not only that, the contact who helped them settle down recently notified this side that a humanitarian aid point has recently been opened near Chalmont Park, where food and other daily necessities can be obtained for free, so they hurried over after finishing today's work. It happened that my brother Otto brought his 11-year-old son Madi. I envy this little guy when I think about it. Madi was born in France, which still recognized birthright citizenship at the time. Because of this child, his brother's family also obtained legal status in an immigration reform after years of waiting. As for his family, including the one his wife is pregnant with, they don't know how many years they will have to wait to obtain legal status. After saying hello to his brother and nephew, the 3 of them came to the rescue point where there was still a long line at sunset. The brother talked about another thing. You know, Kazan, Armadi is very smart. I have been worried about his schooling over the years, and I was afraid that he would learn bad things. However, recently a scholarship fund came to their school to recruit people, and only the smartest children are accepted. Madi has always been the first in the class, so their teacher submitted his information. Hearing this, Kazan was happy for his nephew, but he couldn't help but feel a little envious, so, in the future, Madi can become a college student without spending any money. It's not decided yet. Otto shook his head again. It is said that there is still an interview to be conducted, but I haven't received any news recently. I have inquired, and it seems that they only want mixed-race children. Kazan immediately spat and cursed. I told you, those white people, how can they be so kind? Then he stretched out his big hand and rubbed his nephew's head. It doesn't matter, you have legal status. As long as you can get into college, you can always find a way. After waiting in line for 10 minutes, they finally arrived at the door of the relief center. The father, son and brother immediately pretended not to know each other and each received a portion of food. In addition to bread, there was also a portion of biscuits and a pound of beef, enough for each person to eat for a day. The most surprising thing was another food coupon worth 100 francs, but unfortunately it could only be exchanged for a few designated foods. Kazan received these and thanked them in not very fluent French, but secretly cursed these white-skinned guys for being idiots for giving them out so casually. Just as she was about to leave, She noticed a pile of baby products on the shelf next to her. She stopped immediately, pointed at the pile of milk powder and said to the short black-haired white girl in front of her, I want that, I have a child." The white girl was frightened by Kazan's sudden loud voice and shrank her neck. Then she explained seriously, "Sorry, sir, these need women to come in person with their children." Kazan didn't understand the girl's French very well, but he knew that she was refusing. He immediately punched the counter twice angrily, making a loud thump, staring at her and repeating in simple French words, "I want that, I have a child." Another white boy volunteer who was busy at the back saw someone making trouble, so he hurried forward, looked at Kazan, and explained again in English. Kazan came from Somalia, and Somalia was a British colony in the past. English is quite popular, so he finally understood, but continued to say aggressively, "How can a woman go out casually? I want that, I have 2 children, and my wife is pregnant, give it to me quickly." This attitude was actually learned from his brother recently. "My brother said that you must not show weakness when facing white people here. As long as you are fierce enough, they will be afraid of you." Kazan is over 1.8 meters tall and has strong arms and waist. When he started to make trouble, the 2 volunteers, a man and a woman, who looked frail, immediately showed their fear. However, Kazan did not succeed. 2 black men in security uniforms who were originally maintaining order nearby came over and directly grabbed Kazan away from the counter in front of the door and threw him to the side of the road. These 2 black men who were no less than their own bodies pushed Kazan to the side of the road, took off the buttons on their waists, and said more viciously, "Asshole, get out of here quickly. If you dare to make trouble here again, be careful that I will smash your head." After all, knowing his identity, Kazan was also reminded that he must not make trouble until the police showed up unless it was absolutely necessary. So he picked up the food and food coupons he had just received, and left in disgrace amid the laughter of the people queuing around him, but he hated them very much in his heart, the hateful white people and the hateful black people. However, he made up his mind to let his wife bring his 2-year-old son to pick up those things tomorrow. "I couldn't help but think that if I could always receive the money and save it, it would not only save a lot of money for my son, but also for the baby in my belly. I wouldn't have to worry about having another baby in the future, and my salary could be used for other things." At the relief point, the distribution of materials lasted until 6 o'clock and ended on time. Peter Russer, the person in charge of this relief point, took inventory and sent away several young men and women who came to do free volunteer work, and then drove to the headquarters of the Ares Humanitarian Relief Foundation in the city center. Peter Russer didn't know if there were Leos or Orions. Of course, he didn't care about these. As a former employee of the European branch of the United Nations Children's Fund, he received this invitation, and their entire team was poached, and the salary was very considerable, so he happily chose to change jobs and run this foundation with a somewhat mysterious source of funds together. However, as an extreme left-wing humanitarian, as long as he can help others and support himself, Peter Russer will not pursue too much. After all, this is doing good deeds. I have only heard of many rich people who work hard to do good deeds and leave their names. This kind of charity that gives money without seeking fame is the real charity in Peter's opinion. Although, Peter also feels that the charity target is limited to the immigrant groups in the 18th to 20th districts of Paris, which seems to be too narrow. Why can't we help more people? Of course, these problems are not big. Just after returning to the headquarters, Peter heard another employee, Dilena, arguing with the president of the foundation, Glenn Hoyt. He walked in and listened for a while, and then asked his colleagues around him. Only then did he learn that Dilena hoped that the foundation could purchase a batch of contraceptives to distribute to the poor, mainly for the youth group and to block the spread of certain diseases at the bottom. As a result, the report was submitted twice and was not approved. "Dilena, I've said that I agree with your plan, but if the board of directors doesn't approve it, I can't do anything about it." "I know, and I'm not blaming you, Glenn. I just hope you can give me a way to contact the board of directors in person." "I'm sorry about that." Glenn shook his head and said, "The donors of the foundation don't want their identities to be known." There was a pause in the office, and then Dilena's voice came out, "We are colleagues who have worked together for so many years. Glenn, can you tell me if there is a problem with our source of funds?" "How is that possible, Dilena? We are doing charity, and you are also an old man in this circle for many years. If there is a problem, you will definitely find that our operating procedures are very formal. In fact, I always feel that there is something wrong. You think too much? Glenn Holt appeased his subordinates and called everyone to a simple meeting to discuss today's work. It was already a little late, and everyone dispersed. It was already dusk. When Glenn Holt returned home, his wife Jamie had already changed into a dress and hurriedly helped her husband get ready. The couple rushed to a house in the 16th district in the west of the city, where a cocktail party had just begun. The organizer of the cocktail party was another president of the Scorpio Education Equality Foundation, named Bernard Weyer, who also worked in a public welfare foundation under the United Nations. He just got this job some time ago, and it was introduced by Glenn Holt. Therefore, seeing the whole couple appear, the Weyer family was very enthusiastic. After exchanging pleasantries and greeting other guests at the scene, Glenn Holt and Bernard Weyer walked to a corner of the living room and asked with a smile, "How is the recent thing going? We only selected 9 little guys and 3 girls. I don't know if the higher-ups will be satisfied." Bernard Weyer shook his head and said, "You know, it's not easy to have a mixed-race child who is smart enough. I almost couldn't help cheating. You know, they all look black anyway, so who knows if they are mixed race." Glenn Holt glanced around and reminded his old friend with a smile, "Hey, don't say such things casually, be careful not to get into trouble." Bernard's eyes were shrewd. "I would only say this in front of you. You won't betray me, will you?" "If I wanted to betray you, I wouldn't help you find this job," Glenn said, looking around and smiling. "Sierra has wanted to move to District 16 a long time ago. If you hadn't changed to this job, you would never have thought about it in your life with your previous salary." "Of course, Glenn, I will never forget this favor." The 2 middle-aged men, both in their 40s and 50s, were still a little sad when they talked about it. In the past, they were also idealists, just like the young people under them. However, after so many years, they finally understood too many things. Whether it was the United Nations or the various foundations in various countries, there were too many twists and turns inside. Therefore, they no longer had the innocence they once had. While sticking to some things a little bit, they could make themselves and their families' life better. For the middle-aged Bernard Weyer, this was the best result. However, during this period, Bernard Weyer couldn't help but feel confused. He lowered his voice again and asked, "Glenn, can you tell me who we are working for? Since it's charity, I don't think there's any need to cover it up like this." Glenn Holt glanced around again and lowered his voice, "Bernard, I advise you not to explore this. It seems you know." "Just a guess." Glenn Holt hesitated for a moment, facing the curious eyes of his longtime friend. He finally said, "Maybe it has something to do with Simon Westeros." Bernard Weyer showed a surprised expression. "Simon Westeros? Hey, keep your voice down." Bernard quickly put away his expression, but said, "I don't think this is a bad thing. Why should we hide it?" Glenn Holt showed an ambiguous smile at the corner of his mouth and shook his head slightly. "In short, we just need to do what we should do. The rest has nothing to do with us." After a few months of employment, Glenn Holt had also vaguely sensed something was wrong, but he was ultimately just an end user, unable to see the overall situation, and unable to clearly understand the intentions of some people. The only thing that was certain was that both the Aries he was in charge of and the Scorpio his friend was in charge of had different purposes. But what did this have to do with them? They were just executors. Although their salaries were much higher than before, as long as they pay taxes reasonably and didn't think about the foundation's funds, they would not be affected too much even if something really happened in the future. After all, no matter how you look at it, these 2 foundations only paid but didn't get any return. If they were money laundering tools, they were definitely not this kind of money laundering. The cocktail party lasted until after 10 o'clock in the evening. After seeing off the guests one after another, Bernard Weyer was not sleepy. He went to the study and reviewed the information of the 9 children selected during this period one by one, and studied several charity programs of the Foundation for the Education and Support of the Disadvantaged Groups in France. When his wife appeared, he looked at the watch and found that it was already early in the morning. Sarah Va put her hands on her husband's shoulders and massaged him. She leaned over to look at the documents on the desk and said, "Honey, it's late. How about we do the work tomorrow?" Bernard smiled and raised his hand to pat the back of his wife's hand. "Okay." Sarah Va couldn't help but be curious, and pointed to a stack of files on the table. "What are these?" "A list of candidates for financial aid," Bernard said. "Anyway, that's what the board of directors told me." Although it's called the Scorpio Education Equity Foundation, I think it's unfair to focus on it this way. But you know, I'm just doing things, and I don't have the power to ask too much. Then don't ask, Servier said half seriously and half jokingly. This job is very good. I don't want you to run around the world like before, and you can't make. You know, I support you, but Tony and Deborah, they are both going to college, and you haven't spent much time with them over the years. I promise. Bernard turned and held his wife's hand, then remembered something and said, by the way, a few days ago, a director of the foundation talked to me about my child's college admission. He said that he might be able to help. Sierra Mayer was a little confused, but also a little expectant. Help. Yes, Bernard said, but he also said that it's not in France. His connections are all in the United States, Britain, Australia and other places. Have you asked about any schools? No, you know, I just got to know the board of directors. Bernard shrugged, and seeing his wife's disappointed look, he quickly said, there is a meeting tomorrow morning. I can ask, but, if I remember correctly, Tony and Deborah, their academic performance doesn't seem to be very good. Sierra Mayer immediately complained in her resentment. Yes, as a father, you finally remembered it correctly. Okay, I apologize. How about this? Invite the director to have dinner at home this weekend, and meet Tony and the others by the way. Facing his wife's expectation, Bernard nodded, I'll give it a try. The other party seems to be very busy. I don't know if he has time. Besides, since you shouldn't have too high expectations. As long as Tony and Deborah can go to a good university, my life will be complete. Going abroad is not a big deal. There are not many top universities in France. It seems that you still have high expectations. Of course, the two children are my own. Bernard, feeling guilty, was speechless again. After spending some time together and temporarily sending his wife away, Bernard Vire put the information of a batch of mixed-race black teenagers that he had just reviewed into a file bag, intending to hand it over to the director in person at a meeting tomorrow. Chapter 1053 Idealist. Ukraine, Rivne Oblast. In the northwest of Rivne, over 2 months, a new residential community has sprung up near the western bank of the Ustya River that runs through the city. This is November 1st. The move-in ceremony co-hosted by the state government and Oldak Company was held today. A temporary stage was built in front of the square at the entrance of the community, with guests from all parties sitting in the audience, and a large group of media reporters surrounding it. UFMS President Klim Derevienko did not listen carefully to the speech of the governor on the stage. He stared at the beautiful red and white 7-story apartment building not far away for a long time, and said to Sergei Kimorov, the head of Oldak Company, who was sitting next to him and had obviously lost weight recently and looked tired, I suddenly realized that our boss should be an idealist. Sergei, who had not had a good rest for more than 2 months, had no intention of speaking. After hearing what Klim said, he also looked at a large new apartment building not far away, with a certain satisfaction in his expression, but said, do you really think so? What else? Klim gestured towards the apartment building. It was not originally planned to be built. Are you going to build a tube-shaped building? Now, I can't help but want to move into such a beautiful apartment. Actually, I feel the same as you. In that case, is there anything wrong with what I said just now? A real capitalist would not be willing to spend money to build such a beautiful apartment. Sergei shook his head slightly, but, Krim, have you ever thought that these apartments are not so easy to live in? Isn't this a matter of course? Krim was not surprised at all and said, such a good apartment, if you can live in it without enough effort, it would be too unfair. Sergei hesitated a little and did not continue to argue with Krim, otherwise he would be suspected of saying something bad about his boss. Sergei was also very satisfied with the first batch of 30 apartment buildings in this place, named Ustya Community. In order to complete this project, he has been working hard for more than 2 months and has lost a lot of weight. Many times, even Sergei himself felt that these apartments were too luxurious for those factory workers. As Krim said, at the very beginning, when he got the funds from Simon, Sergei only wanted to build a batch of tube buildings, which were the kind of simple apartments that were long and narrow like trains and were promoted during the Khrushchev era and are now everywhere in Kiev and Rivne. Unfortunately, his boss didn't think so at all. He said that he wanted to build a home for the residents in the community, not a cold dormitory. As a shrewd businessman, Sergei's first reaction was that this would cost a lot of money, and the gain would not outweigh the loss. But this was not something he could decide. In order to clear the shantytown with the many hidden dangers in the west of Riven before the cold winter, there was not much time for dispute. In the end, the big boss personally finalized a plan to build a unified 6-story apartment building, and it must be a 1-bedroom or 2-bedroom apartment of 50 square meters or 70 square meters, with a complete kitchen and bathroom. When he saw the plan given by the boss for the first time, Sergei felt painful and finally argued for it. The boss also compromised slightly. The 6-story apartment was increased to 7 floors. As for the 8-story apartment Sergei suggested, it was impossible. Even though he had heard from somewhere that 8 was a very auspicious number and lobbied his boss, the reply was that 8 floors were too high without an elevator, and 7 floors were the limit. Well, because Raven Oblast was integrated, the initial design planning and project approval took only 2 weeks. The only thing that made Sergei feel comfortable was that the land given by the state government was almost free. For this reason, a temporary bill was once again issued. As long as it was willing to build low-cost resettlement housing for residents in Rivne Oblast, any developer could get corresponding benefits. However, except for his own big boss, other people would be crazy to throw money at this northwestern border state of Ukraine. Moreover, the state government had another idea, limiting the time limit of the bill to only 3 years. In short, it was tailor-made for this project, and the land allocated was also public land, and 370 hectares were given at one time. In fact, it was originally 250 hectares, but when it was reported, the boss gave a brief and confusing reply, "You are all 250!" Exclamation mark. Comma, no one was sure what was going on, but it was clear that the boss was unhappy. So the top government officials held a meeting overnight and allocated all the land that could be allocated to this project, and the project area immediately increased to 370 hectares. If it can't be used up, then build a park first and store it. For more than 2 months, Sergei Kermorov put aside most of the other work of Oldek Company and took charge of this project personally. He finished the preliminary work in 2 weeks and then broke ground. In order to speed up the work, Oldek Construction Company, which was under his control, summoned more than 3,000 workers at one time, some of whom were engineers secretly sent by Vasily Borisov, the commander-in-chief of the Western Operations Command, to earn extra money. The first batch of 30 apartments broke ground at the same time. Worked day and night. Sergei almost lived on the construction site for more than 2 months. It took less than 20 days from digging the foundation to capping the apartment building, and the subsequent laying of water and electricity pipes also took only 2 weeks. The temperature in Ukraine in October was already very low. In order to dry the new house as soon as possible to ensure occupancy, the heating system of 30 apartments was turned on for 7 consecutive days, and finally the move-in ceremony was successfully held on November 1st. Looking back at this time, Sergei felt that he had created a miracle. Of course, he still felt a little distressed, mainly because of the cost. Even though Ukraine's political situation stabilized after Kuchma came to power and the new currency was successfully issued this year, the economy is still sluggish. Ukraine's public average monthly salary of $30 is actually just a joke. Many people still don't even earn $10 a month. The housing price of a country or region is basically equivalent to the average monthly salary of residents. And the average construction cost per square meter of this apartment is equivalent to $45, and this is under the premise that Sergei not only did not make money from it, but also personally took charge of the supervision to control the cost to the greatest extent. It is difficult for people to feel much with single digits, but the contrast is quite strong. According to the original plan for building a tube building, Sergei could ensure that the construction cost per square meter was less than $20. Now, because all kinds of building materials have been upgraded by one level, and the floors cannot be piled up to spread the budget, even a separate kitchen and bathroom space means an increase in cost. In short, compared with the initial estimate, the average construction cost per square meter has more than doubled. If you only calculate the unit area, it doesn't seem to be a big deal. However, the entire resettlement community project plans to build 3.5 million square meters of residential space alone. Therefore, the difference between $45 and $20, expanded to the entire project, is equivalent to an additional investment of nearly $90 million. This does not include the remaining funds of the $200 million total investment for the construction of schools, hospitals, shopping malls, parks and other supporting facilities. 3.5 million square meters of residential area, at a unit price of $45, is only equivalent to an investment of $157 million, and the remaining $43 million will be used for these supporting facilities that are destined to have lower returns. Looking at these data alone, the boss is indeed an idealist. However, when you think about it, things are not simple. First of all, this newly built community is definitely not for everyone to rent. Currently, only employees of companies related to the Westeros system in Ravna state can apply. Even if the conditions are relaxed as the project is fully completed, there will definitely be some screening, which is obviously another way to control the economy of the Ravna region. The reason is simple. If they are not recognized by the Westeros system, employees of certain companies will not even be eligible to rent a good house. Over time, the result can be imagined. Besides, for residents, it seems that as long as they find a related job, they will be fine. However, once residents leave or are fired by the company, they must move out within 1 month, and even their children can no longer enjoy the various supporting facilities related to the community school. This is also a kind of debinding. The construction specifications of this apartment are very high, and the surrounding supporting facilities are even better. It can be imagined that as long as you live in and get used to it, you will never want to leave. As the big boss envisions, this place is more like home than home. As a result, it is inevitable that you can't help yourself. The various enterprises or factories of the Westeros system here are not easy to work. At that time, if you want to maintain a decent life, you can only accept harsh working conditions, completely give up the life that may be easy but inevitably embarrassing, and work hard like ants. Secondly, there is cost. This is the plan given by the team of the big boss, and the relevant data is clear at a glance. Take a couple who have no children for example. Both of them work in the factory, with a monthly salary of $30 each, and a total income of $60. Then, after the nominal subsidy, the rent for renting a 50 square meter 1-bedroom and 1 living room here is still $20, which directly occupies 1/3 of the couple's income, plus the daily expenses such as property, water, electricity, and gas. Even if you are very frugal, you will need at least $10. The remaining half, after food, clothing, housing and transportation, will not be much left. These daily consumptions of food, clothing, housing and transportation are basically in shopping malls, supermarkets, hospitals, karaoke bars, cinemas and other places under the control of the Westeros system, which is equivalent to the salary earned from the relevant enterprises of the Westeros system, which returns to the hands of the Westeros system again. For families with children, if they want to maintain such a decent life, they will inevitably be stretched if they don't calculate carefully. In short, apart from a relatively comfortable and decent environment, it is difficult for people working and living in this area to have anything left in the end, while the large number of factories opened by the Westeros system and related enterprises here can continuously create profits for the capital behind the scenes with low labor costs. It is precisely because of this understanding that Sergei realized that his boss was not naive at all. However, thinking about it carefully, Sergei had to admit that this is also the fate of most ordinary people in this world. After all, only a few people can get rid of this fate, and the transcendence of these few people is undoubtedly based on the reincarnation of most people. Realistic and cruel. On the stage, Governor Andrei Smirnov finished his speech. It was Sergei's turn. He quickly put away his thoughts, put on a smile and walked quickly to the stage. In any case, he is already a transcendent, a chess player. Why think so much? After speeches and ribbon cutting, surrounded by a large group of reporters, the guests who participated in the ceremony entered the community to visit the residents' joy of moving into their new homes. The first batch of apartments was built along the river. A standard 7-story apartment building, with 14 houses on a single floor, 10 of which are 70 square meters with 2 bedrooms and 1 living room, and 4 are 50 square meters with 1 bedroom and 1 living room, with a total of 98 apartments in each building, and an effective housing area of 6,300 square meters. Calculated based on the living space of 20 square meters per capita, the standard number of residents in each apartment is 315, 30 apartment buildings, just close to 10,000 people. However, this is only an ideal state in the future. The reason why this community is so rushed is to allow the residents of the shanty towns in the west of the city, which previously gathered 100,000 people, to move into safe and warm homes as much as possible before the cold winter arrives, to avoid various situations in the cold weather. Therefore, This time the living capacity of the first batch of apartment buildings was temporarily expanded by more than 4 times, and it is expected that 40,000 people will move into these 30 apartments. There is nothing we can do about it. Because of the influx of a large number of people, it is very difficult to find a place to live in the city of Rivne, even though the rent has skyrocketed 2 or 3 times in the past 2 years. Even the surrounding villages and towns are crowded with foreign populations, which is why the shanty town in the west of the city appeared. Therefore, some plans can only be postponed. The capacity of residents here has been temporarily expanded, and some conditions have not been relaxed, but have been replaced. In addition to the employees in the shanty town who originally worked in Westeros system-related enterprises, they can directly obtain the qualification to move in. Employees who originally lived in the collective dormitories of some factories in the Westeros system have also moved to the brand new apartments here, and the vacated dormitories are left for those shantytown residents who are temporarily unemployed or have unstable jobs. It is expected that another batch of 30 apartments will be available for occupancy before the complete freezing in December and construction cannot be carried out. After that, the residents of the shantytown will be roughly resettled, and those who have no place to go will be forcibly repatriated to their hometowns. The shantytown that has been temporarily gathered in the past 2 years will also be demolished. In the future, the Rivne region will no longer allow such gathering areas that may develop into slums. In order to further achieve the goal, starting next year, Rivne Oblast will also restrict the influx of population. At that time, how many workers will be allowed in here will be determined by how many workers are needed. Even if some groups of people are unavoidable, with the completion of large-scale resettlement communities and strict control by the authorities, there will definitely be no more shanty towns or even slums. On the other hand, once the resettlement communities are fully completed, similar group renting will no longer be allowed. An apartment can only accommodate as many people as it is approved to accommodate. After all, a large number of people will bring a serious burden to the community's fire protection, public security and sanitation. In the long run, it will even become another form of slum. This is the apparent reason. More importantly, for the sake of the interests of the Westeros system, a group of people must not be allowed to share a rent and dilute the cost of living. In the Astaya community, Governor Andrei Smirnov and Sergei Kimorov and others were divided into a group to visit everywhere under the attention of the media, while Vladimir Kokoshko, as the deputy governor, took another group of people to walk and chat on the newly built cement corridor along the river. This is an investment inspection team from the Spanish fashion chain Inditex Group. Vladimir had learned in private that the Zara chain stores under the company have spread to more than 10 countries around the world, and this year's sales will exceed $1 billion. It is still expanding rapidly. It is a high-quality investor worth attracting. Javier, you can see that it only took 2 months from the start of construction to the move-in of this community. This is one of the biggest advantages of your investment in Rivne Oblast, super high efficiency. If Inditex opens a factory in Rivne, depending on the scale, the factory can be completed and put into production in 3 to 6 months, and we can also assist in recruiting and training workers. There is no such a good place in the whole of Eastern Europe now. The person who led the inspection team was a bald vice president of Inditex in his 40s, named Javier Cordero. After listening to the explanation of the translator beside him, Javier shook his head and said, "But, Vladimir, we also found that there are actually many problems here, such as raw materials. The light industry base in Ukraine is too poor. If we open a clothing factory here, many raw materials need to be imported. We have been improving this. You know, there are already many clothing factories in Rivne, and the production has not been affected by this. Moreover, even if it is imported, relatively speaking, the cost here is still very advantageous. But, the tax incentives you offer, if I may be frank, are hard to make people excited. Even other states and counties in Ukraine that we have been to offer much better conditions than here." When Vladimir heard Javier say this, he knew that the other party had begun to be tempted, and smiled and said patiently, "Javier, the tax incentives we can offer are already the highest, and the taxes we get will be in the next few years invest in infrastructure. You must have discovered this. Let's talk about other states and counties. To be honest, Javier, let alone Russia, even other parts of Ukraine, even Kiev, if you learn more about the business environment in those areas, you may not even have the idea of investing." Vladimir was not too straightforward, but Javier still understood immediately, but said, "Vladimir, can you guarantee that there are no such problems in Rivne province?" Of course, I can guarantee it, Vladimir said firmly. Indedex sets up a factory here, just need to concentrate on production, will not encounter the harassment of the gangs, and there will be no unhappiness at the government level. This is the most basic, but it is also difficult to achieve in other regions. Otherwise, do you think Mr. Simon Westeros will invest so much here? Javier Cordero did not take up this topic, but he understood that what the deputy governor said was true. In Eastern Europe today, because of the chain reaction of economic collapse, all aspects of society have collapsed. This is why Western European capital is still very cautious about investing here, even though Eastern Europe has cheap human resources. Not to mention the thin and dilapidated industrial base here, just in terms of people, no one has the mind to deal with the endless gangs extorting officials for bribes, and even in many countries and regions in Eastern Europe, even the safety of investors cannot be guaranteed. However, this border state in northwest Ukraine is an exception. Javier Cordero and his party have been in Rivne for 3 days, and everything they have seen and heard proves this point. The entire area is not only economically vibrant, but also completely different from the dull silence of many other cities in Eastern Europe. There is no smog in other areas, it is simply a Garden of Eden. Everyone knows the reason. A certain super-rich man not only raises an army here, but also controls the bureaucracy of the entire state. Coupled with the infiltration of the economy, to put it bluntly, Rivne State is now simply a colony of the Westeros system, and it is a colony with strong control and no second voice at all. Apart from Westeros, no one can stir up trouble in Rivne Oblast, and the super-rich man is trying hard to promote the economic development of this area, so the business environment is naturally very good. Therefore, Javier Cordero actually finalized a plan with his boss in Spain last night to set up a factory here, and even build Indidex's main production base in Europe. The next thing to do is to ask for more preferential policies from the Rivne Oblast authorities as much as possible. Chapter 1054 Carlisle, Suzhou, China. At the construction site of the Qin Palace, which was already in full swing on the west side of Sun Mountain, Chen Qing got off the car in the parking lot with several of her followers and walked towards the other 2 women who drove there at about the same time. The one walking in front was Zhu Momo's mother, Mo Yiling, who had just taken office for a week. Even though it was not the first time she had seen her, every time she saw this woman who not only had a perfect oval face and a tall figure of nearly 1.8 meters, but also had an outgoing temperament that was enough to make spectators with slightly poor psychological quality feel ashamed, Chen Qing couldn't help but sigh a little. As she got to know her more privately, Chen Qing also found that if she was given enough platform to play, she would definitely not have reached the level of a deputy county chief in a remote county over the years. However, it is obvious that for a woman, especially a woman in the system, it is not a good thing to be too beautiful and outstanding. The Mo family has been suppressed in that remote county for so many years, and there is also the factor of love turning into hate because of the pursuit. That was the best opportunity for the Mo family to reconcile with their opponents, but Mo Yiling's personality was too hard. Anyway, it's in her hands now. When Chen Qing thought of this, her smile became even warmer and more affectionate when she greeted Mo Yiling. Aunt Mo, I'm so sorry. I was in Dongguan last week and couldn't congratulate you in person. It's okay. Mo Yiling was obviously not used to Chen Qing's greeting mode of opening her arms for a hug, and she didn't give in. She took a step back and just stretched out a fair and slender hand to hold the small hand that Chen Qing had reluctantly stretched out, and said, also, you'd better not call me Aunt Mo. Chen Qing's eyebrows curved. Mo and I are good friends. If I don't call you Aunt Mo, I can't call you Sister Mo. That would be wrong in terms of seniority. Mo Yiling instinctively didn't want to get too close to this girl, and even wanted to warn her daughter not to get too close to her, so she said, you can call me Deputy District Chief Mo. Chen Qing seemed unaware of Mo Yiling's indifference, and continued, it's so awkward to call you Deputy District Chief, then I'll call you Leader. Mo Yiling didn't comment, which was considered as tacit agreement. Then, Aunt Mo, let's go over there. The person in charge here is already waiting for us. Mo Yiling was a little speechless. In the end, she didn't continue to struggle with the name. She walked with Chen Qing to the construction site where a large number of construction workers and engineering machinery were working hard. As a key project that the provincial government has paid attention to, and the land selected by the Qin Palace does not have the problem of demolition that may be delayed, the project progressed very quickly. After only more than half a month of construction, Most of the 1,000 acres of land in the hilly area has been leveled. After all, it is not a real palace that was built for decades in ancient times. In addition, with the assistance of a large number of modern engineering machinery, although both Jinshu Film and Television City and director Chen, who will be the first to use this filming location, have higher requirements for the construction of the project, it is expected that the complete construction period of this palace complex will only take 2 years. The filming part of director Chen's The Emperor and the Assassin will be put into use next year, including the subsequent Hero by Zhang Guoxi. The unfinished part can be built while filming. In this regard, Jinshu Film and Television City has no intention of making do. After all, it will still be a tourist attraction in the future. The two women, accompanied by the project manager, walked around the dusty construction site. They were not the delicate types and were not affected at all by the harsh environment or even the strange looks from some workers. Finally, they came to a hill where the trees and weeds had been cleared but the dirt had not been removed. Looking at the construction site within their field of vision, Mo Yiling finally talked about some serious matters. I've recently read the information about the project here. Hukyu Cultural Tourism Holding Group, a state-owned shell company under the municipal government, used land to invest in Jinshu Film and Television City's parent company, Jinshu Film and Television Tourism Development Group, and only holds 10% of the shares. Chen Qing, don't you think it's too little? Chen Qing felt Mo Yiling's slightly aggressive tone, blinked her eyes, and seemed very aggrieved. Aunt Mo, the municipal government originally planned to sell the land to us at 600 yuan per mu. For example, if we really want to buy the Qin Palace at 600 yuan, we only need to invest 600,000 yuan. Now, according to our 200 million investment in the Qin Palace, the municipal government gets 10% of the shares, which is equivalent to a price of 20 million yuan. I don't understand why you still think it's low. If it was just the Qin Palace, of course there would be no problem. Mo Yiling was not moved by Chen Qing's pitiful expression at all, and shook her head and said, at that time, according to the planning of Jinshu Film and Television City and the agreement reached between you and the municipal government, the subsequent proportions were all the same. And this area, further west, is a lot of farmland and towns. The demolition and land acquisition in the agreement are the obligations of the municipal government. So if you calculate it again, 10% is not enough. At least you need to pay another resettlement fee. In addition, you only made a general promise on the employment of landless farmers, which is definitely not enough. I need a detailed charter. Aunt Mo, these are all things for the future. The focus now is still the Qin Palace. Although we have planned far ahead, if the Qin Palace project does not go smoothly, many subsequent plans will be out of the question. No, Mo Yiling turned his head to look at Chen Qing and said, I have read some meeting memoranda. You mentioned that if it is just the Qin Palace, it will not be able to support the complete film and television industry and tourism industry chain. So, I think we should start planning subsequent projects now, and even start implementing them while the Qin Palace is being built. Chen Qing blinked her eyes, and blinked again, and said bitterly, Aunt Mo, your appetite is too big. With the consent of her boss, Chen Qing invited Mo Yiling to ensure that the Jinshu Film and Television City project here could proceed smoothly. However, what this woman wanted now was obviously not a slow progress, but a great leap forward. The total investment of 2 billion is less than 300 million US dollars, and Deaneries Entertainment has invested 1 billion US dollars in Universal Studios Rome built in Italy. These are the exact words you said to senior official Wang. Mo Yiling remained unmoved. So, 300 million US dollars is a piece of cake for the Westeros system that now has tens of billions of dollars in cash, isn't it? Chen Qing didn't expect Mo Yiling to be able to find out more about this conversation without any written records. She stopped pretending to be weak and pitiful, but her tone was still soft. Aunt Mo, these are not up to me to decide. Besides, don't think that the Qin Palace started so smoothly. In order to restore the Shanyang Palace of the Qin dynasty to the greatest extent, the team that director Chen found spent 4 years from collecting information to completing the design. If this kind of thing is rushed and the product is neither fish nor fowl, you can definitely imagine the consequences. Director Chen is not a professional. He just used his spare time to do this. He had very few resources to mobilize, so it took 4 years. Now, as long as we want to do it, we can find a lot of experts and professors in various universities who have spent their whole lives studying ancient architecture. Moreover, I know that you have registered a Jinshu Ancient Architecture Design Institute, isn't it for this? Mo Yiling said here, and did not continue to force Chen Qing, but said, I know you don't have the right to decide, so I hope you can contact Mr. Simon Westeros and let him decide for himself. Chen Qing was like an obedient elementary school student. Okay, Aunt Mo. Mo Yiling did not let her go, and soon brought up another thing. Chen Qing, I also found that around Jinshu Film and Television City, you have also registered Jinshu Artist Agency Company, Jinshu Ancient Culture Performance Company, Jinshu Hotel and Catering Company, etc. These companies are obviously related to the Film and Television City. Chen Qing, don't you think this is too obvious? Is there anything wrong with this? Since they are affiliated companies of Jinshu Film and Television City, I think these companies should belong to Jinshu Film and Television Tourism Development Group, and the municipal government should share the shares. Aunt Mo, I don't deny that these companies will depend on Jinshu Film and Television City in the future, but to start operations, they still need funds and team support. Jinshu Film and Television City is a land investment by the municipal government, so it is understandable that it gets 10% of the shares, but these other companies are all our own resources. If you think it is necessary, the municipal government will of course inject capital in proportion. Chen Qing couldn't help but question, the municipal government has not been well off in recent years. Are you sure it has money? I recently talked to the leaders of several banks in the city. If it is a project here, they are happy to lend money. Chen Qing was speechless for a moment. We don't do this kind of thing. Mo Yiling was indifferent to Chen Qing's expression and said, I have recently learned about some theme parks in the West. Catering, hotels, and performances are a very important part of their revenue. In any case, you can't separate these from the Film and Television City. Chen Qing couldn't help but look at Mo Yiling's flawless face that didn't look her age at all, and complained in her heart, Sister, how much have you learned in just a few days? Have you slept? After thinking for a while, Chen Qing finally said, Aunt Mo, we actually haven't thought about monopolizing these companies. If you really do some research, you should find that we don't have 100% stake in most of the companies in the Jinshu group. I know, but like the theater companies, you have to do this mainly because of the restrictions of national policies. What I mean is, now is not the time to talk about these things. I think we can talk about it, Mo Yiling said without giving in. Or, Chen Qing, do you want to get entangled after the project is done in the future? You should know that in recent years, many domestic companies have encountered problems because of this entanglement. Okay, I need to talk to the boss first. I'll wait for your good news, Mo Yiling nodded and said, in addition, for the next project, I think we can turn it upside down and start with the Ming and Qing styles. Chen Qing finally couldn't help but teasing, Aunt Mo, have you also learned about this? Mo Yiling glanced at Chen Qing, who was finally exposed, but didn't mind. Instead, he said, this is my personal suggestion. I found that the proportion of Ming and Qing dramas in costume film and television works in recent years is very large, just like this year's Prime Minister Liu Luoguo and the Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon that Momo told me is being filmed. Of course, I won't guide the experts on this matter. It depends on your plan. The trend of film and television is actually constantly changing, and any subject matter may become popular. Chen Qing felt that she had finally found something that she understood a little better, and said, for Jinshu Film and Television City, the key to the matter is that we must build a complete and efficient film and television industry chain. The surrounding companies we mentioned just now were all registered for this purpose. As long as the film and television industry is perfect enough, it will naturally attract crews to move in. Only after a large number of film and television works shot by crews have carried out large-scale publicity for the film and television city can it go further, attract tourists, and develop the tourism industry. Therefore, we can't do whatever we want, we have to do it step by step. Mo Yiling followed suit, that makes sense. The two chatted for a while, then walked down the mound again, talking about various things while continuing to walk around the construction site. They stayed on the construction site for more than an hour before leaving together. Back at the district government, Mo Yiling temporarily organized a mini-seminar, and brought a recently quickly built small team to discuss various issues with Chen Qing until the evening when work was over. Inviting Mo Yiling to dinner failed, so Chen Qing left with her entourage. As soon as she got in the car, Chen Qing's weak temperament in front of Mo Yiling was swept away. Recalling the meeting with Mo Yiling throughout the afternoon, she was generally satisfied. Obviously, it did not meet expectations. What was satisfactory was Mo Yiling's vigorous and resolute character and her ability to quickly grasp the situation in the district government, which was enough to help the smooth progress of the Jinshu Film and Television City project. One point that did not meet expectations was that this strong woman obviously had no intention of getting too close to the Westeros system, and even looked like she was deliberately drawing a line. Obviously, although she accepted the operation of the Westeros system, Mo Yiling was obviously wary of this side. The sixth sense is super sharp. However, since you have already joined the game, Aunt Mo, some things are beyond your control. Chen Qing thought so, curled her lips, and ordered the female guard in the front row to drive to a hotel in the west of the city to make an appointment for a dinner in advance. It was mainly because of her boss's instructions. The head of a company called Carlyle Fund recently came to China to discuss projects. This is another shell of Westeros system investment, so she can get in touch with him and chat casually. When they arrived at the destination, it was not yet 6:30, and the appointment time was 7 o'clock. Chen Qing's time is not so relaxed. There are other arrangements. Just after entering a hotel box that had been booked in advance, Zheng Shanwu, who had been completely tamed by Chen Qing as her little follower, came in with a young girl in a pink jacket and white trousers. This is a girl in her 20s, with shoulder-length black hair and a face that looks very pure at first glance, which makes people easily think of the kind of female classmates in middle school. However, if you observe carefully, you can easily find that although the girl was very restrained after entering the room, her eyes wandered around, finally fell on Chen Qing, and then quickly restrained. Chen Qing temporarily sent away the other maids, leaving only Zhang Shanwu. This time, she took a look at the girl in front of her and was very satisfied. She couldn't help but say, "This dress is too rustic." The girl seemed to shrink when she heard it, and couldn't help but glance at the Chanel suit on Chen Qing. She didn't know what Chanel was, but the girl in front of her didn't say her identity and temperament. It was indeed just that suit, which was enough to make her feel ashamed and extremely envious. "Remember to help her take care of it," Chen Qing instructed Zhang Shanwu, and then looked at the girl. "Shan Yu, right?" The girl nodded quickly, and asked, "Hello, young lady." Chen Qing smiled, and had no intention of introducing herself. She just said, "The name Shen Yu is a bit rustic, and although the fact that you seduced the leader of your unit and were beaten up won't be spread here, you still need to change your identity. Let me think about it. Let's call you Shen, Li Jack, Shen Li Jack, Li for leaving, Jeff for singing. This is good, very literary, and that person likes literature and art. I suddenly realized that I have a better talent for naming than the boss, Tisk." Zhang Shanwu, who was standing obediently beside him, couldn't help rolling his eyes. The girl, whose name was changed directly, immediately felt her eyes turn red when she heard Chen Qing talking about her privacy. She retorted in a low voice, "I didn't seduce him, it was him. He is the section chief and I can't do anything about it." "What does this have to do with me?" Chen Qing shrugged, "I'm just giving you a job. Come to a middle school here to be a teacher. Seduce your principal. Are you willing to do it?" The girl shook her head directly, "No," and said as she pretended to turn around, I think I should go." "Oh, then let's go." The girl half twisted her body, tears falling down, but she didn't move. After a pause, she whispered, Seduced, well, after that, can I continue to be a teacher, the kind with a regular job? Of course, maybe you can even get him to marry you and become the principal's wife. However, by then, you will have to show your current acting skills." Chen Qing nodded, and took out a photo and handed it over. "Take a look first, he's a very handsome man. Although his age is a little different from yours, it's not a loss." The girl paused, but still stepped forward, picked up the photo and took a look. He was indeed a very elegant and handsome man. "Are you satisfied?" Chen Qing asked again. The other party naturally did not answer, nor did she pursue the matter. She said, "It's settled then. Change your identity first and you will be able to start work within a month. I'm looking forward to hearing good news from you." The girl put down the photo and asked in a low voice, I don't know who you are yet." Chen Qing seemed to have thought of something again. She talked to herself, gestured to Zhang Shanwu, and said, "I almost forgot, if you want a horse to run, you must give it grass." As Chen Qing was speaking, Zhang Shanwu had already taken out a thick stack of banknotes and handed it to her. "Here's 20,000 yuan. If you get it done, there's another 20,000 yuan, Chen Qing said. "If it doesn't work out, since I can get you into that school, I can also let you go back to where you came from. After that, She instructed Jiang Shanwu, "Take her away, and don't forget to take care of her, she's too rustic." After the two left, Chen Qing picked up the photo again, tilted her head to look at it, and muttered to herself, "No wonder Momo's facial lines are hard, this is obviously inherited from his father." After that, he threw away the photo, propped up the large round dining table, and looked into the distance with an empty look. "Boss is so lucky to have met such a thoughtful little cotton-padded jacket like me." Chapter 1055 Heavy Industry. David Rubenstein, founder of Carlyle Group, arrived at the hotel in the west of Suzhou on time at 7 o'clock. When he saw a Chinese girl with dimples when she smiled, the first reaction of this 47-year-old middle-aged man who has been in Washington officialdom and fund field for many years was still to sigh. As one of Simon Westeros's two most important lovers in China, Rubenstein knew very well that Chen Qing was actually the same as Lin Su, who is on the Forbes 400 list of the richest Americans this year, in terms of status and wealth, so it was inevitable that he felt that people were getting angry. Carlyle Group was established in 1987. After nearly 10 years of struggle, Rubenstein's current net worth is only $20 to $30 million US. Fortunately, with George Soros officially joining Carlyle as a partner a few months ago, and even further catching up with the prosperous Westeros system, the Carlyle Group, which had been relatively small-scale for the past 10 years, finally ushered in a major turning point. Especially last month, after tireless contacts here, Carlyle Group received a one-time investment of $1 billion US from Westeros. The benefit of Westeros system investing in Carlyle Fund is even greater than George Soros's joining. Therefore, although Westeros Company has made clear restrictions on this fund, basically just borrowing the shell of Carlyle, David Rubenstein still shows great importance. In any case, it will never be wrong to invest with Westeros system. Besides, the $1 billion was discussed with Westeros in person. The arrangement there was to invest all of it in China's heavy industry field, to be precise, in the field of construction, transportation, and mining-related engineering machinery. With the rapid expansion of the scale of Carlyle Fund this year, the previous investment strategy that only focused on the defense field in the United States must also be changed, and diversified investment is an inevitable choice. Since Simon Westeros personally pointed out a way, David Rubenstein came to China a week ago to investigate the current situation of related industries in China. Just when he was about to return to the United States, he received instructions from Westeros, requiring Carlyle to invite Chen Qing to serve as a government policy advisor for projects involving Westeros system funds in China. Carlyle's early breakthrough was to obtain a large number of defense orders by inviting former senior officials in Washington to serve as executives or consultants. Even without Westeros's request, Carlyle would have established good relations with the Chinese authorities since it had decided to do business in China. Since the other party had made the arrangement, David Rubenstein agreed even though he felt that Chen Qing's weight was a little low, or even completely insignificant. This was also the reason for today's meeting. After greeting each other, David Rubenstein and his assistant sat down at a round table that could accommodate 7 or 8 people. Chen Qing was the only one seated, and there were 2 trusted waitresses who were responsible for receiving the dishes. The hotel waiter could only walk to the door because he didn't want irrelevant people to hear the conversation. Everyone sat down and told the waitress to serve the food. Chen Qing turned to Rubenstein and said, "David, I've been in China for half a month. What do you think of Chinese food?" David Rubenstein was a very talkative person. He smiled and said, "It's amazing. I think I may never be able to live without Chinese food in the future." Actually, the boss is the same. However, Westerners may not be used to some of the flavors. Fortunately, there are many kinds of Chinese food. Anyone who comes to this country can find the food they like. That's true. The food was served very efficiently. After a brief chat, the 2 waiters had already brought some food. After all, they were foreign guests, so they carefully adopted the separate dining mode. Chen Qing actually liked this way of dining more and more, instead of a group of people stirring around in a dish together. After a simple greeting, both sides quickly got to the point. "So, David, what do you think of the batch of corporate information we provided?" David Rubenstein was obviously awkward but still insisted on eating food with chopsticks, saying, "To be honest, Chen, the 6 companies I visited in person in a week gave me a very consistent feeling, rough, backward, chaotic, and small in scale. For example, Zhugong Machinery Group in Jiangsu, Its revenue in the past fiscal year was only $260 million, which is already the top engineering machinery giant in China. In comparison, Caterpillar, the #1 engineering machinery manufacturer in the Federation, had a revenue of $14.3 billion last year, and its net profit alone reached $950 million. Chen Qing smiled unchanged. So, David, you are not optimistic about the boss's choice. David Rubenstein did not deny it, and said, if it were not for the investment strategy finalized by Simon himself, I would never invest a penny in these fields in China. Chen Qing was very patient and asked, what about now? Of course, follow Simon's ideas. Rubenstein smiled a little. I just hope that this investment will not be a Waterloo for Simon, otherwise, Carlyle will also be unlucky. Chen Qing half-jokingly said, in fact, if you can prove that the boss made a mistake in his judgment, it would be a pioneering effort. At least so far, of course, it's not to say that the boss has not made mistakes, but in the general trends of many industries, the boss has always been right. Yes, so Carlyle also plans to follow up with the same bet. You will definitely not be disappointed, but, David, I also hope that you will remember that the interests of the Westeros system should be put first. Of course, the customer is our god. Chen Qing nodded and said, why don't we talk about the details? Do you have a clear goal? David Rubenstein raised his free left hand and raised two fingers. 2. The Zugong I just mentioned is one, and the other is in Hunan, which is a private company called Sany Heavy Industry. Rubenstein's research and investigation targets during this period are actually the materials provided by CERSI Capital China Economic Research Institute. Since he was given the title of government policy advisor by his boss, Chen Qing also dutifully read the information of many companies. When Rubenstein mentioned it, Chen Qing immediately thought of the general situation of these two companies. Xuzhou Construction Machinery Group is a large state-owned enterprise. The revenue of $260 million mentioned by Rubenstein is equivalent to 2.2 billion RMB, which is a considerable scale in China. In contrast, there is another company, Sany Heavy Industry. Unlike XCMG, which is involved in agricultural machinery, automobile manufacturing, port machinery and other fields, Sany is currently only a company involved in construction machinery, or more precisely, concrete delivery equipment. The reason why it was selected by the Research Institute is mainly because Sany's pump truck equipment for delivering concrete to high-rise buildings has achieved a technological breakthrough, with a delivery height of more than 100 meters, breaking the overseas monopoly on related equipment. Coupled with its own high growth, it has become a star private enterprise in the relevant field for a while. In Chen Qing's view, such private high-growth enterprises in China are the most favored investment targets of Wall Street. Thinking of this, Chen Qing asked, Sany is easy to understand. David, why did you choose XCMG? This company has a very diverse product line, and it is expected to make a loss this year. David Rubenstein did not answer Chen Qing's question directly, but said, I have communicated with the Sany team and have seen their factories and products. This is a company with strict management, clear systems and clear development goals. The management is also very outstanding. I hope to develop it into a comprehensive construction machinery and excavation machinery giant through capital injection and technical support. As for XCMG, if we can talk, I hope to reorganize it, divest China's highly competitive agricultural machinery and other businesses, and concentrate on the development of port machinery and mining machinery and equipment. Construction machinery, excavation machinery, port machinery, mining machinery. Chen Qing skillfully grasped the key points and said, David, your ideas are very good, but have you ever thought about what to do if things don't develop according to your ideas? What do you mean? Let's not talk about other things. If we only invest in these two companies, do you think Carlyle can use $1 billion? Of course not, but that's just one aspect. In addition to engineering machinery, Simon is also interested in the fields of ships and railways, which are also very expensive industries. Chen, you have to know that I don't plan to spend all the $1 billion in 1 or 2 years. It is estimated that it will take about 3 to 5 years to complete the full investment. Well, what I mean is that I think the boss should also have this idea, Chen Qing said, that is, to invest in multiple companies at the same time, give corresponding support, let them compete freely, and eventually eliminate the weak and retain the strong. According to what we say in China, this is called, I don't know how to translate it, that is, in order to get the most ferocious insect king, Some people put scorpions, spiders, centipedes and other poisonous insects together and let them fight each other, and the one that remains in the end is the strongest one. I understand, it sounds cruel, but David Rubenstein thought for a moment and said, if Simon agrees, I have no problem. The main reason is that there is indeed too much money in hand. If only the two companies selected this time are invested, according to Rubenstein's thinking, the $1 billion funds will not be used even 1/10. But if you invest in multiple projects at the same time, although David Rubenstein doesn't know the story of raising Gu, Chen Qing's idea of survival of the fittest is actually worth operating. Because Rubenstein also found that China's current related industries are still in the primary stage, so the cost of entering the market will be very low. In addition, the construction machinery industry in China is quite scattered, and there are related enterprises in almost every province, so large-scale investment is also quite feasible. Not only that, the model of casting a wide net can still be subdivided, and a certain type of machinery is limited to 2 or 3 companies, which can also ensure relatively healthy competition. Of course, the key point is that the premise of all this must be that Simon Westeros has a correct judgment on the prospects of China's related industries. China has adopted a tightening policy since 1993, which has led to the shrinking scale of the domestic infrastructure field, and all kinds of construction machinery industries have been greatly affected. According to the normal economic cycle, this is an industry trough period, which is the best time to buy at the bottom. The Westeros system is now starting to lay out, so we need to expect China to change its economic policy in the next few years, move towards relaxation, and start infrastructure on a large scale. As long as this transformation comes true, the basic field of engineering machinery will also usher in a period of rapid development. In addition, David Rubenstein has also considered various other aspects, all of which are based on Simon's correct judgment. Once a young person makes a mistake in judgment, the $1 billion invested by the Westeros system in Carlisle, along with the $1 billion that Carlisle followed up on the same period last year, will be doomed to an uncertain future. The day after this dinner, Rubenstein returned to North America and began to prepare for follow-up actions. Chen Qing also received a call early in the morning and hurriedly left Suzhou and returned to BJ. The team in Beijing informed her that the golf course and high-end villa area project that her boss hoped to build at the foot of Xiangshan in the western suburbs of BJ had made progress. After flying to Beijing in the morning, Chen Qing was immediately called to the municipal government for a meeting. Initially, this side hoped to obtain a 2,500-acre plot of land near the foot of the mountain on the southeast side of Xiangshan Park in HD District, but was rejected by the municipal government. However, it was not a complete rejection, but it stated that if the project wanted to be approved, it needed to be moved about 1 kilometer to the east. In simple terms, it could not be built at the foot of the mountain. Chen Qing was a little depressed at first, but not too surprised. At the foot of the mountain, not to mention Xiangshan Park, the surrounding large areas of the foot of the mountain are all feng shui treasures to some extent. After all, being close to mountains and rivers is a high-quality feng shui pattern that most ordinary people in China subconsciously recognize. Even in the West, after seeing many of his boss's mansions, even if there is no feng shui theory in the West, the top mansions of foreigners are basically of this layout. Chen Qing also studied carefully and found that there was no Saharan at the foot of the mountain in the selected plot of land. Now, he still failed. Obviously, even if there was no Saharan before, there should be one next time. In short, this pool of water in Beijing is still very deep. After the meeting that lasted for more than half an hour, Chen Qing tried to fight for it but to no avail, so he could only decide to hand over the result to his boss. However, in any case, such a 2,500-acre super-large real estate project was approved, and the municipal government did not require a joint venture, which was definitely for the sake of his boss's face. Near noon, after the meeting, Chen Qing was about to leave with his entourage when he was called. Quickly putting on a smile again, Chen Qing said to the middle-aged man who called her, "Secretary Liu, is there anything else?" "It's like this, Xiao Chen." The middle-aged man motioned for them to go out together, and seemed to glance at Jill Pecht and Zhao Annie who came with Chen Qing casually, and said, "Are you interested in the Rose Garden Villa project in Changping?" Chen Qing noticed the middle-aged man's gaze and realized that the actions here had not been concealed from the higher-ups. They were planning to find someone to take over. Since the other party had brought it up, and they knew that the operator was Jill Pecht who was following them, if they denied it again, They would be treating the higher-ups as fools. Chen Qing hesitated a little, but still nodded and said, I am indeed concerned, but, Secretary Liu, I heard that the matter is very troublesome. Chapter 1056 Birthday. David Rubenstein returned to North America on the afternoon of November 3, 2 days before the 1996 U.S. presidential election. He did not return directly to New York, but first contacted Cape Dumay Manor to ask if he could visit. He received a response and was reminded that today was the birthday of Westeros' daughter Seattle, so he urgently contacted his friends here to help choose a suitable gift. When he arrived at Cape Dumay Manor, he found that the place was decorated as if it was Christmas, with various colorful lights, balloons and inflatable dolls, which looked very warm. But when he saw a little girl celebrating her birthday, it was not so warm and a little scared. Could it be that Stephen Hawking's A Brief History of Time has fallen to the level that a 3-year-old girl can understand it? And the little girl was holding something in her hand, which was obviously not a simple picture version for children, but the original version. So after expressing birthday congratulations and getting a very formulaic response, I couldn't help but discuss a few words with the little girl. I was soon speechless. As a liberal arts student who majored in law, Rubenstein also read this book as a leisure reading after it became popular, but unfortunately he could not understand much. Seeing the little girl turn her eyes back to the book as if she had seen through his true colors, David Rubenstein suddenly felt that maybe he was really old. And Simon Westeros and his family were probably aliens. Beside the glass curtain wall of Shale Villa, watching the little girl being led away by Janet Westeros's hand, Rubenstein glanced at James Rebold, who appeared here unexpectedly, and then turned to Westeros and said with a smile, Simon, Syl's intelligence is really surprising, but don't you think it's a bit wrong to let children open their minds too early? Simon shook his head and said, I always think that ignorance is a waste of life. If the child's IQ is average, I won't force it, but since Syl is different from ordinary people, it's okay to start exploring the world early. I also learned that geniuses often fall into bottlenecks due to various restrictions in their life course, and even go to extreme pain, but these obstacles do not exist for Syl. David Rubenstein couldn't help but think of Newton, who turned to alchemy and theology in the past. Wasn't it because of the technological and resource limitations of the time that the scientific giant could no longer move forward? And these would not be a problem for Seattle Westeros just now. Even if the little girl plans to go to Mars in the future, the Westeros family has the strength to support her to do so. After chatting casually for a few more sentences, everyone started talking about business. Rubenstein told Simon in detail about the plan that he had revised on the plane based on the results of the meeting with Chen Qing. Simon listened carefully and nodded, it's a good plan. First, increase competition to promote industry development. In the future, we can integrate our layout through mergers and acquisitions, and then go public. According to the specific industry conditions in the future, we will decide whether to cash out or hold for a long time. Simon said, not forgetting to look at James sitting on the single sofa next to him. James Rebold said, there is another most important issue, technology. David, have you considered this issue? The construction machinery industry in China is very backward. If there is only capital but no technology, it will be difficult to develop in the short term. Of course, our team here has already started to operate, David Rubenstein said. It is not easy to reach a cooperation with a giant like Caterpillar, and we may also lose the initiative, but many second and third tier construction machinery companies in Europe and the United States still have very advanced technologies compared to Chinese companies, and the operating conditions of many companies are not good. We can acquire technology through direct acquisition or introduction of cooperation and transfer it to China. There will definitely be obstacles to technology transfer at the level of Washington and other national authorities, James blurted out, and then reacted and smiled, I don't think this is a problem for you either. Everyone knew it well. Rubenstein also smiled and nodded, of course no problem. Simon said again, speaking of this, David, you should be paying attention to the election process here in the country, right? Yes, I heard that Dole has given up and is currently on the final 96-hour national roadshow to canvass votes for Republican congressional candidates from all over the country. The October surprise that just passed did not see any reversal, and Bill Clinton's approval rating still far exceeded that of Republican presidential candidate Bob Dole. Since the defeat was a foregone conclusion, Bob Dole did not waste his efforts, but instead launched a 96-hour national roadshow from November 1st, the day before yesterday, to canvass for Republican candidates for the Senate and House of Representatives in various places, hoping that his supporters would vote for Republican candidates in various places to ensure that the Republican Party will continue to control both houses of Congress after this year's election. This is also the last effort that the 73-year-old veteran Republican politician has made for his party. After the election, Bob Dole will announce his retirement. David Rubenstein not only worked in the Carter administration, but has also always been a political activist. Seeing that he really knew the election situation well, Simon continued, "It's like this, David, there is basically no suspense about Dole's defeat. I hope that after the election, you can invite him to join Carlisle's board of directors." "Simon, I'm a Democrat." David Rubenstein said this subconsciously, but when he saw the young man next to him looking at him without question, he hesitated a little and nodded. "There is no problem on my side, but I still need to discuss it with George and the others. I've called George, including Dole, and we have also had some private contacts." Simon was very satisfied when he saw Rubenstein nod, and said, "In fact, Cersei Capital has no shortage of positions, but you also understand that doing so is too conspicuous, so we have no choice but to let you take action. Of course, Dole joining Carlisle will definitely only benefit you, just like the technology transfer that is about to be promoted. Now that both houses of Congress are under the control of the Republicans, such trivial matters may only require Dole to give a call in the future." David Rubenstein's refusal was actually just an excuse. Since he had already given up politics and started business, businessmen must pursue profits. Moreover, the benefits of accepting Dole's joining were obvious. Rubenstein's words just now were just his instincts to not lose more control over Carlisle. After calming down, David Rubenstein quickly returned to reality. Wall Street fund managers, even George Soros, are ultimately just managing money for others. Their position is still just professional managers, and the capital behind the scenes is their boss. There is no shortage of fund managers who are proud enough to take the initiative, such as George Soros, who is becoming more and more famous, and John Meriwether of long-term capital management, but these are only a minority after all. Most fund managers are still very clear about their position. This is the case with Carlisle. Moreover, Simon Westeros's request is not excessive. On the contrary, it has many benefits for Carlisle. If he still opposes it for the so-called initiative, it is very unwise. After chatting for more than 10 minutes, David Rubenstein got up and said goodbye when he saw that the time was almost up. Although it was a little girl's birthday today, there was no intention of holding a large-scale party at Cape Dumay Manor, so it would be inappropriate for him to stay. Simon did not try to keep her, and after seeing Rubenstein off, it was already evening. Jennifer's uncle George Norman and his family soon arrived and began to prepare for the family dinner in the evening. There were not many people in general. In addition to their own family, there was Veronica, who came from Australia and planned to stay for a while, as well as the Rebolds and the Norman family from Jennifer's side. It was basically a family dinner. And it was a birthday party for two little guys at the same time, Seattle and Nicholas. Little Nick, born to Janet, was born 3 days later than his sister Seattle, and the three parents had no intention of going back and forth, so they celebrated it all at once. The next day was Monday, November 4th, the day before the election. The second weekend of the Halloween season also came to an end. Prior to this, in the first week of the Halloween season, the latest series of the Conjuring movie universe, Annabelle, was unstoppable in front of a sea of new and old films. With a release scale of 2,739 screens and an excellent score of 7.8 points, it earned $47.36 million in the first 7 days of the week. This result is second only to the $51.69 million opening result of The Mortuary 2 in the Easter season in the first half of the year in the Conjuring movie universe, and ranks second among the 5 Conjuring movie universe films that have been released. In fact, the most important point is that Annabelle has opened up a new series of the Conjuring movie universe in addition to the 2 series of The Conjuring and The Mortuary. After all, for a movie universe, 2 series are ultimately thin. Now, the successful launch of 3 series, and all of them have been successful, can be regarded as the real Conjuring movie universe. In the past weekend, compared with the $34.53 million of Annabelle's first weekend last week, the second week's year-on-year decline was only 27%, and it continued to earn $25.19 million. Although this box office week spanned Halloween, the box office prospects of the opening of the third series of the Conjuring movie universe still appear brighter. After 10 days of release, the cumulative box office was $72.55 million. Not only did it fully recover its investment and start to make a profit, it is expected that Annabelle may also become the first Conjuring movie universe film to exceed $150 million in domestic box office. Limited by the size of horror films and the nature of fast-moving popcorn, the Conjuring movie universe project curve, which often has excellent opening box office, is usually difficult to sustain. Before this, the best result was The Morgue Haunting 2 during this year's Easter period, which only had a domestic box office of $137 million. On the other hand, the reason for such a result is that in addition to the excellent quality of Annabelle itself, it is mainly the result of the continuous popularity of the IP brand of the Conjuring movie universe. Therefore, during the Halloween period, watching a Conjuring movie universe film has almost become a subconscious choice for many people. This also eclipsed other films of the same period, whether it was Sony's crime comedy High School, Paramount's thriller Slim to Death, or Disney's Whoopi Goldberg comedy The Big Boss. They all became cannon fodder almost silently. On the Deanery's entertainment side, there was another film worth mentioning during the same period, Paul Thomas Anderson's new film Boogie Nights, produced by Highgate Pictures. After earning $9.39 million in the first week, the Highgate Pictures team increased the number of screens from 1,218 in the first week to 1,553. With a popular Halloween schedule and the continued fermentation of the film's reputation, the box office of Boogie Nights did not decrease but increased in the second week, falling by 13%. The second week's revenue reached $10.61 million, and the cumulative box office for 2 weeks was $20 million. In the third box office weekend that followed, the year-on-year decline of Boogie Nights was only 17%, and it earned another $5.79 million in 3 days, with a cumulative box office of $25.79 million. Based on the 3-week curve and the market feedback of the film, the Gay-Omen Cinema publicity and promotion team raised the domestic box office expectations of Boogie Nights from the initial $30 million to more than $40 million. Initially, it was thought that it would be a bit difficult to recover the $15 million of production and $5 million of publicity and promotion investment in the local market. Now, with only local theater distribution, Boogie Nights has been enough to recover all costs and achieve profitability, and the film itself has also been promoted from being mediocre to a quasi-dark horse. Although the box office records of Hollywood movies have been rising higher and higher in recent years, compared with a number of 400 or 500 films that are only released in theaters every year, there are only a few films that create box office miracles. Among all these films, taking 1995 as an example, there are actually only 36 films with a domestic box office of more than $40 million. This year is not over yet, but the relevant data will not be much different. Therefore, the predicted performance of Boogie Nights of more than $40 million has actually ranked among the top 10% of Hollywood's most successful movies each year. Moreover, the film's production cost of $15 million is also on the low side among this 10%. If the return on investment is calculated, the ranking will be even higher. Relying on this outstanding box office performance, Highgate Pictures has planned to increase the film's awards season public relations efforts to stimulate subsequent overseas distribution and peripheral channels. In Simon's opinion, Boogie Nights is actually Paul Thomas Anderson's best film, much better than the once more famous Magnolia. The story structure of Magnolia is completely imitating Crossroads by Robert Altman, the master of multi-line narrative. As a super fan of Altman, Anderson is understandable if it is just like this. However, compared with the multi-line parallel storytelling of Crossroads, the structure of Mulan is obviously awkward and overexerted. Many characters in the film are roaring loudly, and Tom Cruise, who tries hard to add scenes to himself and steal the show from the beginning to the end, seems to be everywhere whether he's on the screen or not, making the whole story more unbalanced. On Monday, while paying a little attention to the North American box office situation, Simon stayed at Cape Dumay Manor all day, sorting out and planning the global industrial layout of the Westeros system with James Raybould. With the continued rapid growth of the U.S. stock market, the investment of the Westeros system in the local market has basically stopped, and it is in a state of only inflow and no outflow. After all, in the case of a generally overheated market, any current investment or acquisition is equivalent to taking over at a high position. Simon would rather hold a large amount of cash than buy rashly. The main action in the near future is still overseas. In the morning, Simon browsed some documents that were recently compiled, and he accidentally found a suitable target, the Spanish clothing giant Inditex, which is planning to build a foundry base in Ukraine. Simon has a deep memory of the strong expansion of Zara under this company around the world. Now is the startup stage of the rapid growth of Inditex, the parent company of Zara. Although the foundation is very solid, it still needs funds to expand rapidly. This is the opportunity of the Westeros system. In fact, Simon initially valued the express fast-moving consumer goods brand under the Limited Group, the parent company of Victoria's Secret. However, under the leadership of the founder Leslie Wexner, the development of this limited sub-brand in recent years has not met Simon's expectations. In fact, it is also because Wexner has lost his entrepreneurial passion. In this case, of course, we can't hang ourselves on a tree. Then, it is mainly China. In addition to the IPO of China Telecom, which will be held on the Global Roadshow at the beginning of next month, Chen Qing also informed Simon of the recent events by email. Whether it is Zhu Momo's mother's idea of making Jinshu Film and Television City a great leap forward, or several real estate projects in BJ, or even other real estate, food, technology, heavy industry and other fields of investment and acquisition, Simon has a very relaxed mentality of casting a wide net. China is now a blue ocean of investment, first come first served. What's more, Simon has a foresight advantage that is unmatched by all other capital entering China. Just to mention the brands such as Evergrande, Country Garden, Haitian, Nongfu Spring, etc. that have been finalized or are being negotiated in recent months, the return rates of each of them are hundreds or thousands of times. Even if some of them deviate from the previous development track due to the interference of Simon, the big butterfly, as long as some of them succeed, it will be enough to make the Westeros system full of money. Therefore, if I wish Momo's mother to make a great leap forward, it's okay. In fact, the shorter the cycle of the Jinshu Film and Television City project, the more beneficial it is for the Jinshu system. If it really takes 10 years, the costs of all aspects will rise, and 2 billion will not be enough. Now, shortening it to 5 years, the budgets of many projects can be greatly saved, and the difficulty of promoting the entire plan will be greatly reduced. As for the result, it is equivalent to less than $300 million. Even if it really fails in the end, Simon is worthy of it. And there will be no compensation at all. The land involved in a large number of projects will be sold at a high price in the future when the real estate industry in China drives up the land price. If necessary, it may be several times the profit if it is sold. Beijing. Since someone wants the Westeros system to take over the mess of the Rose Garden Villa district in a certain CP area, it must give face and exchange it for the approval of the golf club near Xiangshan. Even if the development is completed in the future, the demand for high-end villas in Beijing is not so strong, so just hoard them. Big BJ hoards houses for 10 or 20 years, and it is definitely not a loss. Just like a certain Hong Kong real estate tycoon, he often uses tricks to hoard houses and land in the mainland for 20 or 30 years, and the result is a huge profit. The key to this matter is actually financial strength. Why do mainland developers require speed, and even a project can be launched in just 6 months from land acquisition to opening? The main reason is that the capital chain is too tight. For people like Simon who have so much money that he has nowhere to spend it, hoarding real estate is actually equivalent to disguised investment. Whether it is sold in 10 or 20 years, the future housing price growth rate is destined to be profitable. Of course, it is not good to leave the house empty, but you can hide your beauties in a golden house, right? At that time, Simon can also try to hide the beauties of an entire villa district. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1057 Ponzi Scheme. November 5th, the 1996 U.S. presidential election officially opened. With Clinton's polls continuing to crush Dole for many months, everything seemed calm, even affecting people's desire to vote. The voting results came out that day, and Bill Clinton easily won with 49% support and as many as 379 electoral votes. The other two opponents, Republican Bob Dole, only won 41% of the public votes and 159 electoral votes. Ross Perot, the third-party candidate who once again came out to disrupt the situation but whose influence has greatly decreased, only got 8% of the votes this time, and naturally no electoral votes. Because it was too logical, this election also set the lowest voter turnout since 1924, with only 49% of Americans voting, and it was the first time in more than half a century that the voter turnout was less than 50%. On the other hand, Bill Clinton won his second term and broke the curse that Democratic presidents have been unable to achieve re-election since Franklin Roosevelt. The presidential election in the election year always overshadows the change of congressmen and the competition for governors, and this time is no exception. However, for the American elite, everyone will not underestimate the other two aspects. Compared with the overwhelming momentum of the presidential election, the Republican Party still maintains its advantage in the two houses of Congress and the gubernatorial elections. Just like the pendulum effect of the midterm elections 2 years ago, the Democratic Party failed to achieve the same victory in the congressional and local elections this time. One of the key reasons is that a large number of people deliberately cast split votes. Since Clinton took office, the U.S. economy has recovered strongly, with more than 10 million new jobs in 4 years, and the unemployment rate has dropped from nearly 8% in the Bush era to 5%, which is also the best state in 10 years. However, the scandals that the president and his wife broke out in their first term also caused voters to be entangled to a large extent. On the one hand, they recognized Clinton's ability to govern, and on the other hand, they subconsciously voted to contain Clinton in the congressional and gubernatorial elections. According to statistics from polling stations across the federal government, more than 13% of Clinton supporters chose to cast their votes for Congress or gubernatorial elections for the Republican Party. At first glance, the proportion of 13% does not seem to be much, but when calculated, it is enough to cause a fundamental reversal of the election situation in many regions. In short, the United States will still show a seesaw split between the White House and Congress in the next 4 years. At the same time, to a large extent, it also made the Republican Party more relentless in its pursuit of Clinton's private information, so that the Zippergate scandal appeared in history, and the spectacle of the U.S. president being impeached was staged again. Even later, Vice President Gore participated in the presidential election. In order to avoid being implicated, he deliberately avoided Clinton, who had cooperated with him for 8 years, and did not let the other party help him campaign. The day after the election results were released, the capital market gave the most direct feedback. Bill Clinton's re-election obviously means that the economic policies of the past few years can be continued, so it is a big positive. On November 6, the Dow Jones Index rose by 1.5%, and the more eye-catching Nasdaq Index rose by 2.1% in a single day, from 5,315 points at the opening to 5,426 points. The market value of the two leading companies of the New York Stock Exchange and Nasdaq, Deaneries Entertainment and Igret, both hit new highs. After Deaneries Entertainment's market value exceeded $500 billion in mid-October, it immediately fluctuated and returned to the $400 billion range. However, on November 6, relying on a single-day increase of 1.8%, Deaneries Entertainment Group's market value finally reached $526.3 billion at the close of the day. Even more eye-catching is Igret. On November 6, Igret's stock price rose by 1.6%. Although it was not as high as Deaneries Entertainment's increase, its total market value at the close of the day had reached $579.6 billion, only $20.4 billion away from the $600 billion mark. To break through $600 billion, it only needs a 3.5% increase. The U.S. stock market seems to be still crazy, but as the dust settled on the 1996 election, the situation immediately became delicate. After the election, many people began to operate around the U.S. stock market, openly and secretly, with a focus naturally on the Nasdaq technology sector. New York. On the north shore of Long Island, about 30 kilometers from Manhattan and across the sea from Greenwich, in a mansion in the wealthy area of Latington, a celebratory reception for a Republican congressman elected in New York State was being held on Friday evening, November 8. Richard Mellon Scaife, who has been more active in the political and business circles of the East Coast recently, arrived early and skillfully entertained the guests who had been confirmed in advance one by one, with some kind of wooing and probing in his words, and soon moved to a study room specially vacated by the host with Gillian Robertson, the most important contact target tonight. In the past month or so, Richard Mellon Scaife, who had been smooth sailing since birth and arrogant for decades, was exposed for wanting to put a young tycoon in private, and coupled with a threat from the other party, he was frightened for a long time for the first time in his life, but the result was a lot of thunder and little rain. After Scaife received a severe warning at a family meeting hosted by an uncle, he did not disclose the revelations, but insisted on not closing the Pittsburgh Tribune under family pressure. Are you kidding me? How can a newspaper worth $50 million be shut down just like that? Even if the family said they could give him some compensation, it wouldn't work. The Mellon family has never been so cowardly in the past 200 years. Although they were tough and didn't even make the apology call that his uncle asked for, things were going pretty well. This was natural to Scaife. 2 years ago, Simon Westeros went to war with the Hearst family, which eventually caused the Hearst family to suffer a great loss. In fact, it has aroused the vigilance of many old money families in the United States. If the young man confronted the more deeply rooted Mellon family over a trivial matter again, the traditional capital forces of the entire Federation might have to unite to avoid being constantly ridden on by this ignorant new money descendant. However, although he passed this level, Richard Mellon Scaife, as a descendant of the top old money family in the Federation, who had spent millions of dollars to make the other party look down on him in the past few years because he couldn't stand Clinton, couldn't swallow this breath the more he thought about it, so he frequently secretly wooed and connected with various conservative old money circles on the East Coast during this period. After all, even if the growth speed of the Westeros system is miraculous, the core political and business system of the United States is still in the hands of traditional capital. Scaife changed his experience more than a month ago and used his own experience to tell his story. In any case, the Westeros system cannot be allowed to continue to expand. After patiently studying, Scaife first set his sights on the Nasdaq market. As long as the new technology bubble is burst, a series of new technology giants that are the core of the Westeros system assets will inevitably be severely impacted, and even Simon Westeros' personal assets will shrink significantly. In the study, after a simple greeting, Scaife took out a document and handed it to Julian Robertson, the head of Tiger Fund, and said, "Julian, this is a press release that was suppressed by a financial reporter in Boston some time ago. I know that Tiger Fund has been pessimistic about technology stocks. Perhaps this article can be a good breakthrough." Julian Robertson took the information and let it go. He only glanced at the statement and couldn't help frowning slightly. Shocking conspiracy, Ponzi scheme of the internet industry. As a professional and veteran Wall Street fund manager, Julian Robertson sneered at this kind of article that seemed to be sensationalist at the first sight of the title. However, since it was sent by Scaife, he still read it patiently, and then his expression became more and more serious. In simple terms, a Ponzi scheme is a scheme in which the schemer uses high returns and high interest rates as bait to defraud investors' funds, and while sharing the profits, he uses the funds of later investors to continuously repay the principal and interest of previous accounts, and repeats this cycle until it can no longer sustain and collapses. The article that Scaife brought out described the current booming internet industry as a large-scale Ponzi scheme. The article has obviously been repeatedly processed, and both the cases and data are detailed. It also points directly at the three most popular technology giants in the Westeros system, believing that the serious bubble in the new technology field at this stage is entirely due to the fact that Cisco, AOL and Ygritte, through joint public opinion and a whole set of interest chains similar to Ponzi schemes, have tied countless investors and ordinary users to a seemingly prosperous internet industry chain. In fact, this industry is worthless and will eventually collapse. In addition to the overall conclusion, the article gives very detailed arguments and annotations. Take Ygritte as an example. This company has continuously defrauded funds from various investors and entrepreneurs who have been deceived by public opinion through expensive monopoly businesses such as internet basic tool software, cloud computing and online advertising, forming a source of income that has continued to grow at a super high rate in recent years. On the other hand, Ygritte has continuously attracted hundreds of millions of internet users through portal websites, email, social networks, video websites and other network services that seem free but actually consume a lot of public time, through the low-cost access fees illegally subsidized by AOL. In order to continue this false prosperity, Ygritte has also opened up payment channels such as online outsourcing platforms and video website advertising sharing that also rely on a large amount of Ponzi subsidies, which actually cannot bring stable job opportunities to society, and further deceived users to produce content for it. The result of this Ponzi scheme is that at this stage, the three companies in the Westeros system occupy 20% of the total market value of Nasdaq, a false prosperity. Under this false prosperity, more and more startups that were deceived and encouraged to invest in the new technology market burned all their funds in the interest chain of the three companies in the Westeros system, and gradually became unable to continue. Most companies were far from getting the returns they imagined. Only Cisco, AOL and Ygritte, the three giants, benefited. Julian Robertson read the entire article carefully and breathed a sigh of relief. If he had not studied the internet industry in detail, Robertson would almost believe this article with rigorous logic and full of conspiracy theories that could easily incite public sentiment. It can be imagined that once this article is thrown out, it will definitely be a super bomb for the internet industry, which has already peaked and is shaky at this stage. Richard Mellon Scaife and Julian Robertson closed their eyes and pondered for a moment after reading the article, and asked, "So, Julian, what do you think? It can incite the public, but it can't fool smart people." For an emerging industry, whether it is a bubble, the criterion is actually very simple: to see whether it can create wealth. The core of the Ponzi scheme is passing the parcel, which is also a zero-sum game to some extent. How much someone earns, someone else loses. The internet is obviously not like that. Take Ygritte for example. No matter what, Ygritte's internet basic tool software matrix, or the increasingly large cloud computing services, and even portals, social networks, emails, etc. These are all wealth created by countless people after labor, including a large amount of intellectual property and digital assets. Perhaps emerging countries do not recognize these, but for Western developed countries, these are wealth. Therefore, even if there is indeed a bubble, the internet itself is a platform that can actually bring changes to the work and life of countless people. Scaife said, "Julian, what we need is the result of inciting the public, isn't it? At this stage, the scale of retail investors in the federal stock market has reached the highest level in decades. After this article is released, as long as it can cause panic and create a stampede effect, the Nasdaq index will inevitably collapse. Tiger Fund will definitely make a lot of money if it arranges in advance." Julian Robertson had just heard another guest chatting at a cocktail party about the reason for Scaife's recent activity. He did not dwell on this matter at this time. After thinking for a moment, he shook his head and said, "It's not enough, it's still not enough." "Of course, I know it's not enough," Scaife said. "So, Julian, I hope we can unite and use our connections to push the Federal Reserve to raise interest rates. In addition, there is the Department of Justice. Although everyone knows that the White House and Westeros are in cahoots, we are still not without room for maneuver. If Ygritte can be split up, with multiple negative stimuli, the Nasdaq index will definitely collapse." After listening to Scaife, Julian Robertson pondered again for a moment before asking, "So, Charlie, what do you want me to do?" Scaife said, "Of course, use your connections. We will work together to promote this matter, avoid fighting alone, and finally benefit together." Julian Robertson's fingertips slowly stroked the document on his knees and said, "Ygritte's antitrust case is still in the investigation stage. In addition, given the White House's position, there will be no results in the short term." Scaife thought for a while and said, "Then find someone to release some news at the right time, such as finding key evidence of Ygritte's suspected monopoly, and splitting is inevitable, and so on." "This is easy." Julian Robertson nodded. The two discussed some details, ended the conversation, left contact information with each other, and were about to leave the study together. Scaife remembered something and said to Robertson, "Julian, I know you and Soros are good friends, and Soros is very close to Simon Westeros." Julian Robertson waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, this is business, I won't say anything I shouldn't say, and George's mind is not on the Federation during this period." Chapter 1058 Murder. At about the same time when Richard Mellon Scaife met Julian Robertson, a small reception was also being held at the White House in Washington. It was also a celebration, but it was much smaller and more sophisticated than the celebration party on the day of the victory. For example, if one paid a little attention to the current political and economic landscape of the Federation, one could easily pick out several core figures of the most powerful Westeros system in the United States from the more than 30 guests present. Joseph Sclapp, one of the leaders of the Westeros family's political lobbying team, Celia Miller, Simon Westeros' personal military affairs assistant, and her husband Philip Miller, as well as Philip Rebold, who should be considered another brother-in-law of Simon Westeros. These were just on the surface. As for which of the cabinet officials or congressmen present were the spokesmen fostered by the Westeros family, only guests with deeper political connections could tell the difference. Yes, Celia. After the failure in Somalia, the Department of Defense plans to outsource some of its business this time. But I have seen the offer you submitted. There are only 2 companies headquartered in Columbus, Ohio and Perth, Western Australia. I have not seen the team proposal from Ukraine. As far as I know, the mercenary team in Ukraine is the most affordable. Celia Miller held a cocktail in her hand and explained to Hillary Clinton, "Madam, the main thing is that we hope to give more opportunities to the federal and Australian teams. What's more, they are all our own people, aren't they?" The two discussed that the United States will resume increasing its military deployment in Africa. With the scars of the Black Hawk Down in 1993 gradually disappearing, and the current strategic situation in Central Africa becoming tense again, and of course due to the lobbying of various interest groups, Clinton plans to re-strengthen military deployment in Africa during his second term. On the other hand, with the success of the Westeros Private Army, and seeing that this private army has received large orders in Eastern Europe, the Middle East, Africa and even Latin America in recent years, other interest groups will certainly not miss this opportunity to dig into the country's walls. Oh no, it's an opportunity to contribute to the country. In order to avoid repeating the mistakes of the U.S. military in Somalia 3 years ago, the Ministry of Defense has become more and more fond of military outsourcing. All parties hit it off. Hillary did not believe Celia's so-called own people rhetoric. She believed that this was Westeros taking the opportunity to strengthen its private army in the United States and Australia. After all, a strong army needs to be honed on the battlefield. The Ukrainian private army 2 years ago was baptized by the Rwandan War and successfully formed an army, directly becoming an important private army in Simon Westeros' hands. Unfortunately, Ukraine is too far away from the United States after all. Due to various rules, the Federation and Australia cannot be deployed as freely as in Eastern Europe. It took more than 2 years of quiet operation before it was formed. According to the information Hillary has seen, the 2 private armies in Ohio and Western Australia under the Westeros system have a total of 3,000 troops that can be directly sent to the battlefield. They are far from the crude and simple ones that could only get some military training orders through a small team at the beginning. Since everyone knows this, Hillary will not get to the bottom of it. What she said just now is just a hint of "I know your intentions." Celia Miller will not take the initiative to confess anything. The two sides chatted warmly for a while, and basically reached some tacit understandings. Celia took her husband's arm and walked away. Hillary looked at the couple walking away intimately, and couldn't help but think of a word, bestie. She just smiled and walked to her husband's side. Clinton was chatting with his Treasury Secretary Bob Rubin and another young man named Philip Raybould. The topic was about Yale. Whether it was the president and his wife, the current Treasury Secretary, or even a certain brother-in-law of Westeros, they all graduated from Yale, and all of them graduated from Yale Law School. Skull and Bones Society, Philip, you are right to refuse to join. Well, I am not saying that just because you were not qualified to join back then. After the 1970s, the Skull and Bones Society declined rapidly, and it would be a waste of time for you to join. In fact, the members who joined the Skull and Bones Society before the 1970s were elites, like our former president's eldest son. It's a bit silly though. Haha, Bob, I've never heard this sentence before. Hey, did you know that our governor of Texas was a cheerleader at Yale? Okay, why do I want to laugh again when I hear that? Haha, it's a shame for men to steal women's business. It's actually quite enviable. Yeah, that's right, haha. The president laughed a few more times, and without ignoring a certain young man, he asked with a smile, by the way, Philip, have the Yale and Harvard football teams, as mortal enemies, had any interesting things happen over the years? Back then, it was a carnival every time for us. Philip Raybould was both self-aware and fearless. He smiled and said, the most exciting thing should be when I was a sophomore. We recomposed the Harvard school song and changed it to the tune of the Yale school song halfway through. Then we led Harvard students to sing it together before the game. Bob Rubin also became interested. This is much more exciting than stealing the Bulldog mascot back then. Philip, how did you change it? Sing it and let's hear it. Philip found his feeling and soon sang a cappella. He turned to the Yale school song. The president and his wife and the financial officer all followed suit, and the atmosphere became more lively. The singing here attracted envious eyes, but after finding out the identity of a certain young man, everyone could only envy him. It's incomparable. The president couldn't leave all his time to Philip. He just chatted for 5 or 6 minutes, didn't forget to ask about his work, encouraged him a few words, and then turned to other guests. Until the end of the cocktail party, Joseph Sclapp found the president again and talked about some serious matters. It was mainly because the Westeros system had been promoting some bills in the fields of telecommunications, the internet, and entertainment. In this election, the Westeros system was extremely low-key. However, the resources that should be given to Clinton were not reduced at all. In order to avoid attracting attention, the investment cost of indirect operation was even higher. The core of American political elections is actually the exchange of interests, whether it is the exchange between politicians and the public, or the exchange between politicians and capital. In short, I give you support and you give me benefits. Compared with a cautious first term, Clinton, who could not pursue a third term, had fewer concerns after being successfully re-elected. Moreover, the reason why the Clintons became the fastest rising political giant around the millennium was the exchange of interests. They loosened up the capital of all parties in the Federation and finally won the continued support in the post-Clinton era. Therefore, the two of them talk very happily. Regarding the antitrust investigation of Ygritte, Joseph, you know my difficulties. Now the prosecutors' offices of 23 federal states are involved, and I need time. Moreover, at the beginning, you should understand why I did this. The results of the investigation launched by the Department of Justice will definitely be much better than that initiated by Congress. I understand, but Mr. President, you should have said hello to Simon last time. I'm also sorry. Things were too urgent at the time. I heard rumors from Congress and had to launch it in advance. Moreover, you know that the election situation at the time was not suitable for the White House to contact Simon. Okay, Joseph Sclapp agreed. Before ending the conversation, he mentioned another thing. Also, Mr. President, maybe you don't know that Simon and Richard Mellon Scaife of the Mellon family had some unpleasantness some time ago. Bill Clinton immediately became energetic again, his eyes lit up. It is not an exaggeration to say that Bill Clinton gnashed his teeth at Richard Mellon Scaife, one of the important behind-the-scenes promoters who spent a lot of money to dig up his own black materials in the past few years. However, even as the president, he could do nothing in the face of the Mellon family, which has been deeply rooted in the federal government for more than a century. If he really did something, it would only give others an advantage. In the federal government, it is often another capital that can fight against capital. Thoughts were racing, and Clinton did not hesitate, and said in a slightly lowered voice, "If you need my help in this matter, you can always ask." As a mature and veteran politician, Clinton would not easily deviate from the rules, but within the rules, if he could suppress the Mellon family that had made him embarrassed in the past few years, he would also be merciless. After talking about everything that needed to be discussed, Joseph Sclapp said goodbye to the president and his wife, left the White House, and hurried back to New York early the next morning. East Hampton, Long Island. This is Saturday, November 9th. Although it was the weekend, Joseph Sclapp still rushed to Long Island after returning to New York to report to his boss on the results of the operations in Washington in the past few days. The meeting place was in the practice room of the National Style Art Troupe in East Hampton by the Sea. The boss's girl A personally led him into the largest room in the training room. As soon as he entered the door, he was greeted by the light singing and dancing accompanied by a warm fragrance. In November, New York could have its first snowfall at any time. A stage was built in this 500-square-meter training room. Below the stage, which was only 50 centimeters high, was a set of sofas. Joseph Sclapp looked away from the girls on the stage and looked at the sofa below. His boss was sitting in the middle, with a lazy posture, hugging left and right, and his legs were raised and resting on the footrest in front of him. In addition to the 4 young girls in thin clothes on both sides of the man on the long sofa, there were 7 or 8 women of various types standing or sitting on the single sofas and other empty seats next to them, surrounding a young man who looked like a king. Joseph felt that this scene was very similar to the classic scenes when some villains appeared in movies. Then, the protagonist often overturned the nest amid the screams of the women's exposed beauty. "All right." Seeing Sclapp enter, Simon signaled the dancers on the stage to pause, but did not stand up. He waited for Sklap to sit on the single sofa that a girl next to him voluntarily gave up, and asked the girl next to him to hand over a 32-page manual with a Chinese landscape painting on the cover, and said with a smile, "That's right, Joseph, listen with me, and see how their performance is from your perspective." Sklap nodded, listening to his boss' instructions in Chinese, and the dance he had just entered the door was accompanied by a pleasant girl's English announcement and explanation, and started again. Joseph Sklap heard a name, opened the manual in his hand, which was obviously enough to make a small collection, and quickly found that against the background of a light landscape painting, there were 2 Chinese characters printed on the first page of the catalog. "There's a fox." Sklap was not familiar with Chinese, but through the English annotations and the picture of a cute fox wandering by the stream on the background of the page, he quickly understood the general meaning of this Oriental poem. Using objects to describe people, through the story of a fox, it tells the lonely mood of a woman who is slowly waiting after her husband went to war. On the stage, accompanied by Oriental classical music, the performance has begun. The dancer, dressed delicately and gracefully like a white fox, slowly came on stage, like shuttling through the woods, like drinking water by the stream. Both the music and the painting seemed lonely and ethereal. Occasionally, he met some companions, and watched others cheering and jumping for joy, but he could not fit in after all, and was still alone in the end. In addition to the dance and the background music, there was occasionally a faint female voice singing, "There's a fox, on the other side of the Key River. My heart is worried, and my son has no clothes. There's a fox, on the other side of the Key River. My heart is worried, and my son has no belt. There's a fox, on the other side of the Key River. My heart is worried, and my son has no clothes." Except for not being able to understand the Chinese chanting, Joseph Sklap had to admit that everything was perfect. When the song ended on the stage, the girls bowed slightly in classical Chinese etiquette to express their gratitude, then floated down like flowing water and went backstage. Joseph Sklap raised his hands to applaud, but gave up when he saw that no one else did. He turned to his boss and said, "It's so beautiful, Simon. I saw in the brochure that it will premiere at the Metropolitan Opera on December 6th. Is that true?" "Of course, the pre-promotion and warm-up has already begun," Simon, still hugging a charming girl, said, and then asked, Joseph, do you understand it?" Joseph nodded. "It's very easy to understand, plus the notes in the brochure. I remembered the whole story after just one look." "That's good. In fact, this is the result I want. If a culture wants to spread in another cultural atmosphere, it must first be understood by people. This is very simple and difficult. If no one understands it by then, it will be embarrassing. How is that possible? Even if we don't understand it, the dance just now was a visual feast," Joseph said, and seemed a little embarrassed, and then said, "Simon, since it's being performed at the Metropolitan Opera, can I book some tickets in advance?" "No problem, I'll give you 10. If you have anyone interested, you can give them to them." Simon nodded, finally straightened up, and said to the girl next to him, "You guys continue practicing. I'll talk to the guests about something and we'll be back soon." Joseph Sklap didn't really want to leave. It was a pleasure to stay here to talk about things, but his boss had already stood up, so he could only follow. The two of them went to the lounge next door and waited for the waitress to bring coffee. Simon asked Relay to hand Sklap a document and said, "We'll talk about other things later. Take a look at this first. It was just sent from Ukraine a few hours ago." Joseph Sklap took the document and opened it, quickly browsing the contents. This was a murder case that just happened in Donetsk Oblast in eastern Ukraine this morning. Yev Sherbin, a businessman in Donetsk Oblast, and his wife went out in the morning. As soon as they left their home, they were shot by several gunmen who had been waiting for a long time. The driver and a bodyguard were also killed. The document also included some photos of the murder scene. It was horrible. The Ouija lobbying team also has an office in Ukraine. His boss attaches so much importance to that country that Joseph Sklap has also made a detailed understanding of the various forces in Ukraine. When he saw Yev Sherbin's name, Sklap knew that this was the leader of the Donetsk gang in eastern Ukraine. And he could roughly guess the ins and outs of it. After all, the conflict between Ukrainian Prime Minister Pavlo Lazarenko's faction and the Donetsk gang in eastern Ukraine has become increasingly acute in the past year as Lazarenko took office as prime minister in order to compete for the industrial assets left over from the former Soviet era in eastern Ukraine. This time, Yev Sherbin was assassinated, which was not unexpected at all. Because just a few months ago, Lazarenko also suffered an open car bomb assassination, but that assassination did not succeed, and all signs also showed that the perpetrator was Yev Sherbin. Therefore, this is obviously a tit for tat by Lazarenko's faction. Chapter 1059, Only the Governor Can Set Fire. After carefully reading the documents in his hand, Joseph Sklap looked up and said to his boss, "Simon, Lazarenko has obviously crossed a line. Considering our interests in Ukraine, in order to ensure that Lazarenko and his family will not reach out to Rivne Oblast, I think we should let the White House express our concern, as well as the federal media. That's why I let you know about this first. Since his subordinates have already thought of it, Simon doesn't need to worry too much," he said. "I will also arrange for Russia to express the same concern. In fact, this matter has nothing to do with us. It's just dog bites dog, but we must ensure that a mad dog will not get carried away and pounce on its owner after biting another dog to death." This metaphor. Joseph Sklap couldn't help but think of something about his boss more than 2 years ago. Simon noticed Sklap's expression and smiled and said, "Joseph, do you know that there is a very interesting little story in the East, called, 'Only officials are allowed to set fires, and ordinary people are not allowed to light lamps'? This is originally an irony, but in fact, in my opinion, this is the way of the world." Without the support of the story, Joseph obviously couldn't understand the essence of the story, but Simon's meaning was very clear. Just like in the training room next door, the boss can hug left and right until he can't hug them all, and the subordinates can only watch. If the strength does not reach a certain level, some things can't be done, or if you do it, you will be unlucky. 2 years ago, if the boss did not have enough strength to support some things, he would definitely be pursued and attacked, and the final result would be unpredictable. What Ukrainian Prime Minister Pavlo Lazarenko did this time, if it was not possible to involve the interests of the Westeros system, would only become an internal dispute in Ukraine. Everyone would watch the excitement, make a few moral accusations, and then go back to their own homes. Now it is different. The Westeros system is betting more and more in Ukraine. Although Lazarenko is so bad at breaking the rules and is not targeting the Westeros system, we can't wait until a politician who is getting more and more rampant reaches out to Rivne Oblast before speaking out. We must knock down all the ideas that a mad dog may have with one stick. America is the best at this. The White House's voice and the publicity are enough to make the Kiev authorities tremble with fear, because the result of disobedience is sanctions and even armed intervention, which is something the Federation is familiar with. Moreover, this time, Simon did not give some people a way out at all, and he would also arrange for the Russian side to speak out and put pressure on the Kiev authorities. However, everything will only remain at the level of warning and pressure. As long as Lazarenko surrenders, there will be no actual action. Simon did not think of beating Lazarenko to death with one stick. He needed the Kiev authorities to remain divided. Otherwise, once Leon Kuchma completely grasped the situation, even if the two sides were very solid allies, it was inevitable that the other party would have some inappropriate thoughts after the dominance of one party, such as thinking that the almost colonial state of Rivne Oblast was too disharmonious and needed to be strengthened. After talking about some detailed arrangements, Simon asked about Sklap's experience in Washington in the past few days. In the practice room next door that was built as a rehearsal stage, Simon had just left with Sklap, and the atmosphere in the room became weird. It was also weird that everyone had their own duties. 2 teachers came on stage to instruct the girls who had just returned to the stage to perform "There's a Fox" on some of their flaws in their movements. Some girls asked the waiter for coffee, and some people couldn't help but look at the only empty seat on the long sofa in the middle after the man left, wondering if they could squeeze through. Then they saw Wei Kansi, who had just sat on Simon's left, curled up and occupied most of the empty seat. Yang Shuli on the other side did the same, slightly sideways, with his weak and boneless body folded, one leg and knee against Wei Kansi's calf, completely occupying the space, obviously intentional. Everyone couldn't help but roll their eyes and secretly spit in their hearts. But there was nothing they could do. The 4 girls on the sofa were Wei Kansi, Gu Yaoshio, Yang Shuli, and Su Fengnian, who still had infinite resentment about his name and got angry when he heard Wei Kansi mutter "auspicious snow means a good harvest." This time, the 4 girls felt that they shared a common hatred. Because Simon came alone today, maybe there would be a chance. In fact, a few months ago, the girls gradually learned who the boss behind the National Style Art Troupe was, and the outrageous treatment of this team, so they were already prepared. Even if Simon Westeros is the richest man in the world, how could he just let them dance after giving them so much? The only obstacle is that there are too many sisters around them. However, this is not too difficult to accept. After coming to the United States, as they got to know each other more, they found that their boss was like this. Well, he liked many girls around him, and they gradually realized his influence in this country and even the world. In addition, even if we only talk about appearance, their boss is also the kind that can easily make girls fall in love, and their inner resistance is getting less and less. However, the difference between imagination and reality seems to be very large. From arriving in the United States to now, in half a year, at least everyone knows that the girls who have been eaten by their boss are only the lucky Li Yaohu and Chen Xingwei some time ago. Li Yaohu had left the art troupe directly and was filming a movie under a big Hollywood director. He would obviously become a big star in the future. As for Chen Xingwei, during this period, just from the surface, everyone could see that her treatment had improved a lot. Having helped his boss to occupy a position, Wei Kancha glanced at Ms. Liu, who was directing the dancers on the stage, retracted his gaze, nudged Guiyao Xiao, who was lying on his shoulder, and said to Du Yang Shuli, "Do you think Xingwei would go crazy if she knew Simon was here?" The performance would start next month. During this period, some girls took turns to go to Manhattan and use the free time when the Metropolitan Opera House was not performing to rehearse on the spot. Therefore, there were less than half of the girls here at the moment, including the two groups of gold hairpins who were composing the music. The group in the main volume was also in Manhattan. The ones who just composed the music were only the 12 girls in the secondary volume. Yang Shuli twisted her body softly and said, "Of course, she was so proud some time ago." Su Fengnian behind Du Yang Shuli whispered, "Today is the day of the 5th Victoria's Secret fashion show. I think Simon may return to Manhattan in the afternoon." Subtext, we may still have no chance. The momentum of the 5th Victoria's Secret fashion show was well known to the girls here. As the Super Bowl of the fashion industry created by someone, it was said to be the last one. They didn't think Simon would miss it. Guiyao Xiao, who was lying on Wei Kansi's shoulder, suddenly said, "Wait, Kansi, ask Simon if we can go to Manhattan to watch the Victoria's Secret show together. He might agree." After Guiyao Xiao finished speaking, Su Fengnian opened his mouth, his face slightly flushed, and said, we, the four of us together." The other three girls all blushed. Yang Shuli said in a self-deceiving way, "Of course, Simon can take whoever he wants to take away." Su Fengnian was a bit straightforward, and she didn't hesitate to pursue her sisters. "What if he wants to take the four of us with him? Then just refuse. Simon never likes to force things." Guiyao Xiao rolled her eyes at her and said, "Just like when Simon first came here this morning, he patted the sofa here and asked who of us would like to sit next to him." Yang Shuli also nodded, and then grabbed Su Fengnian behind him and pinched him. "If I hadn't pulled you over, I'm afraid there would be no place for you." Su Fengnian's face turned even redder. "I didn't ask you to pull me." "Then get up, it's not too late now." "I won't get up, why should I get up?" Guiyao Xiao interrupted the two people's bickering and gestured to a lady on the stage without leaving a trace. "Hey, do you think Simon was with her last night?" Yang Shuli raised his eyebrows. Wei Kansi pouted slightly. Su Fengnian's face was still red, and he awkwardly changed the subject. "We don't talk about this. But, by the way, do you think Simon knows that Kathryn is in love with someone?" There was a moment of silence. In the past 6 months, compared with the past, the girls' lives have been like heaven. Even with the pressure of the year-end tour, as time goes by, everyone relaxes and is no longer so busy. On weekdays, they fully enjoy the various benefits given to them by this job. It can be said that every weekend, the Gulfstream business jet equipped by the art troupe has never been idle. Everyone tacitly takes turns to go to Hawaii, Panama, Mexico, and all the places that can be visited. In East Hampton, they are even more unrestrained. After all, they are a group of beautiful girls who are too outstanding. Even if they are raised by someone to the point of lawlessness, it is difficult to resist the girls from having other thoughts, and it is also inevitable that some people around them will pry and covet them. A few days ago, a girl named Fen Kathryn from the art troupe met a young man from a wealthy family in an archery hall in East Hampton. The other party inquired about the situation here, but did not retreat. Instead, he pursued Fen Kathryn and blocked the door of the art troupe manor to send flowers almost every day. Then, the two confirmed their relationship. The response to this incident within the National Style Art Troupe was also very strange. Everyone was in a state of cold-eyed watching. In fact, the mind was very simple. They just wanted to see the result of Kathryn's doing this. After all, no matter how satisfied you are with your current life, even if you are well prepared for certain things, to a large extent, no one wants to be a caged bird all the time. If Kathryn can leave this luxurious golden bird cage, it probably means that they can also leave smoothly in the future. The contract signed at the beginning was for 5 years, with an annual salary of $100,000. Many girls have actually planned their future. With $500,000 in 5 years, she would be a wealthy woman in China. Even in North America, she could do a lot of things. At the very least, she could buy a house, find a job, and live a good life. Although, there are also girls who are aware of something, that is, they are used to the life in the golden bird cage, surrounded by waiters every day, with delicious food and wine, private jets, and gorgeous clothes and accessories. All of this is definitely not a living standard that can be supported by an annual salary of $100,000. So, in the future, can everyone really return to normal life? The birds in the golden bird cage often do not end well when they are released into the wild. On the sofa in the training room, Xiao spoke first, whispering, "Kathryn is really too stupid. She may not know what that man does or whether he's reliable. She just comes here every day to give flowers and agrees to his pursuit. Who knows what will happen in the future?" Yang Shuli said, "I heard that he is the heir of a very wealthy family. Besides, you have also seen him. Although he is not as handsome as our boss, he is not bad. He seems to be very sincere in pursuing Kathryn." Wei Kancha finally spoke, with a clear position. "It's just that Simon is too easy to talk to. What she eats and uses here every day is enough to buy several rooms of roses. And it's only because Sister Chen is not here during this period, otherwise Sister Chen is not as soft-hearted as Simon." The National Style Art Troupe has no manager in name. In fact, Chen Qing and Lin Su have been in charge of this place. After all, it has been the two women who have been running the art troupe since the selection stage. Lin Su has a soft personality, so many girls subconsciously think that Chen Qing is the big sister. Yet, last time Zuiniao was scolded and cried in front of many people, and she is still traumatized. Xiao Xiao also said, "Anyway, I absolutely don't want to be scolded by Sister Chen. It's too scary." Su Fengnian remembered something again and started to go off topic again. "Hey, tell me, why was Sister Lin on the Forbes list last time, but Sister Chen wasn't? $500 million, that's a lot of money." Xiao Xiao rolled her eyes at her. "Stupid, of course Sister Chen wants to keep a low profile. When the two of them are together, you can tell at a glance that Sister Chen is the one taking care of the outside affairs and Sister Lin is the one taking care of the inside affairs." Su Fengnian was not angry at being called a fool. Instead, he laughed and whispered, "Tell me, do Sister Chen and Sister Lin have that kind of relationship? When Simon is not around, they must have that kind of relationship, just like us." Yang Shuli said, and skillfully grabbed Su Fengnian's cheek and kissed her, and said with a smile, "Haven't you realized yet that this is how Simon arranged us? Until now, the girls have 2 bedrooms each, and there is only one big bed in the bedroom. After a long time, I got used to it unconsciously." They chatted and the others were busy with their own things. After half an hour, the door of the practice room opened again. Simon walked in and returned to the sofa. Wei Kansi and Yang Shuli immediately gave up their seats in the middle. When the man leaned comfortably on the sofa and crossed his legs again, Wei Kansi came over again. "Simon, what do you want to see next?" Simon wrapped his arms around Wei Kansi's slender waist, and his big hands wandered along the girl's curves. Then he pushed her and said, "Your song Jiangjia, come forward and dance it for me." Wei Kansi suddenly felt that she had dug a hole for herself. It's not that she didn't want to go on stage to dance for the man, but once she left, the position here would be taken away by other girls. What should she do then? Chapter 1060 fully unlocked. Wei Kancha reluctantly got up and left Simon's arms, ran to the dressing room behind the stage to put on the carefully designed dance costumes sent from China some time ago. They were made by hand using an ancient silk gauze craft, which was so expensive that it was shocking. Although 3 sets were made for backup, if it weren't for the man coming, she would not easily wear them. When she came to the stage again, the specially adjusted lights here had dimmed. Wei Kancha still saw at a glance that her previous position had been occupied by Guyeo Xiao, and there was another girl beside Guyeo Xiao, named Meng Xiaoan. So she was full of resentment. As a result, the dance of Zhang Jia was even more lonely, sad and lingering, which made the men in the audience applaud, and then asked her to do it again. Bad guy. She still danced again obediently, and fortunately he didn't ask her to continue. Just as she was about to go to the back to change her clothes, she saw the man waving at her, so she went off the stage and walked forward, sitting on his legs, and deliberately squeezed Guyeo Xiao next to her. She actually took my seat. They are no longer good sisters. Guyeo Xiao sensed Wei Kanxi's emotions and was not embarrassed at all. She said, "Kanxi, the clothes are very expensive. You'd better change them first." "No need to change, anyway there are spare ones." Thinking of this, she still looked at the man who was hugging her. Simon held the girl's slender waist, leaned forward to feel it, and asked with a smile, "What's this smell?" "It smells good." "It's not perfume, right?" "It's not perfume, it's incense from China." Wei Kanxi pressed her body towards Simon to make it easier for the man to smell it, and explained, "Besides, this incense has a very interesting name, called Late Tang Dream. It is made with agarwood as the base and honey as the lead, and is made with 4 kinds of petals: clove, magnolia, osmanthus, and jasmine. It is completely different from Western perfumes. Simon, isn't it very special?" Simon felt the soft and warm fragrance coming from Wei Kanxi's body, gently kissed the girl's fair neck, nodded and said, "Yes, a dream of the late Tang dynasty. Prosperity is about to end, drunkenness and dreaming." After being kissed on the neck by the man, Wei Kanxi immediately shrank her neck shyly, with a shy face, but she said, "Simon, every time I hear you say this, I have to doubt whether you are American. You have seen through it. In fact, in the past few hundred years, I have had many identities, just like in this man from Earth. Of course I've been to the United States. Haha, we've seen that movie, it's very interesting. I heard that you did the bull pulling scene yourself." "Yes, they couldn't pull it open, and I happen to be very strong. Yet, I can feel it." Wei Kancha nodded his head, sitting on the man's lap and talking to him as if no one was around. "Simon, are you going back to Manhattan tonight?" "Of course, the 5th Victoria's Secret fashion show, you know." Wei Kancha was immediately disappointed, but couldn't help but test, "Then, can we go and see it together?" "The scene, actually there's nothing, it's not so beautiful. The main thing is to go to the party," Simon said, and seeing the pitiful expression of the girl in his arms, he smiled. "If you want to see it, of course there is no problem." Wei Kancha's slender and soft body pressed against Simon again, and he took the initiative to hug the man's neck, expectantly. "Simon, tonight, can we accompany you?" Simon asked with a smile. "Who are you?" "Yeo Xiao and the others." Wei Kancha gestured to the side. Although he was very dissatisfied with Yeo Xiao occupying his seat just now, in order to win the favor of the man, he still took the initiative to pull her along. Simon smiled evilly and pressed on, "Only you two." Wei Kanxi pouted slightly, and with a resentful expression, he gestured to Yang Shuli and the other 2 beside him, and whispered, "Simon, you like as many as you want, of course it's as many as you want. That won't do. Since you proposed it, of course you have to help me choose, but remember, I just said that I am very strong. If you think you can do it alone, but you can't stand it, then it's not my fault." Wei Kanxi's face was red. "Simon, you are so mean." "Think about it carefully." Simon stroked the light gauze on the girl's body, turned his head, and waited for a female teacher who was guarding behind him to come over and ordered, "I suddenly want to listen to 10 sides of ambush." The female teacher, who was still charming in her middle age, nodded and walked to the right side of the stage, where the 12 female bands named after the 2nd volume of the 12 Beauties of Jinling were named. Simon also pushed Wei Kanxi in his arms. "Go change your clothes, they are for performance, don't damage them." After finalizing something, Wei Kanxi stood up obediently this time and went to the dressing room behind the stage. Watching Wei Kanxi leave, while the band was still preparing, Simon looked around and smiled as he gestured to Su Fengnian beside Yang Shuli. "Come, let me see your jade." Su Fengnian had just heard the conversation between Simon and Wei Kanxi, and was feeling a little inexplicably expectant and anxious, wondering if Wei Kanxi would take her along later. When she heard the man calling her, she subconsciously stood up, and then her face turned red again. She went forward more obediently, and was pulled by the man's hand, so she sat on his lap like Wei Kansi. Because of someone's request, the girls in the National Style Art Troupe all wore the identity jade pendants that were originally customized for them, and, obviously on purpose, the straps of the jade pendants were neither too long nor too short, just buried in their chests. Therefore, what men call seeing jade often has a little bit of amorous feelings. Holding the light and well-behaved girl on his body, Simon was not in a hurry, but asked, "By the way, what's your name?" Su Fengnian suddenly became resentful. Whether the man really didn't remember her name, or he was teasing her on purpose like Kansi did. Come to think of it, why do I feel that Kansi is such a weird name, and it's 100 times better than Fengnian? How great it would be if I could have gotten this name. Simon left East Hampton before lunch. Wei Kansi followed, and the girl hesitated for a while, but took the initiative to bring the other 3 girls who sat with Simon in the morning, Guye Shao, Yang Shuli and Su Fengnian. At a certain moment when they left with him on the helicopter, I felt that I was just like a little woman in the deep palace who took the initiative to think about how to please her emperor. Or, most of the girls in the entire Guofang art troupe are like this, and everyone subconsciously doesn't think there's much wrong with Simon Westeros having hundreds of girls. $1.5 trillion, rich enough to rival a country. And recently, the net worth of men has increased a lot. After arriving in Manhattan and having lunch, they were originally here for the Victoria's Secret fashion show, but in the afternoon they were no longer in a hurry to go there. The girls were not short of this kind of scheming. Even though they were all very confident in their appearance and figure, they could not compare to those big fairies who could walk on the Victoria's Secret tea stage. The man gave them the choice again, so Wei Kansi suggested going to some museums. There are many top museums in New York. The result was rejected. Simon didn't want to be watched, but the girls' wishes were still met. In the afternoon, they went to several collectors' private collection rooms in succession. Whether it was Eastern and Western paintings, sculptures, ancient books, porcelain, they had everything. They also saw mummies that were said to be from Egypt. The degree of dizziness was no less than those large museums. Finally, at a jewelry collector who made the girls' eyes light up, Simon asked them to choose a gift each. After a little humility, they didn't refuse again. The girls thought they had done their duty and picked the jewelry they thought was just right, and they liked it very much. However, when the owner with a smile on his face handed over a set of carefully packaged necklaces and brooches, Wei Kansi saw some appraisal certificates and documents. He curiously opened them and took a look. He was frightened by the 7-digit price tag on the documents and almost threw the documents away. He pitifully asked the man if he didn't want it. In the end, he bought it. He couldn't help but feel that even if he sold himself, it wouldn't be enough. In any case, in the end, she would definitely be his woman in the future. He secretly glanced at the other 3 girls, and they all had similar reactions. So he realized that this jewelry collector might not have any cheap things here. However, thinking about it again, these were nothing to him. He spent $1 million, and they spent $100, which was probably about the same. He didn't return to the apartment on 5th Avenue until after 7 o'clock in the evening. Then, after dinner, the 4 girls inexplicably lost interest in tonight's Victoria's Secret fashion show. Men and women have a lot of things to do at night, and a man and 4 women can do even more, so Simon no longer paid attention to tonight's Victoria's Secret fashion show and the after party. On the other hand, the 5th Victoria's Secret fashion show, which has been widely followed by the media for a few months, seems to have raised the winter temperature in Manhattan tonight. The whole city is filled with a hot and restless atmosphere. The most popular angel supermodels in the past few years have all gathered tonight. Whether it is the on-site tickets for the Lexington Avenue Armory or the invitations to the after party, it is hard to get a ticket during this period. As a result, tens of thousands of Victoria's Secret fans blocked the Lexington Avenue Armory, and then gathered outside the Gramercy Hotel where the after party was held. Even though they knew that they were destined not to see the angels, they still insisted on not dispersing, and the city government had to send more police to maintain order nearby. Although many people noticed that Simon Westeros did not show up from beginning to end that night, both the much-anticipated Angel Army and the many guests at the scene or at the party were immersed in the carnival. A grand and perfect carnival night. The next morning, print media, television and online platforms all reported on the grand occasion of last night's Victoria's Secret fashion show, which made the public's expectations for the TV broadcast on November 18 reach the highest level. The official also announced in time that the TV broadcast version of the last Victoria's Secret fashion show would be extended by half an hour, and a part of the special highlight specially prepared for the audience would be added. In the penthouse on 68th Street on 5th Avenue. The same morning, Carmen Case, who is becoming more and more proficient in her role as a life assistant, just feels that today is quite special. It's past 9 o'clock, and her boss hasn't gotten up yet. This is the first time Carmen has encountered this, and judging from the obviously strange expression of the housekeeper Angie Davis, she probably doesn't encounter it often. The apartment was big enough. When her boss was with other women, she would not disturb him. After breakfast, A sorted out some documents for today. When Carmen came to her study to deliver coffee, she noticed something was wrong. She asked casually and learned that her boss had not gotten up yet and his expression was obviously strange. Then she was a little worried. Men who indulged themselves too much would occasionally have bad results. Thinking of this, A left the study and went to the master bedroom on the 3rd floor of this top duplex apartment. She knocked on the door and got a response. She pushed it open a little and heard the sound coming from inside. After a short pause, she quietly retreated again. After about an hour, A, who chose to sit in the living room downstairs to read documents, saw her boss coming down the stairs. So she got up to greet him. Angry and Carmen also appeared together. Simon glanced at the expressions of the women and told Angry, "Send 3 breakfasts upstairs. They will eat in the bedroom. I can eat here." Then he turned to the dining room. Girl A followed and waited for her boss to sit down at the table. After giving Carmen a few simple instructions and sending her away, she rested her chin on her hand and asked curiously, "Boss, today, well, do you feel good?" The girls were all top dancers carefully selected, and Simon couldn't feel any better after unlocking 4x 100%. Faced with Girl A's rare curiosity, Simon also cooperated and joked, "You can't compare anyway." Girl A instinctively felt a little unconvinced, but after thinking about it, she found that she had no way to refute it. Carmen soon came back again and gave her boss a glass of milk and biscuits to fill her stomach first. Simon took a sip of milk from the cup, and then asked Girl A, "What happened today?" Girl A pushed over a stack of newspapers and documents she had just brought over, and said, "Last night's Victoria's Secret fashion show was very successful, and today there was news everywhere. Lexington Avenue was blocked until 2 in the morning. I heard that a young boy from Canada waited until late at night. The cold weather and physical exhaustion caused cardiac arrest. Fortunately, he was sent to the hospital in time." Simon had never experienced star chasing and worshipping in his past and present lives, but he could understand the crazy behavior of such crazy fans. After 5 consecutive years of Victoria's Secret fashion shows, even if it is not as easy to attract fans as singers and movie stars, the number of fans accumulated by the Angels is still huge. Picking up a cookie and eating it, Simon flipped through today's New York Times and said, "Perhaps we should remind Grace to pay attention to the safety of the girls and avoid the same thing as Rebecca Schiffer did back then. I don't think it's a big problem. Or, should we give them a pair of female guards?" Simon pretended to be choked by cookie crumbs and coughed twice, shaking his head and said, "Go on, change the subject." Girl A rolled her eyes at her boss and said, "Yesterday afternoon, the girl named Kathryn moved out of the National Style Art Troupe. All the procedures have been completed. Her position in the tour next month will also be replaced. According to the boss's instructions, her name and jade pendant have been taken back. I have sent an email to Chen to replace another girl." Simon just hummed. Simon never forced the women around him. As long as they didn't do anything too outrageous, they could leave at any time. It was probably the same with the National Style Art Troupe. Simon didn't force them, nor did he deny his possessiveness. Since the girl had someone in her heart, it was definitely not suitable for her to stay. There was nothing to say. Girl A looked at her boss's expression and took the initiative to change the subject, saying, "Also, regarding the murder of Yev Sherbin in Ukraine yesterday, the White House will speak out tomorrow. The New York Times and several other newspapers will follow up, and arrangements have been made for Russia as well. It's enough to set a standard. I don't want Lazarenko to fall in the short term because of this. I understand." Girl A said she would remember it, and pointed to a pile of newspapers in front of Simon and said, "Finally, boss, there's a very interesting press release from Richard Mellon Scaife down there." Scaife also met with Gillian Robertson, the founder of Tiger Fund, on Friday night. Simon didn't rush to find the document, but curiously asked, Scaife is an extreme rightist. Isn't Robertson a Democrat? Robertson is also a Republican. Over the years, he has donated more than $1 million in political donations to various aspects of the Republican Party, and has almost no support for the Democratic Party. Simon only then knew. The main reason is that although Soros also steps on two boats, he is still mainly a supporter of the Democratic Party. Soros and Robertson have a good relationship, and Simon subconsciously thought that the other party is also a supporter of the Democratic Party. However, Simon didn't have any entanglement about this. Even within the Westeros system, although the overall preference was for the Democratic Party because of Simon, many core executives were supporters of the Republican Party. Simon was actually happy to see this happen, and it was a kind of legitimate bet on both sides. As for Richard Mellon Scaife's private actions, Simon had always known about it. The private intelligence network team of the Westeros family has always had abundant resources. After all, it is not a country. Just like the huge profits generated by the companies under the Westeros system have nowhere to go, it was not easy to catch a Richard Mellon Scaife. If Simon didn't keep a close eye on the other party until he was completely transparent, his efforts over the years would be in vain. In fact, after Simon and Timothy Mellon had a showdown last time, Scaife, who realized that he was being monitored, was very upset, but it was all in vain. During this period, all kinds of private connections of the other party were completely in Simon's eyes. As Simon gradually began to lay out various traditional industries in the Federation, the super new money of the Westeros family has become more and more threatening to the huge old money capital in the United States. In recent years, the most acute potential contradiction is undoubtedly the conflict of interest between the internet and print media, which can be called a struggle for survival. If it were not for Simon's attack on the Hearst family 2 years ago, which was so fierce that it made people jealous, and then he appropriately attracted and compensated a group of print media groups, the current Westeros system would definitely be a thorn in the eyes of traditional American print media. However, these contradictions still exist. In the future, it will not only be traditional print media, but also medical, mining, transportation, national defense and other fields, in which Simon will be involved. Instead of letting various contradictions accumulate, it is better to let them take the initiative to erupt a small-scale outbreak, so that Simon can defeat them one by one. Chatting with Girl A in this way, waiting for Carmen to bring breakfast, Simon almost finished eating, and then turned to the press release that would definitely scare Richard Mellon Scaife if he saw it here. It was a very exciting article. Simon expected that Scaife would point the finger at technology stocks. The current new technology bubble is the most obvious target, not to mention that it involves huge interests. As long as the right direction is bet, it is enough to make the super rich rich again. However, even if the new technology bubble really collapses, the impact on the Westeros system, which has been prepared, is actually very small, and it can even allow the Westeros system to further expand its new technology industry map. The unlucky ones are just a large number of startups and investors from all sides. Even if there is some expectation for this, Simon still has to do what he should do, so as not to make people feel like he is punching the air. What's more, since Scaife has found Julian Robertson, who has always been pessimistic about technology stocks, Simon is also very curious. If Tiger Fund insists on shorting this time, just like in the original Time and Space, because of betting on the wrong direction, the fund will suffer huge losses and be liquidated directly. How will Robertson explain to investors, and how will the Mellon family explain to Robertson? Chapter 1061, Excessive Force. November 11th, a new week. The fashion topic triggered by the Victoria's Secret fashion show is still continuing. For those who pay attention to global current affairs and politics, in addition to the waves of the US election last week, a political melon surrounding Ukraine seems to have suddenly exploded. That morning, several influential newspapers in the United States, such as the New York Times, the Washington Post, and the Los Angeles Times, reported on the assassination of Yev Sherbin, an entrepreneur in Donetsk state and an important figure in the Ukrainian Liberal Party, on November 9, local time in Ukraine. Although different newspapers reported on this incident from different angles and did not name names, they all criticized the deteriorating business environment and increasingly extreme and sharp party struggles in Ukraine. Immediately afterwards, at the White House press conference that morning, in response to reporters' inquiries, the White House spokesman also expressed his concern about the incident and expressed his concerns about Ukraine's promotion of democratization and the degree of openness of the market economy. At the same time, considering that the large amount of international capital's investment in Ukraine in recent years has not only promoted the country's economic development, but also brought millions of jobs to the local area. The White House spokesman called on the Kiev authorities to take measures to ensure the legitimate rights and interests of overseas investors. The matter did not stop there. On the same day, important Russian newspapers such as Izvestia, Pravda, and Rossiyskaya Gazeta also reported on the assassination of Sir Ben, as well as the same concerns from the Kremlin. The two big brothers spoke out at the same time on the same issue, and the assassination case, which was expected to be confined to Ukraine, immediately became known to the world. No one was stupid enough to think that the United States and Russia would speak out of a sense of justice or seemingly insignificant reasons, so they followed suit. In addition, the industrially developed and resource-rich eastern Ukrainian region was already a hotspot that many people paid close attention to, and Donetsk immediately became the focus of close attention from media from all over the world. Ukraine, Kiev. The day after the matter began to ferment, Pavlo Lazarenko, who had not rested all night last night, received a notice and hurried to the presidential palace. As soon as he entered the office, Leon Kuchma threw a pile of newspaper copies and the roar that followed. "You idiot, look at what you have done. Now the whole world is watching us. The representative of the International Monetary Fund just called me and said that they may re-examine the loan fund's twice next year. Do you know what chain reaction this will trigger if this matter is not handled properly, you son of a bitch?" Lazarenko was unable to dodge and subconsciously clenched his fists. Seeing Kuchma staring at him fiercely behind the desk, he had to quickly adjust his mood and said, "Leon, I don't quite understand what you are saying." Before he finished speaking, a coffee cup flew over again. Lazarenko barely dodged this time, but was still splashed with juice. He wiped his collar in embarrassment, suppressed the anger in his heart again, and finally said, "I mean, someone is targeting me. You need me to tell you, even a blind man can see it," Leon Kuchma said in a stern tone. "I'm asking you now, how do you plan to end it?" Well, anyway, no one will find those killers." Kuchma grabbed another folder and threw it over, cursing, "So you are an idiot. If you can't find those killers, you plan to take the blame yourself." Leon, I don't want to listen to your nonsense. I'll give you a week to settle this case. Also, don't reach out to Donetsk again, including the bitch next to you. You all better restrain yourself, or I'll let you get out of the position of Prime Minister. Idiot, did you hear what I said?" Lazarenko gritted his teeth and finally said, "I understand, Leon. Call me Mr. President from now on." Lazarenko felt a chill in his heart. Kuchma no longer regarded him as his confidant. After hesitating for a moment, he finally nodded, "Yes, Mr. President. Go away. Remember, you only have 1 week." Lazarenko did not leave. In the end, he could not help but ask, "Mr. President, I still want to know who is targeting me. Get out." After Lazarenko left in disgrace, Leon Kuchma, who was furious, leaned back in the leather chair and calmed down for a while. However, thinking about the continuous communication with the U.S. ambassador to Ukraine and the representative of the International Monetary Fund in the morning, he still felt a headache. After 2 years of hard work, the domestic situation in Ukraine has finally stabilized, and the economic decline has been barely stopped. At this time, this country really can't stand too much waves. Unexpectedly, the left and right arms that he once relied on would cause such a big mess for him. Leon Kuchma actually knew exactly how Lazarenko and the woman around him were being greedy, but frankly speaking, in Ukraine today, the eldest brother should not laugh at the second brother, and everyone is like this, and he has no position to be too strict about this. However, after experiencing this incident and looking at what Lazarenko has done in recent years, Kuchma gradually realized that his former ally, both in terms of ambition and strength, was increasing rapidly. If this continues, referring to this year's Russian election, with Lazarenko and Tymoshenko being a perfect political and business combination, who can guarantee that Lazarenko will follow suit in 3 years, replacing the president with the prime minister in 1994? At first, he was still a little hesitant, but this sudden incident finally made Kuchma determined to take down Lazarenko. However, because Lazarenko himself has a solid foundation, this matter is actually not easy. After reorganizing his thoughts, Kuchma pressed the call button on the desk phone and asked his secretary to call his son-in-law. When Viktor Pinchuk came in, Kuchma said without much nonsense, "Viktor, Go to Rivne immediately and test what Simon Westeros wants to do. Viktor Pinchik heard this and keenly connected it to something. Leon, are you saying that the turmoil caused by the Donetsk incident was pushed by Westeros? Leon Kuchma nodded. When he met with the American ambassador, the other party did not hide this matter, but the ambassador was unaware of the deeper inside story. When Kuchma first knew about it, he was inevitably angry, but after calming down, he found that he still had to deal with it seriously. After all, the current strength of the Westeros system is too huge, and in Rovna Oblast, the Rovna gang, which is backed by the Westeros system, has also become powerful. Recently, with the completion of the Ukrainian parliamentary election bill, it has also registered the Ukrainian Progressive Alliance Party to promote economic development and improve people's living standards, which clearly points to the Ukrainian parliamentary election next year. Although the Rovna gang clearly stands on his side and can be regarded as an ally, deep in his heart, Kuchma is far more afraid of the Rovna gang than relying on it. It is an instinctive thought for anyone to not allow others to sleep soundly beside the bed, let alone the head of a country. What's more, the strength of the Westeros system is so strong that once the other party turns against him, Kuchma is not sure whether he can resist. Just like this time, it was a complete surprise attack. Even if he knew that it was not aimed at him, Kuchma's fear was inevitable. Unfortunately, Leon Kuchma knew that his current position was not as stable as a rock. Not only was there a potential rival like Lazarenko who was obviously disloyal, but the Donetsk gang, which was rapidly taking shape based on the industrial foundation of eastern Ukraine, was also eyeing the power of Kiev. If he fell out with a strong supporter like the Rovna gang at this time, his opponents would probably wake up laughing in their dreams. Since it was impossible to fall out, of course he had to work hard to maintain this relationship. In Leon Kuchma's view, this was a good opportunity. Westeros was obviously dissatisfied with Lazarenko. If he pushed again, he would basically cut off the possibility of Lazarenko competing with him in the future. As for the Donetsk gang, Kuchma felt that Simon Westeros was making such a big fuss not just to hit Lazarenko. Perhaps the other party also had his eyes on the industrial assets in eastern Ukraine. If he could provoke a conflict between the Rovna gang and the Donetsk gang through this incident, he could just sit back and reap the benefits. According to his own thinking, Kuchma gave his son-in-law some instructions, and Viktor Pinchik hurriedly left Kiev and rushed to Rivne. On the other side, after leaving the presidential palace, Lazarenko returned to the prime minister's residence. Timoshenko, as a solid ally, was already waiting here. Seeing Lazarenko's face full of anger, Timoshenko didn't waste any words and directly talked about her own inference. Although they didn't have Kuchma's direct connections, there were too many signs, and it was actually easy to judge. Speaking of which, some time ago, Lazarenko wanted to get a share of Westeros's $200 million resettlement community construction plan, so that a shell company controlled by Timoshenko could get the steel order for the resettlement community. As a result, it came back empty-handed in a bidding held by Oldek. Lazarenko, who is resentful, deliberately delayed the approval of the Rovna thermal power plant project even though Kuchma had said hello. This is just one of them. Timoshenko, who had tried to make friends with the Westeros system several times but failed, was also very dissatisfied with the Rovna gang. As a local snake with the prime minister's backing, it was easy for her to put pressure on the Rovna gang. Now, a basin of cold water was poured on her head, and she instantly sobered up. Not to mention the terrifying size of the gang, the ability to mobilize the two major powers of the United States and Russia to speak together at the same time is not something that small shrimps like them should provoke. After a long-term plan, Timoshenko also secretly set out from Kiev and rushed to Rivne. The death of the leader Yevshurbin plunged the Donetsk gang into chaos. When many people thought that the Donetsk gang would be completely at a disadvantage in the struggle with Lazarenko's faction, they did not expect that the turn of events would come so suddenly and violently. The two world-class big brothers expressed their concern about Sherbin's assassination. In addition, the Westeros system deliberately spread the news, and the Donetsk gang also responded quickly. So, still on the morning of the same day, the deputy governor of Donetsk Oblast named Viktor Yanukovych went to Rivne as a representative of the Donetsk gang to try to contact the Rovna gang. The three important forces in Ukraine gathered in Rivne at this stage. The core members of the Rovna gang could not handle it at all, so they could only contact Simon himself. Simon returned to the west coast of the United States on Monday, November 11th. Due to the time difference, he received the news on Tuesday morning. After listening to Celia Miller's report on the phone, Even though he had considered it in advance and didn't want to make too much noise, he still found that he had overdone it. Thinking about it, it's not too surprising. In fact, Simon underestimated the current power of the Westeros system and overestimated the ability of various Ukrainian forces to withstand the pressure from the two major powers. If Ukraine is compared to a company, its GDP of about $45 billion this year is only slightly stronger than the revenue of Daenerys Entertainment Group in the Westeros system. In terms of profitability, Daenerys Entertainment's net profit of more than $5 billion in the past fiscal year is even better than Ukraine, which can only survive on debt. Therefore, in terms of pure economic strength, Ukraine is not even as good as Daenerys Entertainment. Therefore, whether it is the Rovna gang supported by Simon, the Petrovsk gang that controls the Kiev regime, or even the Donetsk gang in the industrial center of eastern Ukraine, they are actually just maneuvering in such a system whose economic strength is not as good as that of a super media and entertainment giant in Simon's hands. To put it bluntly, for Simon, the disputes among various forces in Ukraine can only be regarded as chickens fighting each other. When the two giants watching under the control of the Westeros system did not intend to attack but just pretended to slap, the chickens pecking at each other would be scared and flee, because they did not know whether the giants were really going to hit them. And with the strength of the giants, if they really hit the real place, it would be the end of the chickens dying in minutes. Celia Miller rushed to Ukraine with her boss's instructions. The private plane arrived over Rivne Oblast. Looking down through the porthole, the first snow of winter had fallen on this land, and many areas were covered with snow. However, compared with the quiet and even silent villages, towns, forests and wilderness in the snow, Rivne, the capital of Rivne Oblast, which can be felt at a glance as being full of vitality, is different. Under the clear sky in the daytime, the private plane lowered its altitude and passed over Rivne. It can be clearly seen that many construction sites in various parts of the city are still busy, and the resettlement community built with dozens of apartment buildings on the banks of the Ustye River in the northeast of the city is even more eye-catching. Sergei Kermorov and Vladimir Kokoshko came to meet them at the airport. Celia got off the plane and felt the cold wind blowing around her. She shrank her neck and asked Sergei, who came to meet her, in Russian, which she had become more and more proficient in over the past 2 years. I saw many construction sites still under construction on the plane. It has already snowed. Is it okay to do this? Sergei, who is wearing a black windbreaker, said, now the daytime temperature can still be kept above 0 degrees, so there is no big problem with construction. When the temperature is below 0 24 hours a day in December, most of the projects will have to be stopped. A small amount will continue, but insulation measures must be taken and antifreeze materials must be replaced, which will increase the cost a lot. At least the resettlement community will not do this. Celia nodded, took a pair of gloves handed over by her assistant Emily and put them on, and walked towards the convoy parked beside the runway. Seeing that Celia seemed not in a hurry, Vladimir could not help but ask, Ms. Miller, Pinchuk, Timoshenko and the deputy governor from Donetsk are waiting in the city. What is Simon's plan? Celia did not answer directly, but said, according to the schedule I sent in advance, is the dinner ready? Of course, but are you only entertaining Pinchuk? Celia nodded and said, this is Simon's arrangement. We have always been allies with Kuchma, and this will not change. Of course, allies must have a good relationship. Of course, this is under the premise that our allies are in the position of winners. In addition, I will talk to Yanukovych tomorrow morning. Sergei, Vladimir, you will also participate in this meeting tomorrow. To ensure the development of Rivne Oblast, we need to have a certain control over Donetsk's coal resources. Finally, Timoshenko, the boss's original words were, ignore her. For the various forces on the Ukrainian side, Simon's core strategy is actually very simple, to grasp the main contradiction. Leon Kuchma is this main contradiction. As for others, such as Lazarenko's faction, Simon would let them do whatever they want. As long as they don't provoke him too much, he would be happy to watch the show. Simon also believed that after this public opinion storm, all parties would be cautious when they wanted to reach out to Rivne Oblast. As he spoke, he had already come to the side of the convoy. Celia paused and finished talking to Sergei and the others, and finally said, I will go to the villa in the south of the city to rest first. I will attend the banquet on time in the evening. You can go and do your own things first. The two nodded, and Sergei said again, Celia, the batch of villas we built on the shore of Lake Basf has been completed. You have one. Don't you plan to live there and try it out? Celia smiled and shook her head. No, I will stay in the villa in the south of the city tonight, and I will go to the manor in the north of the city tomorrow night. This is also arranged by the boss. Both of them smiled and expressed their understanding. This is their boss asking Celia to see if the group of girls are restless. Speaking of which, for those girls, not to mention Vladimir Kokoshko, whose own daughter is among them, other core members of the Westeros system in Rivne Oblast are extremely concerned. Of course, it is definitely not a concern with some thoughts, but to avoid those girls from being coveted by others as much as possible, so as not to cause them to suffer the wrath of their own boss. After all, with their current status and position, they have no shortage of women, and ensuring their own wealth and power is the first priority. And all this comes from a young man behind a group of girls. P.S. Suddenly found a big bug. I got the east and west wrong again. The Rivne shantytown and resettlement community in the setting are all in the east or northeast, but it was written in the west. My thinking must have been wrong a lot of times. I was awakened when I stared at the map today. The west should be a middle-class community including the UFMS family community, and the east and north are civilian areas and industrial areas. I have written the east coast and west coast of the US reversed before, and every time I write it afterwards I get a kick. I didn't expect that there would be another thing that is not distinguished. I am sad. I will start to change it from this chapter, and I will modify the previous ones if possible. Chapter 1062 Mini Casino. The owner of a large Spanish fashion group had planned to come to Rivne for an inspection in the next few days. If the investment plan is finalized, it will bring at least 3,000 jobs to Rivne. Unexpectedly, such a vicious incident suddenly happened in Donetsk. The boss hesitated, which is why Simon was angry. Victor, Simon meant that we are just businessmen and do not want to get too involved in the politics of other countries. However, as investors, since we have created enough welfare for the Ukrainian people, our interests should also be protected. The evening banquet was arranged in a high-end hotel under the Oldek Company in the city center. The two sides of the long table were filled with the core members of the Rivne gang. The only guest was the president's son-in-law, Viktor Pinchuk. Viktor Pinchuk was arranged to sit with Celia Miller. After hearing the explanation of Westeros confidant, he was half believing and half doubting in his heart, but his face was extremely sincere. We are very sorry about this, Celia. The president has personally inquired about this incident. I promise to give everyone an explanation in the short term, but the adverse effects of this incident have already been formed. Viktor Pinchuk shook his head and said, no, it's different. The incident happened in Donetsk and has nothing to do with Rivne. I believe that after serious communication, the Spanish entrepreneur will understand. Moreover, the president has always paid great attention to Rivne Oblast, and he also recognizes that Andrei, Vladimir, Sergei, and Krim are jointly leading the development of this area. In this case, we are very grateful for the trust of the president. Pinchuk added, in fact, the president has also paid attention to the resettlement community project invested by Mr. Westeros in Rivne. This is the true social responsibility of entrepreneurs. Therefore, the president also hopes to take the time to come and see it in person and express his gratitude to the builders of the project. The president's son-in-law raised his voice slightly when he said this, and everyone present was smart, and they all echoed and welcomed it. Only he was invited to the banquet tonight, and the Sherbin assassination case was successfully handled. Looking at the attitude of everyone at this time, Viktor Pinchuk was very satisfied with the result of this trip to Rovna. At least on the surface, Simon Westeros had no intention of changing camps. Next, unless the other party makes substantive moves, the alliance between the two sides will remain strong. The waiter served the dishes again, and the conversation paused briefly. After tasting the charcoal-grilled sturgeon that had just been served, Viktor Pinchuk continued, in addition, Celia, the president is very disappointed with the lag and chaos in Donetsk in recent years. If Mr. Westeros is interested in investing in eastern Ukraine, Kiev can provide all convenient conditions. Pinchuk's tone was sincere. Celia, who had been in the political circle for many years, immediately felt the possible intentions of Kuchma. The other party hoped that the Westeros system could help him suppress the Donetsk gang, which has quickly formed its own system in recent years and confronted the Kiev authorities. This matter has its pros and cons. The disadvantage is that if they really listened to Pinchuk's instigation, they would not only be used as a gun, but Donetsk would not be so easy to swallow. Otherwise Lazarenko's faction would not have repeatedly hid a wall in Donetsk in recent years. The benefits are also obvious. Donetsk Oblast has more than 90% of Ukraine's coal resources, which is necessary for the western states to expand the thermal power network with Rivne as the core. In addition, there is heavy industry in the Donetsk region. This is also the most solid asset inherited by Ukraine from the former Soviet Union. If it can be swallowed and the potential of related steel, machinery, chemical and other industries can be re-stimulated through transformation and integration, it may even become the Pittsburgh of Europe in the future. However, these can only be thought about. Celia talked to her boss, and the focus of Westeros Systems operations in Ukraine will not change in the next 5 to 10 years. It will still be centered on Rivne Oblast and mainly develop light industry. Of course, taking advantage of this opportunity, the Donetsk gang has already sent representatives here, and Kiev has such an attitude, which just happens to be a good opportunity to get involved in Donetsk's coal resources, which are enough for the entire Ukraine to burn for a century. Thinking of this, Celia remained calm on the surface, and seemed very interested in Pinchuk's suggestion, but did not make any substantial promises. Viktor Pinchuk finally talked about the Ukrainian Progressive Alliance Party established by the Rivne gang. On the one hand, Celia reiterated on behalf of her boss that she would not interfere too much in Ukraine's internal political issues, and on the other hand, she directly guaranteed on behalf of the core members of the Rivne gang that the Progressive Alliance would only stand with the Kiev authorities. He also half-jokingly said that if the president had not insisted on not establishing a party, Rivne Oblast would not have needed so much trouble. It's also interesting to say, after the disintegration of the Soviet Union, Leon Kuchma did not form or join any party organization, so the Ukrainian president is one of the few non-partisan heads of state in the world. The dinner ended happily. In the villa by the lake in the south of the city, Celia and her assistant Emily Joplin stayed here last night. The three girls in the villa, who were becoming more and more free, had just returned from Japan a few days ago. During breakfast, they talked to Celia about their travel experiences. Eve Besanoskova, who had heard the news and quietly came here, was also sitting at the table. Celia felt the carefree tone of the three girls. When Ekaterina finished speaking, she looked at Natalia Leodeeva with a smile on her face. Nada, if I remember correctly, you are already 18 years old, right? Yes, Natalia nodded, last month. The girl said with a curved corner of her mouth, remembering that although she didn't see a certain man last month, she received a birthday gift from him. Celia's tone was still gentle and concerned. Have you ever thought about going to college? Natalia blinked slightly in confusion. For a moment, she didn't understand why Celia asked this question. However, the girl quickly said, I'll listen to Simon's arrangements. Simon doesn't have time to arrange these for you, Celia said. Even if you are satisfied with your current life, even if it continues like this, Simon will have no problem, but you still need to consider the future properly. After all, you can't live like this for the rest of your life. The future? Exclamation mark. The three girls were all startled, and then they found that 2 years had passed without them realizing it. These were definitely the happiest and most carefree 2 years in their lives. Therefore, when Celia mentioned it, the girls realized that time was really fast. Natalia was already 18 years old, and Ekaterina and Evgenia had only been adults for the past 1 or 2 years. In fact, of course, they occasionally thought about the future. It's just that now is so beautiful, and the men have no dissatisfaction with them. In this state, how can they think too much about the future? Celia's words made the girls wake up. Yes. After all, it's impossible to live like this forever. But, what should we do? Seeing that the three little chicks were no longer excited, Celia was very satisfied and picked up the spoon to eat oatmeal porridge. Emily, the female assistant who had been with Celia for 2 years, listened to the conversation just now, and the corners of her mouth curled up quietly. She understood her boss's thoughts very well. Why do I work so hard, while you little girls are so carefree? The atmosphere was silent for a moment, and Natalia spoke again, with a little expectation and uneasiness. Celia, when will Simon come to Ukraine next time? The girl asked, and Besanoskova, who had been eating quietly, paused for a moment, and couldn't help but look at Celia. Celia shrugged, I don't know, but Thanksgiving and Christmas are coming soon in North America. At least, the boss should not have time to come here before next year. A sense of loss floated on the table. In fact, there are no restrictions on the girls going to North America now, but when they go there, they often can't see Simon at all. After the experience of being called by Janet to be reprimanded and disciplined after the Atlanta Olympics, the girls dared not take the initiative to come to the door. The more they thought about it, the more disappointed they felt, and the sumptuous food on the table didn't smell good at all. After breakfast, Celia said goodbye to the girls and reminded Eve that she would go to the Northern Hot Spring Manor tonight. Just as she was about to take Emily to the car to leave, Evgenia trotted over, looking like she wanted to say something but hesitated. Celia gestured to Emily to get in the car first, and took Eve to the side. "It's like this." Eve followed Celia to the side of the corridor, and then said, "Celia, the holiday is coming soon. Our family has prepared some gifts, which are some very good amber raw stones. Dad hopes to send them to my wife on Thanksgiving. Can you help me talk to my wife first?" Celia raised her eyebrows slightly, and then understood. The maids and guards of the Way family have always been managed by the mistress Janet herself, which means that in Ukraine, whether it is Eve or Marta Beknak, the housekeeper of the Hot Spring Manor, if there is anything, they can contact the Cape Dumay Manor. The girl in front of her did not ask Eve or Marta to help pass the message, but went to her, obviously with her own little thoughts. The other girls in Ukraine probably didn't think of giving Janet a holiday gift, or even if someone thought of it, they would inevitably feel that they were not qualified or that Janet looked down on them, and would give up after a change of mind. Therefore, Evgenia, who secretly took action without letting other girls know, and even the Kokosko family, would definitely receive more attention from Janet. The reason is simple. In any case, more gifts are less blamed. Thinking of this, Celia realized that perhaps a small topic she had just raised at the dinner table did not actually have much effect. Even if the three girls really didn't think about the future on weekdays, after hearing what Evgenia said at this time, their families behind the scenes would definitely consider it. What's more, with this reminder, the next time the girls see Simon, they can mention it, and the man will make some arrangements, and their future will be secured. Therefore, Celia found that this was not to make the girls feel depressed, but to help. She is really a good person. Although she was a little depressed, Celia did not refuse Evgenia's request, and agreed to help, so that the Kokoshko family would owe her a favor. "No problem, I will tell the lady. By the way, do you need my help to send it over? I promise not to embezzle it." No, Evgenia refused, but then reacted and said quickly, "Celia, of course there is also a gift for you. I will give it to you tomorrow. Tomorrow is not a holiday, you should want to go to North America for Thanksgiving, you can visit my house then." Evgenia was exposed, a little embarrassed, but nodded and agreed. After leaving the villa in the south of the city, the meeting with Viktor Yanukovych, deputy governor of Donetsk Oblast, in the morning was also smooth. First of all, the political level. Due to the involvement of the industrial system and ethnicity, the Donetsk gang has a close relationship with Russia. If it was after the millennium, the United States and Russia would have been at odds again, and it would have been difficult for different forces in Ukraine to get together. Now it is different. The United States and Russia are in a honeymoon period, and the confrontation between East and West Ukraine is far less serious than it was later, so there is no obstacle at the level of consciousness. Secondly, the Donetsk gang was seriously injured by the assassination of the leader. This time, in order to make friends with the Westeros system, they were ready to bleed heavily. As a result, the Westeros system only wanted to get involved in some coal mining business to ensure the supply of thermal power fuel in the western states, and did not touch the core heavy industries such as steel and machinery in East Ukraine. Yanukovych even felt that this request was not a request at all, and even hoped that the price here could be higher. After all, if you ask for more, it means that the interests established by both parties will be more deeply involved. In short, it is obvious that Simon Westeros has no intention of going deep into East Ukraine. This also disappointed the core members of the Rovna gang. If Simon is willing, taking advantage of the turmoil of the Sherbin assassination, the Westeros system can cooperate with Kuchma to clean up the Lazarenko family and take the opportunity to expand to eastern Ukraine. By then, even President Kuchma's group may find it difficult to compete with the Rovna gang. After the meeting with Yanukovych, Celia, accompanied by several senior officials of the Rovna gang, began to help her boss patrol the mountains and check the various industries of the Westeros system in Rovna. For most of the day, from the industrial area in the northern suburbs of Redden to the resort and entertainment area 30 kilometers north of the city. As expected, after the winter, the number of overseas tourists in this entertainment base has dropped significantly. Fortunately, With a heavy snow, the ski resort built in a hurry near the resort was officially opened, and the resort increased its openness to local tourists, so it can finally continue to maintain. Ukraine actually has the best ski resort in the world, but unfortunately, it is located near the Carpathian Mountains in southwestern Ukraine. In comparison, the area around Rivne is basically plains, so the quality of the ski resort near the hot spring resort can be imagined. It is just a simple ski resort of the lowest level built on hills with a drop of less than 100 meters. It is good for leisure and entertainment, but it does not attract professional ski enthusiasts at all. In the afternoon, a group of people walked on the forest path next to the ski runway. Andrei Vodmilka, the head of the hot spring resort, personally explained to Celia. Today is a weekday, so it's inevitably quiet. In order to attract local tourists, we started running a free weekend shuttle bus from the city to here at the end of October. The last few weekends have been very lively. The ski resort was almost packed with people last week, and the various singing, dancing, magic, acrobatics and other performances on weekends were almost full. The hot spring baths are in short supply, and the casino is also quite good. Overall, the resort can maintain a balance between income and expenditure. Celia hasn't been to the military theme park and the hunting ground yet. After listening to Vodmilka's introduction, it's not surprising that in addition to the UFMS private army families, with the development of Rivne, another group of high-income people have also grown rapidly. These people constitute a very considerable local consumer group for the hot spring resort. However, Celia did not ignore the key point of the matter, and turned to Alexander Najayev, the person in charge of the military theme park, and asked, how much has the number of overseas tourists decreased recently? Alexander heard this question and showed a bitter face. For the entire entertainment base, there are less than 30% compared with the last quarter, and it is mainly concentrated in the resort. Alexander did not clearly state the situation of the military theme park, but Celia could imagine it. After all, no one would like to experience cold plains and tanks in the cold winter weather, which was expected. In the evening, there was still a party to entertain Celia, which was also a gathering of the Rovna gang who were very busy on weekdays. Andrei Vodmilka and Alexander Najayev found Celia again at the party and discussed more. After more than half a year of operation and in-depth understanding of related industries, the two persons in charge gradually realized that the hot spring resort should be the core of this entertainment base. Therefore, after obtaining Simon's consent, the two invested all the surplus funds here into the expansion of the hot spring resort. The ultimate goal is to build a comprehensive small gambling city based on the hot spring resort, with the gaming industry as the core and diversified entertainment as the auxiliary. The Principality of Monaco, which is famous for its gambling industry in Europe, has an area of just over 2 square kilometers. It is not comparable to Las Vegas and other gambling cities, but it is not difficult to surpass Monaco in scale. Only by getting rid of the resort model and developing into a gambling city, even if it is a mini gambling city, can this resort and entertainment base better gain a global reputation and attract tourists from all over the world regardless of the influence of seasons. In recent months, Alexander and I have successively visited Las Vegas, Atlantic City, Macau and Monaco and other gambling cities, and made a development plan based on our specific environment. Celia, since Simon is willing to spend $200 million on a resettlement community, I think our project should have more commercial potential. If you have time tomorrow morning, can we talk about it? Celia shook her head and said, sorry, Andrei, I have other arrangements tomorrow morning. If you are willing, you can give me the plan directly and I will give it to Simon. In fact, the operating conditions of several projects in the resort are obvious to everyone. Simon is very satisfied with the work of the two of you, but I don't want everyone to be too anxious. Andrei nodded, hesitated a little, and said, the budget we made is about $200 million. However, as long as Simon agrees, we only need to give us $100 million in startup funds and corresponding financing authorization. I believe that with the appeal of the Westeros system, there will definitely be other investors willing to follow up. Alexander noticed Celia's expression and added, in time, the entire development plan will take about 5 years to complete. Early investors will definitely occupy a larger share. Therefore, even if Simon only gives $100 million, the Westeros system can still have absolute control. Celia shook her head slightly. To be honest, I think $200 million is too much. The $200 million resettlement community in the Rivne City area is expected to accommodate at least 150,000 people, which is almost equivalent to building a new city. I can't imagine where you plan to spend the $200 million. However, since you are confident, then look forward to Simon's affirmative answer. P.S. Some people may not have noticed the P.S. in the previous chapter. It was mainly a big bug. I confused the east and west of Rivne City. And after my mindset was fixed, I wrote the shanty town located in the east of the city in the west for a long time. The west of the city is the UFMS family community, and the east of the city is the civilian area. The resettlement community is in the northeast of the city, but it was previously written as the northwest. I will correct it starting from the previous chapter. I am very sorry. Chapter 1063, Take Refuge. In the northern part of Rivne, in the hot spring manor where Simon's golden house hides his beauties. It was light in the sky. Celia Miller felt a rustling sound beside her. She opened her eyes and noticed a figure getting dressed by the window. She stood up slightly, tilted her head and looked at him with a smile. Emily Joplin found that Celia had woken up, fastened the last button of her shirt, leaned over and kissed her female boss, and said, "Celia, you can sleep a little longer." Celia grabbed Emily's arm. "Don't leave, sleep with me." "It's not good to be seen by them," Emily said, but her body tilted under Celia's light pull and asked, "By the way, what do you want for breakfast?" "Let me think about it. The boss will definitely say that he wants to eat you." Haha. After a little entanglement for a while, Celia finally let Emilia go, lay down again, and decided to sleep in. These 2 days are still very tiring. However, not long after he fell asleep, he was woken up by Emily. He opened his eyes, saw the female assistant beside him, and asked with a smile, "Are you going to sleep with me again?" "No," Emily said with a serious face. "Timoshenko is outside the manor." Celia was stunned for a moment, then reacted, grabbed Emily's wrist and looked at the watch. It was just past 7:30. She sighed, "What a thoughtful woman. It's a pity, Amy, send her away and tell her I don't want to see her." "I've already said that." "She said she won't leave until she sees you." Celia snuggled into the quilt comfortably and said lazily, "Then let her wait. It's so cold outside. She will leave if she can't stand it." Emily smiled. "How can she be cold staying in the car? I think if you don't show up, she will probably follow us all day today. Simon said that I am not allowed to pay attention to this group of people. At worst, we can call a helicopter over and fly to the city after breakfast. Let's see how she can follow us." "Okay." Emily agreed, got up and left, but returned again after a while and said to Celia on the bed, "Timoshenko said that she is not here on behalf of Lazarenko, she is here on her own behalf, and she hopes to talk to you." Celia said in a confused tone, "Huh? It's obvious that Timoshenko intends to break away from Lazarenko and come to us this time," Emily said. "So, Celia, do you still want to reject her?" Celia paused for a second, reacted, and sat up suddenly. Although the experience of relying on men to get to the top is not glorious, no one will deny Timoshenko's ability to expand her business in Ukraine in just a few years. As a woman, Celia has to admit that she admires him to some extent. Previously, she planned to ignore it because of her boss's instructions. However, in Celia's understanding, her boss's instructions were based on the premise that Timoshenko still stood on Lazarenko's side. If the other party wants to join the Westeros system, even though she knows that such a beautiful woman approaching her boss may weaken her power in Ukraine, Celia still considers the issue from her boss's perspective. This should be a good thing. About 20 minutes later, Celia, dressed neatly, went downstairs to a study on the first floor of the villa. Yulia Timoshenko, who was already waiting here, quickly got up from the sofa. "Hello, nice to meet you, Ms. Timoshenko." "Hello, Ms. Miller." Celia shook hands with Timoshenko and looked at her. The woman in front of her, who was about the same age as her, was wearing a fashionable pink Chanel suit, with her flaxen hair loose, so she looked a little weak, without the kind of strong woman temperament of the rumored Ukrainian gas princess. Celia did not think deeply about whether the other party's outfit today was deliberate. After greeting them, the two sat down and she went straight to the point. "Ms. Timoshenko, Amy just said that you are here on your own behalf this time, is that right?" Timoshenko nodded, and without beating around the bush, she said, "If Mr. Westeros is willing to accept me, I hope to join the Rovna gang and become a part of the Westeros system." Celia was no longer as surprised as when she heard Emily's message just now. Instead, she said with a bit of sarcasm, "Then, Ms. Timoshenko, what about Lazarenko? Lazarenko and I are just partners, and..." Timoshenko hesitated a little when she said this, but still said, "If my judgment is correct, after this incident, the president should soon remove Lazarenko from his position. This should also be what Mr. Westeros wants to see, right?" Celia did not comment. "In that case, Ms. Timoshenko, with what sincerity do you plan to join the Westeros system?" "Well, I hope to meet with Mr. Westeros and negotiate face to face." Celia looked at the woman in her 30s who was still radiant and almost completely suited her boss's taste. She instantly understood what kind of sincerity the other party was going to show and shrugged slightly. "Ms. Timoshenko, if face-to-face negotiations is your sincerity, I will help pass the message, but frankly speaking, the possibility of you meeting the boss is very low." Timoshenko's expression remained unchanged, and her tone was sincere. "Ms. Miller, can you contact Mr. Westeros now? I'm here. Maybe I can talk to Mr. Westeros on the phone first." "Not now, Ms. Timoshenko, maybe you forgot about the time difference. It's late at night in the United States, so I will give you an answer this afternoon." After saying this, Celia stood up and made a gesture to see the guest off. Timoshenko did not stand up, but said, "Celia, if you don't mind, I hope to stay here as a guest. I am a woman, and it should be okay for me to stay here, and I have just sent my driver away." Celia did not compromise at all, and made a gesture of invitation. "Ms. Timoshenko, Simon is a person who values privacy very much. This is a private territory. Even a woman cannot stay easily. There are drivers in the manor who can take you anywhere you want to go." Timoshenko continued to fight. "I won't walk around, I will just stay here, in this study." "I'm sorry," Celia insisted on seeing the guest off. "Please, Ms. Timoshenko, I hope we won't have any unpleasantness." Seeing that Celia was so persistent, Timoshenko had to get up and said, "I have booked an apartment in a hot spring resort in the West, and I will live there these days. Ms. Miller, I hope to receive good news from you as soon as possible." "Of course, I will reply to you as soon as possible." After seeing Timoshenko off, Celia carefully calculated the time. It was already late at night on both the east and west coasts of the United States, so she decided to contact North America in the afternoon. She came to the Villa restaurant with Emily and Marta, the housekeeper of the manor, and ordered a breakfast from the waitress. Thinking of something, Celia asked Marta, "I don't think I have seen Natalia Banshikova since last night. Where did she go?" Natalia Banshikova is the mother of two girls in the manor, Galina Banshikova and Eva Banshikova. When Celia first knew about the three mothers and daughters, she just thought her boss was ridiculous. However, this time, the two girls were still there, but the mother was gone, and she couldn't help but be curious. Marta said, "Nada went to London. Madam personally arranged for her to go there to help Shelshikina and Antonenko manage the boss's property in London." Marta said, and she was a little envious. "And, what a pity. What can a woman who is not even as good as her two daughters do in London? She can't do anything except cleaning the room and serving tea and water. It's really a waste. It would be great if she could leave here and go to a big city like London." Celia understood instantly after hearing Marta's explanation. It was a ridiculous thing after all. There were too many girls here, and many people were gossiping. If she were in Janet Westeros' position, she would probably arrange it this way. Speaking of which, although her boss was so philandering, there had never been any trouble caused by women around him. Cape Dumay Manor, which always quietly helped to clean up the mess, must have contributed greatly. Perhaps, in Celia's view, this was probably an important reason why Janet Westeros' legitimate wife had a stable status. On the other hand, Yulia Timoshenko was driven back to the hotel villa in the nearby resort by the driver of the hot spring manor. She immediately called Lazarenko, mainly to inquire about the progress of the investigation into Sherbin's assassination. Timoshenko did not hide the meeting with Celia Miller just now. Of course, she would not tell the truth. After a little pretense, she soon got the information she wanted. The task force in Donetsk has arrested the scapegoat they offered, and is currently cleaning up the follow-up and negotiating with the Donetsk gang. After all, the Donetsk gang is not clean either. If they want to take advantage of the opportunity of international public opinion to pursue them, the worst thing they can do is to completely uncover the lid and see who is more stinky. At the end of the phone call, Lazarenko asked for money again, directly asking for $10 million, saying that it was used to compensate and resettle several scapegoats. Tymoshenko was so angry that she almost threw the phone away. Such a trivial matter does not require $10 million. However, after all, the two are still grasshoppers on the same rope, so they agreed in the end. After hanging up the phone, Tymoshenko notified her subordinates to transfer the money to Lazarenko. After doing these things, she walked to the balcony connected to the bedroom on the second floor, looking at the resort hotel apartment surrounded by transplanted evergreen pines and cypresses and the shadowy entertainment area not far away, and carefully considered the future. Since the assassination of Sir Ben suddenly broke out on the international public opinion platform 3 days ago and received direct attention from the top leaders of the United States and Russia, Tymoshenko knew that Lazarenko was finished. Whether it was out of fear of threatening his position or worrying that Lazarenko would continue to cause trouble and undermine his ruling strategy of seeking a balance at home and abroad, Kuchma would never allow Lazarenko to continue. In recent years, Tymoshenko has quickly established her own business empire with Lazarenko. On the surface, she is very clear that her foundation is still shallow, just like the largest cash cow of Ukraine, which monopolizes the domestic natural gas supply, the United Energy Company of Ukraine. Once it loses Lazarenko's protection, it will immediately be coveted by other political and business forces, and she has little power to resist. Without the continuous supply of funds from the energy company, other industries that have just been rolled out will have no future. In any case, she must find the next backer as soon as possible. The terrifying influence of the Rovna gang, or more precisely, the Westeros system behind it, in this incident made Tymoshenko directly lock on the target, Simon Westeros. As long as she can rely on this man, all the problems she faces will no longer be a problem. Moreover, the information she collected privately is very much in line with the taste of the young man. Tymoshenko believes that as long as she can meet the other party, she is 100% sure to convince the other party to support her. At that time, she may even become the real queen of Ukraine, not just the so-called gas princess at present. This is her real purpose of coming to Rovna Oblast. After reorganizing the plan in her mind, Tymoshenko breathed a sigh of relief in the cold wind, turned and went downstairs, intending to have a drink and relax in the entertainment area. When she came downstairs, her assistant took the initiative to arrange 2 personal bodyguards for her. Tymoshenko thought about it and decided not to refuse. Her daily security team was equivalent to a platoon, all of whom were elite special forces from the former Soviet Union. There was no other way. Various assassination activities have emerged in Ukraine in recent years. She has also encountered the attempted car bomb similar to the one that Lazarenko encountered a few months ago. Yevsherbin, who was beaten to a pulp last weekend, was just unlucky. As for Rovna, Tymoshenko actually knew that the president's son-in-law, Viktor Pinchuk, and a deputy governor of Donetsk had come to Rivne. Although she did not believe that the opponent would take action in Rovna Oblast, which was a direct provocation to the Westeros system, she had to guard against it. She waited until the evening and still did not receive a reply from Celia Miller. Tymoshenko finally realized that something was wrong. After failing to get Celia Miller's contact information at Simon Westeros' Hot Spring Manor, Tymoshenko did not rush to block the door again. Instead, she contacted Sergei Komorov first. The news she got made Tymoshenko feel cold from head to toe. Celia Miller had already left for North America this afternoon. Bitch. She cursed in her heart, but was inevitably at a loss. What should she do now? Tymoshenko thought that Komorov was deceiving her. Just as she was about to run to the Hot Spring Manor again, the head of the resort, Andrei Smirnov, came over in person and handed her a letter that Celia Miller had left before she left. She opened it directly in front of Smirnov. There was only a very sloppy Russian sentence on the thin page. The boss said you are too insincere, forget about a meeting. This time it was a chill to the heart. Andrei Smirnov looked at the Ukrainian businesswoman whose face kept changing. After a moment, he asked, Ms. Tymoshenko, if you have no other questions, I will leave first. Tymoshenko quickly calmed down and asked Andrei, when was the letter delivered? Around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, but Ms. Miller asked me to give it to you at 6 o'clock in the evening. Tymoshenko nodded. I couldn't help but think of Celia Miller's reminder during the meeting in the morning. It seems that I really made a mistake. If I had known earlier, I should have prepared a sincere plan in advance instead of meeting Westeros for no reason. In any case, as long as I can rely on that man in the future, I will definitely get more back. Thinking of this, I became annoyed again. If the woman had reminded her a few more times in the morning, maybe she would have come to her senses. Why didn't she remind me a few more times? What should I do now? Fly directly to North America? Not to mention whether she could meet Westeros. In the current turbulent situation, she did not dare to leave Ukraine rashly without Westeros' affirmative response. Who knows what will happen here after going out and coming back? As for the Rovna gang, whether it is Sergei Kimorov, Krim Derevyanko or Vladimir Kokoshko, these people are very powerful when they are squeezed together, but they are not the bosses themselves. In fact, it is easy to see that Simon Westeros has no intention of supporting a leader here, and even Celia Miller is just an agent. The real power is in the hands of the young man who is high above. Therefore, contact with the top leaders of the Rovna gang will not have any results. In this way, the meeting this morning may be the best opportunity for her to establish contact with Westeros. Unfortunately, it was missed. It's all because of that hateful bitch. Maybe the other party deliberately didn't want her to get close to Simon Westeros. Although she was extremely angry, she gradually calmed down and had to face reality and hurriedly left Rivne and returned to Kiev. Since she failed to catch up with Simon Westeros, she had to try her best to maintain Lazarenko's ally, whether she was willing or not, and also consider looking for other allies. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1064 Free Trade Zone. On the east coast of the United States, in a manor on Martha's Vineyard, on the eastern end of Long Island, Celia, who had returned to North America, met Simon again. It was already Friday, November 15th. In just a few days, facing the strong attention of international public opinion, the special task force stationed in Donetsk by the Kiev authorities quickly cracked the Sherbin assassination case. At the press conference summarizing the case, the Ukrainian side stated that one of the 5 arrested murderers was resentful because his factory was laid off after being acquired by Sherbin's company, and contacted several other accomplices to launch the assassination. This reason is bullshit. Bystanders who know a little about the inside story know that the whole thing is a fierce struggle between the two major forces in Ukraine for the industrial assets of eastern Ukraine. Moreover, in connection with the failed assassination attempt on Lazarenko a few months ago, both sides are not clean. This kind of scandal is definitely not suitable for the public to know, even if you cover your ears and steal the bell. Since the case was quickly solved, Leon Kuchma personally held a press conference to assure reporters around the world that Ukraine would strengthen protection for overseas investors. In addition, Russia and the United States did not make any substantive follow-up after their statements, so the matter came to an end. As for the turmoil that continued in private, it was not something that anyone could detect. In the living room of the manor villa on the southern end of Martha's Vineyard, Celia Miller sipped her coffee slowly, occasionally looking at her boss who was sitting on the sofa next to her, hugging Irene Lauder and looking through the casino development plan. More than 10 minutes passed like this. After reading the information, Simon stroked Irene's waist in his arms, and leaned his head to kiss the girl's cheek and neck, asking, "What do you think of this plan?" Irene, who deliberately lay in the man's arms to assert her sovereignty because of Celia's appearance, quickly blushed under Simon's actions. She held down his mischievous big hand and shook her head. "I don't understand this, but I don't even know where Rivne is. If I really invest a lot of money to build a gambling city, will it attract tourists in the future? Las Vegas was just a desert town before it became famous." Irene saw Simon kissing the corner of her mouth again. She was really embarrassed to be so affectionate in front of outsiders. She pretended to bite him and said, "Then you decide. It's your money anyway." Simon was not scared by Irene's fake bite, and whispered in the girl's ear. He leaned over and kissed her, saying, "Why don't the Lauder family get involved? In the future, we will leave our little Noah and let him become the gambling king of Eastern Europe." "That sounds great, right?" Irene was even more embarrassed. "We don't know if it's a boy or a girl yet. Besides, my dad and the others have to decide on the investment. I can't control it." After saying that, Irene, who had been raised as a lady since she was a child, finally couldn't stand being watched so intimately by Celia. She broke away from Simon's arms and stood up and said, "Okay, I'm going to take a nap. You guys can chat?" Simon reluctantly pulled the girl's arm until she stood up and broke away a little bit. He said affectionately, "I know you can't sleep alone. I'll come to accompany you soon." Irene rolled her eyes at Simon and said, "I like to sleep alone." As she said that, she saw that her little hand was still held by Simon, and the man turned his face to the side. She could only go forward and kiss him before he let her go. However, just as she was about to turn around and leave, Irene, who is not stupid after all, realized that someone had just done it on purpose to make her unable to bear it and leave on her own initiative. Finally, she gave Celia a look that said "I understand" and nodded politely, and Irene walked out. After Irene left, Simon glanced at Celia, who looked strange. "Are you envious?" Simon did not deliberately hide some things, so Celia naturally knew about it. Although she was inevitably tempted, the woman did not respond, but said, "Noah, a very good name." "Yes, Irene named it. We all hope it's a boy. Then we'll call him Noelander Westeros." After all, it was the boss's private matter. Even though they had a close relationship, Celia still put herself in a very positive position. She nodded and said nothing more, and asked, "What do you think of this plan, boss?" Simon said, "If everything only requires $200 million, you can try it, but this money is definitely not enough to really start it." Celia also expressed her approval. "If you want to build a gambling city, infrastructure such as casinos and hotels is just a beginning. $200 million in Ukraine can indeed set up a stall. The key is a subsequent operation. Just like Atlantic City, although it is not a big failure, compared with the initial vigorous construction of the city, the current results are far below the expectations of investors. Atlantic City, which has many advantages, is like this. It is extremely difficult to make a casino located in an unknown remote state in Eastern Europe. At that time, if the casino operation is not ideal, this project is likely to be like an out-of-control movie project like Waterworld or Titanic, which is still being filmed. In order to avoid a huge initial investment going down the drain, investors have to grit their teeth and continue to burn money. It is hard to say whether it will become a bottomless pit. After a little consideration, Celia said, "From the perspective of the operation of the hot spring resort and the military theme park, Andre and Alexander are both very capable, and they are still exploring and learning. This is a very important positive factor. If the passion of the two can last for 5 to 10 years, or if the boss is willing to use the resources of the Westeros system to support them, I believe that the probability of success of this casino is more than 70%. Simon closed the file in his hand and said, "I'll ask someone to evaluate it again." "Celia, can you tell me about your trip to Ukraine a few days ago?" Celia sorted out her thoughts and talked in detail about the contact and some consultation results with Viktor Pinchuk, Viktor Yanukovych, and Yulia Tymoshenko, as well as some other schedules. She even did not forget that the Kokoshko family wanted to come over for Thanksgiving to send gifts. Simon had already learned some of these matters from the memorandum submitted by Celia. When he heard that Evgenia wanted to come over for Thanksgiving, he just smiled and said that Celia would just tell Janet directly. In addition, he felt a little emotional. Yanukovych also appeared. This politician, who was born in Donetsk and once became the president of Ukraine, is the worst of all the presidents of Ukraine. The root of the problem is his pro-Russian stance. Unfortunately, Russia is no longer the former Soviet Union. It is suppressed by the United States, not to mention supporting Yanukovych's rule. In the end, all it can do is to give political protection to this younger brother in need to prevent him from being arrested and thrown into prison in Ukraine. After a rough discussion, Celia couldn't help but asked, "Boss, this turmoil is a great opportunity for us to expand in Ukraine. Why should we give up? Everyone feels regretful and confused about this. Just like Tymoshenko, if the boss agrees to that woman's surrender, we can directly control Ukraine's natural gas supply. If I want to invest in natural gas, I can go directly to Russia to buy oil and gas fields. This is the real energy business. Tymoshenko is just a middleman who relies on monopolizing distribution channels to make profits." Simon shrugged and said, "As for why you don't take the opportunity to expand, of course I know what you are thinking. Take this opportunity to destroy Lazarenko's faction and at the same time march into eastern Ukraine and annex the Donetsk gang. By then, we will basically be controlling the entire Ukraine, right?" Celia didn't nod rashly, but asked, "Boss, is there any problem with this? Frankly speaking, I almost couldn't restrain this desire for expansion. Fortunately, I finally held this line," Simon said, and seeing that Celia was still confused, He said again, "Celia, let me ask you a question. Why do you think the Westeros system has been able to grow and develop at a nearly miraculous speed in the past decade?" "This question is too big." Celia thought about it and could only smile and said, "Because the boss is a genius." Simon smiled and shook his head. He did not force Celia to answer and took the initiative to say, "I don't deny that I have my own secrets. However, one of the key factors for the rapid rise of the Westeros system in the past decade is that I never compete with others in various traditional industries that have already formed a monopoly, thus bypassing many competitive barriers that entrepreneurs often encounter. Just like Deanery's Entertainment, since its establishment, in order to avoid the suppression of the old seven at the time, I have been conducting external cooperation and giving up a lot of interests. Until now, the company still has cooperation projects with several other Hollywood giants. Then there's the internet field, which is even more typical. It is a completely emerging industry starting from scratch. Therefore, the Westeros system can also grow and develop rapidly in an environment with almost no competitors." Celia seemed to have realized something. Simon looked at Celia's expression and continued, "My layout in Ukraine is the same. After the disintegration of the Soviet Union, the most valuable assets inherited by this country from the former Soviet Union were in the East and South, but I did not develop in the Southeast. Instead, I set my sights on a border state in the Northwest that is the most impoverished and backward, and invested a lot of money to develop it from scratch. In addition, I continued to make concessions to the local tyrants in Ukraine, which prevented the covetousness and backlash of local Ukrainian forces." Seeing Celia nodding, Simon still did not stop. People always like to get something for nothing. This is human nature. However, things that are too easy to get are often difficult to hold in their hands for a long time, just like the fierce competition between Lazarenko's faction and the Donetsk gang for the industrial assets in eastern Ukraine. Fierce confrontation. They all thought that this was something that they could get without paying too much, but in the end, Yevsherban even lost his life. And Timoshenko, the gas princess, seems to be very glorious, but as long as the political situation in Ukraine changes, the monopoly of natural gas distribution channels she now controls will be snatched away almost immediately, and this is also something that cannot be held. In comparison, our layout in Rivne Oblast has taken shape in the past 2 years. Next, we only need to operate it patiently to create a super Rivne consortium that is strong enough to easily control the Ukrainian economy. By then, this Eastern European country will naturally be controlled in our hands. Just like Hollywood, with the current strength and size of Deanery's Entertainment, I say that I am the king of Hollywood. Do you think anyone objects? Celia nodded subconsciously, then quickly shook her head when she realized it. In the end, she didn't know whether to nod or shake her head, so she could only smile. "Boss, I understand." Simon showed a satisfied expression, but took the initiative to change the subject. "However, I have actually been thinking about this issue in recent days." "We have made such a big fuss. If we don't take the initiative to ask for something, it will make the local tyrants in Ukraine feel uneasy, thinking that we are planning something bigger." Celia immediately felt the same way. "Boss, this is actually what I want to say," Simon said. "So, next, Rivne can apply to the Kiev authorities to establish a free trade zone, which is the benefit we hope to get this time." Free trade zone. Yes, this you also know that the Rivne city government had already proposed this 2 years ago. However, the initial plan to imitate China to set up a special economic zone would definitely not work. As long as Kiev is not crazy, it is impossible to fully allocate resources to Rivne. They don't have enough resources of their own. Then take a step back and promote Rivne to establish a free trade zone with tariff exemption. Without restrictions on trade categories and tariffs, it will not only attract more investors to enter Rivne, but also provide a better development platform for Sergei's light industry consortium plan. Moreover, the storm of Serban's assassination has just passed. Neither the Kiev authorities nor other forces will rashly jump out to oppose this plan. Celia then remembered the proposal that Simon temporarily suppressed. After all, the development plan of the casino is only a corner. The core industry of Rivne Oblast is still light industrial products and OEM industry, and both are mainly for export. In this case, in order to promote the further development of Rivne Oblast, it is indeed a good idea to build Rivne City into a free trade zone. Moreover, under the current situation in Ukraine, the resistance to the free trade zone proposal being approved by Kiev is also the lowest. So he quickly got interested and discussed seriously with his boss for more than half an hour before Celia finally said goodbye and left, intending to contact Rovna immediately. Simon personally sent Celia to the helicopter back to Greenwich. He watched the helicopter disappear in the clear blue sky of winter, felt the loneliness of the surrounding area without the shade of green because of the withering leaves, raised his arms and stretched his body casually, and walked towards the villa for a long time. This is actually a manner of the Lauder family. After Irene became pregnant, Estée Lauder, the founder of Estée Lauder, who is still alive and of course the grandmother of the girl, personally decided to transfer the manor to the name of this granddaughter, saying that it was a gift for a little guy in Irene's belly. Back in front of the white-walled and blue-roofed villa common only seen in the United States, Simon heard the sound and looked up. He saw the girl who had woken up at the window of the second-floor bedroom and greeted him. He smiled and responded, made a gesture of waiting, and soon entered the villa and came to the second-floor bedroom. However, although she obediently let the man pick her up from the sofa by the window and put her on his lap, Irene sniffed at Simon's collar and said dissatisfiedly, "We've been talking for so long, and you still said you'd take a nap with me. How about another sleep?" "How can I sleep?" Irene raised her hand and patted the man's shoulder, then leaned over softly, saying resentfully, "Are you leaving too?" Seeing this tone, even though he had been with the woman for 2 days when he arrived the afternoon before yesterday, Simon could only say, "Of course not, we're still staying here tonight. I'll tell you a ghost story." Irene pouted, pulled Simon's big hand to her mouth and pretended to bite it, but she didn't use much force. After letting go, she still felt resentful. "You don't love me, don't marry me, you only want to possess me, and you got me pregnant. Now you should spend more time with me, right?" Simon pressed the girl's small hand on his chest. "Feel it, I'm almost so guilty that my heart is about to stop beating." Irene really felt it for a while, and rolled her eyes. "Liar." Simon lowered his head and kissed the girl on the lips again. After a while of tenderness, the two separated. Irene, who was a little more satisfied, did not release the resentful magic again. The tip of her toes in thin socks tapped a thick stack of information on the coffee table next to her. These were brought by Simon yesterday. The girl just flipped through them out of curiosity. They are all information about the Mellon family. "Are you planning to do something bad again?" Simon subconsciously made a joke. "Why do you say again?" Eileen obviously couldn't get it, so she just said, "The Mellon family is much stronger than the Hearst family. I advise you not to mess around." Simon nodded, and seeing the concern and reminder in the girl's eyes, he smiled and said, "In order to avoid being messed around by others in the future, or even affecting our children, I will certainly not mess around easily. It must be within the rules." Eileen saw that Simon understood what she meant and said no more. Simon glanced at the stack of information and sighed. Through the investigation of the Mellon family these days, Simon found that compared with the Hearst family who trapped themselves in the media field, the Mellon family's asset map and network of contacts were almost the ultimate goal template that he had been laying out for the Westeros family in his subconscious. At this stage, the Mellon family has financial capital, including Mellon Financial Group, which controls a large number of local city banks, mining capital, including Alcoa, which ranks among the top in global production capacity, transportation capital, including GTI, which controls a large number of domestic railways, pharmaceutical capital, including Warner Lambert, which was acquired by Pfizer for a huge sum of $90 billion, and energy capital, which holds shares in the famous Chevron. All of these companies listed have a market value of more than $10 billion, and their annual profits are quite rich and stable, which generally constitute the current asset foundation of the Mellon family. After 100 years of inheritance, the Mellon family's holdings in these companies have become very small, basically within 10%, and as for Warner Lambert or Chevrolet, it is less than 5%. However, through the holdings of these companies by hundreds of family funds, trust funds, and charitable funds throughout the family, as well as the network of contacts built over 100 years, the Mellon family directly or indirectly controls a large number of board seats of these companies and affiliated companies. Therefore, although it only holds a small number of shares, the Mellon family still has considerable say in these companies. Among them, Industrial Transportation Company GTI is still headed by Timothy Mellon as CEO and is directly controlled by the Mellon family. This is the capital foundation of the entire Mellon family, which has only a few $1 billion in assets but can influence $1 trillion industrial empire. The capital structure of using small capital to win big capital in complex connections makes it possible for the Westeros system to absolutely crush the scale of the industry involved by the Mellon family. However, if Simon wants the Mellon family to decline in a short period of time like the Hearst family, traditional means of suppression will not work at all. Because once Simon attacks the Mellon family, it is equivalent to touching a huge capital system involving finance, medicine, energy, mining and other fields. This is just the capital level. Through the continuous donations of more than a century by dozens of various funds under the names of almost every family member, the Mellon family has woven a larger network of people in the fields of politics, economy, culture and so on. Take education for example. The Mellon Family Foundation has donated to most of the world's top universities, including Harvard, MIT, Yale, and even Cambridge and Imperial College overseas. Once a conflict arises with the Mellon family, if the family background cannot compete with it, perhaps with just one word from the other party, their opponents can be shut out of the gates of a large number of prestigious schools. This is truly deeply rooted. Simon wants to suppress old money like the Mellon family. Within the rules, he can only go through a long period of negotiation, first extract the capital that the Mellon family relies on, and then slowly cut off its network of contacts, and finally make this family completely lose its influence on the Federation. After the foundation of the Westeros system was consolidated, it began to expand to traditional industries that were still controlled by a large amount of old money capital around the world. Conflicts with the old money system in the United States and even the world are almost inevitable. Therefore, Simon did not intend to give up because he found that the Mellon family was too hard to chew. Instead, he became more motivated. He regarded this as a test. As long as the Mellon family could be beaten down, other old money would be vulnerable in front of the Westeros system. Chapter 1065 The Strong Get Stronger. While Simon was with Irene on Martha's Vineyard on the East Coast, Daenerys Entertainment held a large-scale party in Los Angeles on the West Coast, still in the mansion on the hillside of Palisade, which borders Malibu and Santa Monica. It was mainly to celebrate the box office of Annabelle breaking $100 million and the complete formation of the Conjuring movie universe. The main creators of the recent box office hit Boogie Nights and many other Hollywood filmmakers who are on good terms with Daenerys Entertainment were also invited. It was a large-scale party to keep in touch at the end of the year. First of all, we have to talk about the recent film market overview. Today is November 15th, Friday, and the 1996 Thanksgiving schedule officially opens. In the past box office week, from November 8th to November 14th, Annabelle, which was released for the third week, continued to earn $27.29 million with a single-week box office drop of 21%. In 3 weeks, the opening of the new series of the Conjuring movie universe has accumulated a box office of $109.2 million, easily advancing to the billion-dollar club, and is expected to become the first film in the Conjuring movie universe to reach a domestic box office of $150 million. Another film, Boogie Nights, produced by Highgate Pictures under Daenerys Entertainment, earned another $6.69 million with a steady decline of 24% in its fourth week, with a cumulative box office of $35.49 million, basically recovering the total investment of $20 million in production and publicity, and entering the profit stage. In sharp contrast to the two blockbuster films of Daenerys Entertainment, there is no doubt that other Hollywood studios are under pressure and anxiety during this year-end schedule. This pressure mainly comes from 3 movies: the new DC movie universe film Wonder Woman 2, which was released on November 22nd, and Jumanji and Charlie's Angels, which were released consecutively during the Christmas schedule. 3 super blockbusters. Among them, Wonder Woman 2 is the first DC movie universe blockbuster after Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice, which had a global box office of $1.938 billion at the end of last year. The industry expects that the domestic box office of the film will easily reach $400 million. As for Jumanji and Charlie's Angels, one is a special effects blockbuster with Stallone joining, and the other is a blockbuster project that is linked with a 007 series and is expected to develop into an agent movie universe. As long as the reputation does not collapse after the release, they are basically at the domestic box office level of $200 million. Therefore, just 3 super blockbusters have basically locked in the box office of $800 million in the 2 major schedules at the end of the year, leaving little room for other studio projects to maneuver. Speaking of which, Since the schedules of the three movies were announced one after another last year, Hollywood has been planning to actively reduce or delay development plans in an attempt to circumvent it. Unable to bear the pressure, Sony Pictures simply adjusted the release date of its $80 million new film Random Storm starring Ron Howard and Mel Gibson before the marketing launch at the end of September this year, withdrawing it from the scheduled Thanksgiving of 1996 and switching it to the 1997 summer season. The reason given by Sony was that it hoped that the film would have more post-production time, but an old-school crime action movie, not a special effects blockbuster, would not need too much post-production time. It was inevitable that there would be a lot of discussion, and it inevitably had a negative impact on the film. Sony had to do this. Not only that, Sony also pulled Barbra Streisand's new film, The Double Mirror, which was originally scheduled for Christmas back to the Thanksgiving period, to be precise, a week before the Thanksgiving period on November 8. After all, it was also to get more opportunities. The first week from November 8 to November 14 has passed. Following the well-received The Silence of the Lambs, Barbra Streisand directed and starred in another psychological film, The Mirror, which cost $42 million to produce and was screened on 2,489 screens. The box office in the first 7 days was only $16.08 million, with an average of just over $6,000 per theater. The total domestic box office is expected to be only about $40 million, and the defeat is certain. However, according to industry comments, Sony made a good move that was barely good. If The Mirror had not been moved up, but continued to be released during the Christmas period to compete with a number of new and old blockbusters, this drama with a far worse reputation than The Silence of the Lambs would have only become cannon fodder, and even if it could make $40 million in the local market, it would be a waste of time. Once the local theater distribution completely failed to make a splash, subsequent channels would only be more difficult. Let's talk about the opening of the Thanksgiving season. A week before the release of Wonder Woman 2, there were still two strong contenders, namely Space Jam, produced by Warner Bros. Pictures, and Star Trek VIII, a classic science fiction series under Paramount. Needless to say, the Star Trek series is a rare Hollywood science fiction evergreen, and the sequel cost $45 million. Space Jam is a combination of live action and animation, similar to Disney's box office hit Who Framed Roger Rabbit? Moreover, Warner not only used its famous cartoon character Bugs Bunny this time, but also invited legendary basketball star Michael Jordan to participate, costing $80 million, full of ambition. It's a pity that there is more than one Wonder Woman 2 in front of the ambition. Even the schedule from November 15 to November 21 is terrible. Because in the next box office week, November 18 is the much-anticipated 5th Victoria's Secret fashion show, and November 19 and November 21 are the closing episodes of the second American Idol fall season, which is still in full swing. Even though these two phenomenal TV shows, which occupy 3 nights on weekdays, will still seriously impact the viewing data at the first box office week of the Thanksgiving season. If Ransom Storm had not run away in advance, Space Jam might have been unable to resist running away. However, thinking about next summer and the end of the year, Twister, Independence Day, Titanic, and so on, there is actually not much room for running away. It can't run until 1998. In the final analysis, the root of all this is that Deanery's Entertainment is too strong at the moment. The Hollywood plate is so big, and Deanery's Entertainment occupies too much, so the living space of other studios is naturally getting smaller and smaller. In order to avoid the investment of film projects becoming cannon fodder, other Hollywood studios will only fall into a vicious cycle of being forced to reduce the scale of production and thus leading to a further decline in their own strength. At a party at a mansion on the hillside of Palisades, the heads of two talent agency giants, WMA and CAA, happened to be discussing this issue. Michael Ovitz, who was also a prominent figure in the 1980s, was full of emotion. If the current situation continues to develop, in 5 years at most, the saying of the 7 major Hollywood companies will become a thing of the past. I think by then, Deanery's Entertainment will be the only one in the market, with at most 2 or 3 second-tier companies whose combined strength cannot compete with it. The other labels will probably be left with only the labels. Jonathan Friedman, who was quite calm when meeting his former mortal enemy because they were all younger brothers now, nodded slightly and asked again, "Who do you think will be left?" Backed by GE and owning the DC movie universe, Warner will definitely be one. Even if MGM can make the spy movie universe, it can only be counted as half. The remaining 1.5 places will depend on which of Fox, Disney, Paramount and Sony and their backup capital can hold on better, and also on Simon's attitude. Considering the factor of News Corporation, I think Fox should be counted as one. Not necessarily, Ovitz said. News Corporation is News Corporation, and Fox is Fox. Simon will definitely be on good terms with News Corporation. As for Fox, even Murdoch himself doesn't really care. He prefers doing television rather than movies, which have too much uncertainty. In fact, Eisner and I talked about this recently. He feels more sorry for Disney. If it falls into the hands of the French, it will most likely decline. Friedman agreed with this point. Simon doesn't seem to like France. However, Simon should be interested in Disney's theme park business. That's for sure, so the Disney brand will definitely be retained, just like Universal Studios. Moreover, even if it already owns Universal Studios, Deanery's entertainment is now enough to swallow Disney, Ovitz said, and couldn't help but sigh. It's incredible that it has achieved this level in 10 years. Jonathan Friedman showed a hint of nostalgia in his expression, and smiled. Every time I think of the ambitious young man when I first met Simon, I feel that everything is normal now. It's a pity that you got the advantage back then, otherwise I would have completely defeated WMA. To be honest, with WMA's dire situation at the time, I once thought about switching jobs and working with you. Fortunately, I met Simon. The two smiled at each other when they talked about this, and raised their glasses to each other under the light of the cliff lawn. After sipping champagne, Jonathan asked again, speaking of which, how is LinkedIn, which you and Eisner started? The IPO has been launched. If everything goes well, it will be listed in January next year, Ovitz said, and he couldn't help worrying. I hope I can catch up. Jonathan certainly knew what Ovitz was worried about, and he felt the same way. The Nasdaq is really crazy now. I sold all my technology stocks before the election. To be honest, I made a lot of money. However, I plan to buy back some stocks of the big three in the future, just as a long-term investment. I have absolute trust in Simon. I liquidated my stocks earlier than you. I sold them all in early October. Recently, my wife complained to me that I sold them too early and hoped to buy some more. Don't listen to women about this kind of thing. Of course, Ovitz said with a smile, I was a little worried that I couldn't control myself, so I just invested all in a 2-year closed-end fund. Haha, I suddenly realized that I also need this. Can you introduce it to me? Then I'll ask my assistant to send you the information tomorrow. The two were chatting when they saw Amy Pascal, who was 6 months pregnant, walking with her husband Bernard Weinraub, and hurriedly stepped forward. Good evening, Amy and Bernard. Good evening, Joe. After Jonathan greeted them, Ovitz also stepped forward and hugged Amy gently, looking at her belly and asked, do you know if it's a boy or a girl? It's a boy. We plan to name him Daniel. Oh, congratulations. Thank you. After exchanging pleasantries, Jonathan asked about something that Hollywood has been paying close attention to recently. Amy, I heard that Titanic in Australia is in trouble now. Yes, Tom has personally flown to Brisbane to keep an eye on it. Fortunately, if nothing unexpected happens, it will finally be completed next month. Michael Ovitz was also curious and asked, what does Simon mean? I remember he went to Australia for vacation last month. Amy didn't know what to say to her boss. Recalling the entire project, she always felt that her boss was deliberately letting Cameron get out of control. Anyway, now that big ship cannot be completed without $200 million. However, such things certainly cannot be told to other people casually. She just said, Simon has been watching it, and everyone is very troubled. Jonathan consoled, it's okay to be like this occasionally. Hollywood has always been like this. You should rest more and pay attention to the children now. Thank you, Joe, you are so thoughtful. The two did not ignore Amy's husband Bernard, and chatted with him about some recent current affairs after Clinton's re-election. Since she is in her current position, Amy can't have much rest time at all. Seeing that the three men were talking enthusiastically, she said goodbye and left alone, and walked towards the main creators of Annabelle to express her due congratulations. As the most powerful woman in Hollywood at that time, and who happened to be pregnant, all the guests along the way took the initiative to greet her attentively and carefully. Some people saw Amy chatting with the director of Annabelle and couldn't help but envy her. The director of Annabelle is William Malone, 43 years old this year, another typical late bloomer. Or maybe it's not a late bloomer. As early as 1980, William Malone raised $70,000 to shoot his first science fiction horror feature film, which sold well after its release. Later, his second work was nominated for the Saturn Award, and he was invited to be the director of the TV version of A Nightmare on Elm Street. Unfortunately, he was trapped in the TV circle afterwards. This time, Annabelle is a turnaround. Although he signed a demanding long-term contract with Deaneries Entertainment and had very little autonomy as a director, William Malone became famous with the success of Annabelle. Tonight, he felt like a star. A 43-year-old middle-aged man, facing the closeness and enticement of various big and small stars around him, even had the urge to cry. Hollywood is like this. There is never a shortage of talents, but only opportunities. When Bernard Weinraub found his wife, Amy had just finished socializing with a crew of boogie nights and was talking to Linda Vargas. After walking in, she heard about Saving Private Ryan. That's what Simon meant. Stephen's ability is unquestionable. This time, except for sending an accounting team to follow up on the finances, we will not participate in anything else. By the way, the male lead of Contact has been delayed for so long. Have you made any progress on the list you gave Simon a few days ago? Well, Simon finally chose one this time. He's from Australia and his name is Hugh Jackman. Amy thought about it, but didn't have much impression, but said, "That's good." If the male lead is still not found when the movie starts shooting early next year, Bob will go crazy. I really don't understand why Simon is so obsessed with such a small role. Linda smiled and said, "Simon said he is very pious. If an actor who doesn't look like a priest at all is chosen to play a priest, he will be traumatized." Amy just wanted to roll her eyes. After chatting for a few more sentences, Amy waited for her husband to say hello to Linda, then took his arm and walked towards the other guests. After separating from Amy, Linda Vargas searched a crowd of guests, locked her target, and walked straight over. When the men and women who were chatting saw Linda approaching, they stopped talking and greeted her. Simon Westeros's exclusive casting director is more popular than any big director-producer in Hollywood today, because big directors and producers may not necessarily make actors popular, and the opportunities given by this Simon Westeros spokesperson are much more valuable. Linda just nodded slightly to the others, and motioned to a little girl and a short-haired man in his 30s who accompanied her to come to the railing near the cliff. The man's name is Scott Lambert, an agent under WMA, a very ordinary one. The most famous client under his name is Kiefer Sutherland, the son of veteran actor Donald Sutherland. There are also some child actors, like the girl next to him, who is 12 years old and has just played a role in Annabelle named Scarlett Johansson. Chapter 1066 Scarlett Johansson. Chapter 1066 Although Scarlett Johansson was just an ordinary agent under WMA, Scott Lambert knew the fame of Linda Vargas. When Linda called him aside, the man's eyes were already filled with some uncontrollable excitement, and he took the initiative to ask, "Ms. Vargas, is there anything?" Linda was originally looking at the little girl next to the man. Hearing this, she looked up at the agent and confirmed, "Scott Lambert." "Oh, of course, I didn't expect Ms. Vargas to know me." Scott Lambert was even more surprised and excited. He quickly took out a business card and handed it to Linda. "Ms. Vargas, this is my business card." Linda took the business card and glanced at it, then looked at the little girl with a puzzled look and a little eager to try, and reached out to hold up the girl's chin. "Smile for me." The little girl, who was still a Lolita, obediently showed a shy smile. Linda shook her head. "Let go." The girl grinned slightly, revealing a pair of small teeth that were not very good looking. She obviously knew this, and subconsciously wanted to lower her head, but her chin was gently supported by the fingertips of the woman in front of her, and her expression turned pitiful without any instruction. Linda looked at the girl's expression and just smiled, and said to Scott Lambert next to her, "Arrange a dental correction for her in the near future. Also, follow me." Then she turned and walked towards the villa. Scott Lambert, who vaguely understood something, had his eyes shining, and quickly signaled the little girl to follow. The three of them walked through the crowd and entered the villa, and soon found a few people chatting on the sofa in the corner of the hall. Scott Lambert looked over and saw that they were all big names that were out of reach in the past: Robert Redford, Brian De Palma, Al Pacino, Tim Robbins, Michelle Pfeiffer, Susan Sarandon, so much so that the agent didn't even have the courage to take the initiative to greet them. However, the big names didn't have any airs in front of Linda Vargas. Everyone greeted them warmly, and Michelle Pfeiffer even took the initiative to give up her seat to Linda. Linda was not polite. After she sat down, she motioned to a little girl who was also a little embarrassed to come forward and said to Robert Redford, "Bob, you are preparing for the movie The Horse Whisperer. You are missing a little girl. This is Scarlett. Maybe you can let her try. Simon is very optimistic about her." When Linda mentioned Simon, everyone's eyes fell on the little girl. Linda also reminded her at the right time. Although she was young, the girl was not ignorant at all and quickly reacted. She took the initiative to call people. Mr. Redford, hello, my name is Scarlett Johansson, I am 12 years old, I just starred in Annabelle, and I also played Mr. Sean Connery's daughter in Warner's The Deadly Trap. Generous children are always easier to be liked. What's more, Linda just said that Simon is optimistic about this girl, and all the big names seem to be in a good mood. Robert Redford listened to the girl's self-introduction, smiled and asked some questions, and decisively said that he could arrange a formal audition for her when he had time. He also told the girl how to prepare and read the original book of The Horse Whisperer. After a brief chat, Linda stood up and took the girl and the agent away and went to the backyard again. Linda took a sip of red wine from a passing waiter, then stood by a flower bed with few people, and said to the two people who followed closely, "The Horse Whisperer is a best-selling novel published last year. Bob likes this story very much and plans to direct and act in it himself. It has been approved by Deanery's Pictures. The role of the little girl Grace is very important, so this is just an audition opportunity. If Scarlett's performance during the audition is not up to standard, Simon will not agree. So, you should prepare seriously next, and then wait for me to notify you of the audition time." Scott Lambert agreed repeatedly, hesitated a little, and finally couldn't help but tentatively asked, "Ms. Vargas, you just said Mr. Westeros, is very optimistic about Scarlett." Linda did not answer, but looked at Lambert meaningfully, took out her wallet, selected a business card and handed it over, saying, "My office number is on it, Scott. I hope you understand that if it is not something related to Scarlett, don't make this call casually." The woman in front of him did not answer directly, but Scott Lambert understood everything. He took the business card calmly and assured her again and again, "Ms. Vargas, don't worry, I will definitely take good care of Scarlett." Linda nodded slightly, turned to the little girl again, rubbed her head with her hand, and said softly, "Lucky little thing." Then she turned and left. There was no further explanation, but Linda was sure that the agent should have understood. Speaking of which, in fact, her boss did not show much interest in the little girl just now. He only mentioned it occasionally during the casting process and personally confirmed that the role was given to the little girl. However, the attitude was different after all. Linda kept it in mind. Linda was able to firmly occupy her position beside her boss for so many years by constantly trying to figure out someone's thoughts. It was always right to quietly help her boss arrange some things. Although the girl was very young now, Linda did not think there was anything wrong. Not to mention that his boss has always been very sensible. Just say that the power he has at this time, even if it really crosses the line a little, it is nothing at all. Some things in Hollywood are not rare at all, even if they are not common. This is actually the second one. When The Conjuring 2 was filmed in the UK, there was also a little girl who was favored by his boss, named Keira Knightley, who was also a good embryo. Therefore, Linda also arranged it quietly. Looking at the figure of Linda Vargas leaving, Scott Lambert fantasized about his bright future a little, and the smile on his face could not be suppressed. Looking at the girl next to him, this is simply his lucky star. Although, it's a little small, but what does it matter? Even if he can't get any bonuses directly from the little girl in the short term, just relying on the business card left by Linda Vargas just now, he can try to poach some well-known customers to his name next. I believe that the woman just now can't let him be a nanny for nothing, and she must give some benefits. This is an opportunity. After a little consideration, Scott Lambert made up his mind. Seeing that the girl beside him also looked at him with a pair of green eyes, he raised his hand to rub the girl's head like Linda Vargas just did. His arm was raised and then subconsciously retracted. Now this is a little girl, she has to be treated with respect. So he smiled gently and said to the little girl, "Scarlett, let's discuss this. How about not telling your mother about this?" The girl rolled her eyes and said, "About Simon Westeros liking me." Scott Lambert was really not sure whether he liked this or not. After all, there were so many women around Westeros, and this girl was so young, and she didn't fit the taste of Simon Westeros as rumored. However, what is certain is that the little girl knows everything, which makes things much easier, so she nodded and said, "Yes, if you want to be a big star, it's best to keep this a secret, because your mother might mess it up." The little girl thought about it for a while and nodded, "Okay, Scott, but in this case, what should we do about the dental surgery?" "It's very simple, just say it's a request from the Horse Whisperer crew." The girl nodded, but then said, "But orthodontic surgery should be very expensive, my mother definitely can't afford it." "That's not a problem, we will find a way." The big and the small discussed it and quickly made up their minds. The unexpected surprise made the two of them lose interest in the party a lot. After all, this place is not the circle of the two little people. After less than half an hour, they left early. Scarlett Johansson lives in the Ocean Park area south of Santa Monica. The agent drove the girl home at around 9 o'clock. Melanie Sloan opened the door and saw her daughter happily jumping into her arms. She quickly hugged her and looked at the agent standing outside the door. "Scott, I'm really sorry to bother you." After saying that, she hugged her daughter and slightly turned sideways. "Please come in and sit for a while." "It's okay, this is what I should do." There happened to be something to discuss. Hearing Melanie's invitation, Scott Lambert smiled and greeted her as he walked into the door. This is the second floor of a two-story apartment commonly seen in Los Angeles. It is not big to begin with, and the family of five squeezed into the living room suddenly became more crowded. The agent probably knows the situation of this family. Melanie Sloan is a single mother who used to be in the New York film circle. She divorced her husband 2 years ago and moved to Los Angeles for the development of her children's acting career. She only relies on odd jobs and child support paid by her husband to survive on a daily basis. Speaking of which, this kind of thing is particularly common in the circle. Single divorced mothers, their dreams of becoming stars have been shattered and they have shifted their sustenance, or they hope that their children will become famous and change their lives, so they live in Los Angeles with their children and tirelessly look for opportunities. The most typical and controversial one is undoubtedly Brooke Shields' mother. However, this is mainly because of Brooke Shields' later fame. In order to make children stand out on the circle, there are countless more outrageous things, not to mention sending daughters to take nude photos like Brooke Shields' mother did, but ordinary people don't know about it. Scott Lambert signed 3 of Melanie Sloan's 4 children because of the introduction of an acquaintance in New York. He was more optimistic about Scarlett's sister Vanessa and brother Adrian, but unexpectedly, it was the least optimistic little girl who gave him the biggest surprise. When Scott entered the door, the other 3 children who were originally peeking around also greeted him. Scott Lambert greeted them patiently and looked at Vanessa Johnson inadvertently. The girl is 16 years old this year and is the eldest of the 4 children. Compared with her mother who is less than 1.6 meters tall, the girl who probably inherited her father's genes is 175 centimeters tall, and her face is much prettier than her sister Scarlett, and she even has the potential to be a supermodel. Unfortunately, Hollywood has never lacked beautiful girls. Even with her mother who is in the film industry, Vanessa Johnson was far behind her sister in terms of qualifications and opportunities. However, looking at the skinny little Scarlett, some vague thoughts flashed through the agent's mind. Scott Lambert sat down on the sofa in the living room, took the glass of water that Vanessa handed over attentively, drank a sip politely, and saw that Scarlett couldn't wait to talk to her mother about the Horse Whisperer and that Melanie Sloan looked at him in surprise, joy and disbelief, and smiled and nodded. "Yes, we met Mr. Redford tonight. This is another new film he will direct and star in, which is invested by Deaneries Entertainment. Moreover, according to a casting manager, this is a role with a lot of lines. If she can play it well, Scarlett will definitely become the most popular child star." Melanie Sloan hugged her daughter, thought for a while and said, "The Horse Whisperer, I seem to have heard of it. It's a best-selling book published last year, but I don't know the content yet. By the way, Scott, is Scarlett sure she got the role?" "Not yet, we need to audition," Scott said, and seeing Melanie Sloan's disappointed expression, he added, "However, since we were personally introduced to Mr. Redford by the casting manager, and we had a very pleasant chat at the party, Scarlett has great hopes. We just need to prepare well. The first thing is to read the novel The Horse Whisperer." In addition, the casting manager also suggested that Scarlett have orthodontic surgery. Melanie Sloan was worried when she heard this. "Orthodontics, this kind of surgery should be very expensive, I'm afraid. By the way, Scott, if you can get the role, how much will Scarlett get paid this time? It will definitely be enough for Scarlett to do the corrections, but even if you get the role, the salary will definitely not be available in the short term, Scott said, and seemed to hesitate for a moment, and then looked at the simple rental apartment, and finally said, how about this, Melanie, if you are willing, I can lend you a sum of money in my own name, and Scarlett will pay me back when she gets the salary in the future. This. Melanie Sloan hesitated. She didn't understand why the agent was so kind all of a sudden, and she was a little worried that she couldn't pay it back. After all, dentists in the United States are notoriously expensive. A corrective surgery can cost thousands of dollars at least, and there is really no upper limit. In this country, a person's class of origin can often be judged by the quality of his teeth. As hesitating, he felt his daughter grabbing his arm and shaking it, and Melanie Sloan soon softened her heart. If you owe a debt, then you owe it. As long as her daughter can become famous, she can definitely earn it back easily. Even if, at worst, she can ask her parents or ex-husband for help. After making up her mind, Melanie Sloan nodded to her agent, and she also kept an eye on it, hoping that her daughter would have more chances to participate in the movie. Otherwise, it would be better not to do any surgery if it can be avoided. The agent just wanted a little girl to owe him a favor, of course. He didn't care about these details, nodded and agreed, and began to talk to Melanie in detail about what preparations to make next. Chapter 1067, Change of Strategy. The helicopter landed in a seaside manor at the easternmost end of East Hampton. David Rubenstein, the head of the Carlyle Group, got off the helicopter and subconsciously raised the collar of his windbreaker in the cold wind brought by the wings. He looked around. This manor was tightly surrounded by various evergreen plants, and even the lawn under his feet was still green. It was completely different from the bleakness and loneliness of many other mansions in the Hamptons in winter. Even though he was not poor at all, he still couldn't help but feel a little hatred for the rich. Behind the maintenance of such a manor, it's all money. Moreover, this is just one of the many manors in the Hamptons of Westeros. There have been media reports that just because of someone's large-scale purchases, housing prices in many popular wealthy areas across the United States have risen sharply in recent years. Two uniformed Way family maids came to greet him. David Rubenstein quickly put away these thoughts, simply greeted one of the tall girls with Eastern European faces, and followed the other party to the British-style villa not far away. Entering the warm villa, David Rubenstein was taking off his thick windbreaker and handing it to a lady. A faint sound of women's laughter came. Obviously there was more than one. I was curious, but I could only be curious. I was taken to a reception room next to the hall. The Eastern European girl personally served coffee and explained that her boss was changing clothes and would be here soon. David Rubenstein certainly had no objection, as he had come a few minutes early. Simon soon appeared, wearing a beige long-sleeved t-shirt and khaki trousers, slippers on his feet, and his hair was still a little wet. It was not difficult to imagine what the other party had just done. Rubenstein couldn't help but imagine the possible erotic scene in the villa's indoor bath. Damn super rich. After the greeting, the two had just sat down on the sofa when the Eastern European girl appeared again, followed by another waitress, holding a towel and slippers in her hand. She walked to her boss and gestured to the towel in her hand, and whispered, "Boss, Ms. Davis said that it is easy to catch a cold like this, and the lady will be very angry." Simon nodded. The Eastern European girl walked behind her boss and gently used a towel to dry the man's hair. Another waitress knelt down at Simon's feet, took off his plastic slippers, wiped them with a towel, and then changed into a pair of cotton slippers that had just been brought in. David Rubenstein and the other waitresses left after doing this. He was numb and a little skeptical about life. He had been a frequent flyer for most of the past month. In the few hours of sleep every day, he would dream about the company's affairs. Wouldn't it be that he was contributing to the wealth and gentleness of others? Simon didn't have the heart to think about the complicated thoughts of this fund manager. After Carmen and the others left, he asked directly, what was the result of this trip to China? Today is November 17th, Sunday. In the past week, David Rubenstein returned to China again and officially started the negotiation of some investment projects. David Rubenstein immediately perked up when Simon asked, took out a stack of documents from his briefcase, handed one of the black folders to Simon, and flipped through his memo, saying, "It went very smoothly. We hired a Goldman Sachs team as a financial advisor this time, and have already started to conduct financial audits and asset restructuring on XCMG. In addition, the 35% stake in the joint venture negotiations with SANY Heavy Industry has been basically finalized, and the only issue at present is the investment amount. There is also the Liturgong Group in Guangxi province that the boss selected last time, and the other party's feedback is also very positive. Zhugong and SANY were the targets selected by Rubinstein during his trip to China in October, and this time he began to officially promote it. Liturgong Group was an enterprise that Simon personally finalized after agreeing to Chen Qing's plan to raise Gu. In addition to the main reason that this company ranked among the top in the industry in his memory, another reason was that Simon occupied a hilltop in Yangshuo, and they had been eagerly waiting for several years, so they had to give back a big project. Since they were going to raise Gu, 3 companies were certainly not enough, but there was no point in rushing in this regard, and they must take their time. Simon looked through the information in his hand and asked, "How is your team's contact with a British Perkins Engine Company?" David Rubinstein said, "I have formed an investigation team and started collecting information about Perkins Engine Company. If everything goes well, we can start early next year." Perkins Engine Company is a world-renowned diesel engine company, and for many engineering machinery, diesel engines are also a top priority. China is now able to produce engines on its own, but many high-power engineering machinery engines still need to be imported. This involves another strategy for Westeros to deploy the engineering machinery industry. At the beginning, according to everyone's idea, it was hoped that Carlyle's funds would be the main force to introduce overseas engineering machinery technology into China and boost the development of related industries. During this period of contact and trial, it was found that it did not work. At this stage, heavy industry companies in Japan, South Korea, Europe and the United States have basically made layouts in China, but at the same time, they are basically not optimistic about the development of related industries in China. As for the reason, it is still the pride and prejudice in the bones. This kind of pride and prejudice in North America is even worse. As of now, among the major engineering machinery giants in the Federation, only Caterpillar has set up branches in China. Other companies such as Case, Deere, Dresser, etc. have either not set foot in China at all, or are just dispensable sales companies. Since they are not optimistic, Carlyle took the initiative to pay for the front station. It should be a good plan for these companies to provide some technology, right? Still not. Even some second and third tier engineering machinery companies that are unable to make ends meet, in the process of Carlyle's contact, basically cherish their own brooms while asking for sky-high prices, and the conditions offered are difficult to accept. Simon also felt for the first time the deep contradiction between American financial capital and industrial capital that is destined to be irreconcilable. In this case, Simon, who has been paying close attention to this matter personally for some time, decisively changed his strategy after discussing with the Carlyle team. First of all, it is about China. Continue the layout, either acquisition or equity investment, use money to pave the way first. After all, construction machinery is not the automotive industry with several levels of technical requirements higher than that of the automotive industry. As long as there is a template and no shortage of funds, most products can be gradually made with China's own research and development capabilities. Secondly, of course, there are things that cannot be made. So, whatever China lacks, Carlyle will help buy it. The British Perkins Engine Company is the first target that Carlyle has set its sights on. Most construction machinery uses diesel engines. China has been able to produce diesel engines for a long time, but the technical level is difficult to meet the needs of many construction machinery. This is the shortcoming of most of China's current construction machinery giants. On the other hand, compared with the United States, the decline of Britain's heavy industry is even greater. In recent years, it has been constantly selling its assets, which has given Carlyle an opportunity. Moreover, the market value of Perkins Engine Company is currently only about $1 billion. Even if the premium that may be encountered in the acquisition is included, it will definitely not exceed $1.5 billion. Simon only prepared $1 billion for investment in China's construction machinery field. Now for an engine company, it has to spend more than $1 billion, which seems a bit uneconomical. Of course, this is not the case. First of all, the money is certainly not all borne by the Westeros system. Simon's current capital layout goal is basically to penetrate and control through sharing, and does not pursue complete benefits. Therefore, in each project, Simon only intends to occupy 30% to 50% of the equity. Secondly, Perkins Engine Company is still the engine supplier of many large engineering machinery giants in the world, such as Caterpillar. It is only because it is in the state of the industry ceiling and the general environment is not good that the current operating conditions are somewhat unsatisfactory. According to the proposed plan, after buying this company, Carlyle will close Perkins Engine Company's high-cost factories in the United Kingdom and the United States, and transfer manufacturing to China, in order to significantly reduce production costs, and at the same time, on the basis of the original sales network, vigorously develop new customers in China. When this company regains vitality, whether it continues to hold or relists to cash out, it will be a very cost-effective business, and it can also assist the Westeros systems layout of the Chinese engineering machinery industry. This is of course a very ideal state. However, due to cost reasons, the transfer of related industries to China is an overall trend in the global engineering machinery field. It is expected that after the millennium, global engineering machinery giants will flock to China. What Simon is doing now is to make arrangements in advance and seize the initiative. By then, when other giants react, the Westeros system will have been able to build an industry barrier through its own layout and divide as much of the dividends of this part of the industry as possible. Simon carefully looked through the information in his hand while discussing various details with Rubinstein. Unknowingly, more than half an hour had passed. As the meeting was coming to an end, Simon closed the folder in his hand that he had flipped through twice, and said to Rubinstein, "There is one more thing. You know I have a lot of investments in Ukraine, but let's not talk about that. We all know that the former Soviet Union's heavy industry base was actually very strong, and a large part of it was inherited by Ukraine. I want you to contact Celia Miller, my person in charge in Ukraine, and set up a team in the near future to collect the technology and talents we need in Ukraine, and then transfer them to China. Just like the Black Sea shipyard in Odessa, as the former Soviet Union's aircraft carrier manufacturing base, the port machinery involved will be very useful for XCMG, which we are negotiating with, and can even become our bargaining chip. There is also mining machinery in Donetsk. In short, you can do these by yourselves, and I only look at the results." David Rubinstein also knew the general details behind the recent assassination of Sherbin. Hearing what Simon said, the fund manager's eyes lit up. He didn't expect this. Until now, the whole world has been constantly poaching from the former Soviet Union. Originally, the former Soviet Union's engineering machinery technology was not valued by the Federation, but it was more than enough to be used in China. However, just as he was about to nod, David Rubinstein reacted and said, "Simon, the Black Sea shipyard involves warships and aircraft carriers. This matter is a bit sensitive. Washington may intervene." Simon certainly understood Rubinstein's hint and said, "You are good at communicating with Washington. Besides, at most, we only collect what can be transferred to China and don't touch what we can't touch." David Rubinstein thought about it and nodded, "Then I will contact Ms. Miller later." The topic ended here. David Rubinstein sorted it out and confirmed that there was nothing missing, then stood up and said goodbye. Simon sent Rubinstein out of the villa, and remembered something, and asked, "Dole's joining Carlyle should be finalized, right?" Dole has agreed, but Dole's original words are that after decades of busyness, he plans to take a rest for a while, and he will probably join the company next spring. Simon nodded. In fact, he also understood that it was more to wait for the media attention caused by the election to cool down completely. After all, it would not look good to switch to private enterprise just after losing the election. After watching Rubinstein leave by helicopter, Simon returned to the villa. After asking Carmen who came to greet him, Simon came to a living room on the second floor of the villa. 4 big fairies wrapped in bathrobes were lazily scattered around the room. They were Jeonzin and Tao Yulai, 2 Oriental fairies, and Roberta Churko and Annalisa Thurbert, who had just been collected by Simon and were very close to Jeonzin and the other 2 girls. At this time, the 4 girls were leaning on the sofa watching TV, or sitting by the window drinking coffee and reading magazines while enjoying the afternoon sunshine, or curled up on a sofa in a corner with a pillow and closed their eyes for a nap. Seeing Simon appear, the fairies became energetic again. Tao Yuli also woke up Jeonzin who was sleeping. Simon walked to the long sofa in the middle and sat down. He put his arm around Tao Yuli, kissed the girl on the face, and looked at Jeonzin who woke up hazily on the other side. Bored. Jeonzin twisted her body, resting her head on Simon's legs, shaking her head slightly, and looking at the man with a ruddy face. "No. You can't say that she was tormented too much by a guy in the indoor bath downstairs before the guest visited. Tired. Moreover, although it was only a few times, Jianxin discovered one thing, that men like to mess around with a group of girls, but in the group, they like to pick one to bully. Today she is the unlucky one. Roberta and Annalisa also stood up from the window and walked over. Annalisa sat next to Tao Yuli. Roberta saw that Jianxin had occupied one side of the sofa horizontally, so she squatted down at the man's feet and raised her petite face. Simon, do we have any activities tonight? Of course, as long as you are not afraid of the cold. Jianxin switched from Chinese to English and said, I am afraid of the cold and I will not go to those parties. Then you stay at home, Simon said, his big hand sliding down Roberta's petite face, and said, I will not help you fight for the role in Terminator 3. Besides, Hollywood is not as easy as you think. You should concentrate on developing in the fashion circle in the future. If you are worried about the future, you can make some investments now. I can give you some advice. Roberta heard this, with some resentment on her face, but she did not insist at all, and nodded obediently. It was mainly because she had been living too well during this period. Not only did he move into a luxurious duplex apartment in Greenwich with Annalisa, but he also gave them a bunch of gifts and even didn't need them to care about many of the expenses in life. After the Victoria's Secret fashion show last week, they wanted to go out and play, so the man directly sent a private plane for the four of them, and also gave them credit cards to use at will. They departed from New York and went to Hawaii, Tokyo, Hong Kong, Paris, London. They traveled around the world. Even though they didn't want to go too far, they spent hundreds of thousands of dollars in one trip, not to mention the cost of the private plane. With such an extremely affluent life, how could anyone have any desire to strive? Finally, I understand why there are so many women around him, and none of them want to leave. Only a fool would want to leave a life that is more dreamy than a princess. As for the future, well, we'll talk about the future later. Chapter 1068. Some are happy, some are sad. We have been developing overseas, but we suddenly became famous in China. I heard that many media in China have been reporting on our participation in Victoria's Secret. Ms. Krepp also talked to us and planned to let us return to China in the near future. They arranged a lot of work for us, and we may be busy until the Spring Festival. This is the benefit of having a large agency behind you. Otherwise, no one would know what you did. Simon, do you want to go there during the Chinese Spring Festival? It's very lively there. It depends on the schedule. I'm very busy recently. Simon and Jianxin were chatting, and two black helicopters had landed on the helipad by the East River one after another. He got off the helicopter with the four girls who accompanied him to spend the weekend in East Hampton, and finally said goodbye to them affectionately. He sent them to the car first, and then Simon drove to the Westeros headquarters at Rockefeller Center in Midtown. Today, I will discuss with James Raybould and the head of Cersei Capital the coping strategies before and after the new technology bubble bursts, including some recent IPOs or bond issuances of Westeros-related companies, the hedging strategies of hedge fund teams during this period, and the game of various old money capitals that have contacted Richard Mellon-Scaife at various levels in Washington. Frankly speaking, no matter how the situation develops next, the Westeros system is already invincible. First of all, it is the hedge fund side. Simon started to shrink the scale of hedging very early, and will only be more conservative in the future. It is expected that the hedge funds involved in the new technology field will be controlled within $2 billion. Therefore, the worst-case scenario will only be the loss of this money, which is irrelevant to the huge Westeros system. Mainly, with the current size of the Westeros system, there is no need to take various risks at all. The right way is to develop uprightly. Secondly, there will be the IPOs of Westeros-related companies such as Instagram and LinkedIn, as well as the issuance of long-term bonds of up to $5 billion by Deanery's Entertainment Group in December. These are still to hoard as much funds as possible to prepare for bottom fishing after the economic cycle turns in the future. Secondly, it is to play a game with the Mellon family, Tiger Fund and other capital forces that are currently bearish on technology stocks. After the U.S. election in early November, in order to avoid a major economic shock in the election year that affects the election situation, both parties in the United States no longer insist on certain things, which gives the bulls and bears free room to operate. At present, all parties are in the stage of laying the groundwork and building positions, and it is expected to explode around the new year. Simon originally planned to watch from the sidelines and only make some operations based on the needs of the interests of the Westeros system. As Richard Mellonscaife contacted a large number of old money capital to short the new technology industry, Simon also took advantage of the situation and planned to strike the old money capital in the United States through this game, and further consolidate the influence of the Westeros system in various fields such as Washington and the media circle. When Simon arrived at Rockefeller Center to start a day's work, Jane Zinn and her two daughters, Roberta and Eliza, who belonged to different brokerage companies, also soon arrived at the elite headquarters at the intersection of 27th Street and 5th Avenue in Midtown. As soon as they entered the company, Amanda Lane, the agent in charge of the two women, took them to Grace's office. After greeting the elite female leader, who was not seen often but still felt that her temperament had changed recently, Grace said to Jeon Zinn and the other two girls just as they sat down, and the person in charge of Elite in China sent a message this morning that China Central Television will interview you two. The time is scheduled for 2 o'clock this afternoon. I think you two know the status of this TV station in China better than I do, so you should prepare immediately. First, hold a video conference with an, and then prepare the materials needed by the other party. After Grace finished speaking, she handed a piece of information that had been sorted out to the two girls. Seeing that they were still in a daze, she signaled to the agent Amanda next to her to take the information, and then looked at the two girls with a smile. Are there any other questions? There are too many questions. The biggest question is, how can two little models like themselves appear on CCTV? Even though many Chinese media have interviewed or reported on them during this period, the two girls have never fantasized about this. After all, they certainly know what CCTV means in China. Hearing Grace's question, Jeon Zinn reacted first and asked, "Gray, what program is this interview about?" "It seems to be a news program. You can ask Anne later. She knows more about it." "Could it be News Network?" "That would be even more incredible." Seeing the two girls in a daze, Grace didn't want to be stunned with them. She took a document next to her and opened it, and drove them away, saying, "Go to the conference room downstairs. If you have any questions, ask them yourself. Since you all know that this is a good opportunity, don't mess it up." After hearing what Grace said, the two girls had to get up even though they were still full of doubts. The head of the Chinese branch of Elite Model Agency, headquartered in Shanghai, is named An Ziahan. She is a fashionable short-haired woman in her early 30s. She has contacted Jeon Zinn and the others several times before. When the two girls and their agent Amanda came to a conference room downstairs, An Ziahan was already waiting online. After a detailed introduction, they realized that it was not the news network, but the comprehensive news and information program Eastern Time on CCTV at 7 o'clock in the morning. The two girls were not disappointed at all. At this stage, the popularity of Oriental Horizon in China is basically the same as the morning news broadcast, and not everyone can show their faces. In short, Jeon Zinn has been thinking about notifying her relatives and friends in China to watch it. Compared with those marginal reports, this way, the two of them will become real celebrities in China. At least in the domestic modeling circle, no one can compare to them. I couldn't help but ask about it. And Ziahan did not hide it and said that this was an opportunity that Miss Chen had fought for them. Chen Qing. I know this, but I haven't met her yet. I mainly heard about it from Jill Pecht and Zhu Momo, who are in China. She is indeed a very powerful woman. Although I don't know if I can get a few minutes of appearance in the end, I was busy all day afterwards. The theme of CCTV's report on them is to take advantage of this Victoria's Secret show to promote Chinese girls going to the world and conquering major fashion weeks and Victoria's Secret tea stages. The core is of course to win glory for the country. Blah blah. The interview lasted 2 hours in the afternoon, recording the conversation, exchanging materials, etc. After the interview, they held a video conference with the Chinese side to discuss the subsequent public relations strategy accompanying the interview. After reacting, they found that An Ziahan, the person in charge of the Chinese side, stayed up all night just to accompany them. It was not until after 6 o'clock in the evening that they returned to their residence in the Upper West Side. The two girls took a bath together, had dinner, and then huddled in front of the TV in time to wait for the 5th Victoria's Secret fashion show to be broadcast on ABC tonight. This is the key. While eating the apple salad that was cut into very small pieces to avoid overeating with Tao Yulai, and looking at the last commercial before the Victoria's Secret fashion show on the TV screen, Jeon Zinn said, "If Momo knew about this, She would be envious in China. Tao Yulai held a glass bowl carefully and said, "Momo is in Zhang's movie. You know that movie stars have much better development prospects than us models. Simon just let her show her face in that movie." Remember what Simon and Roberta said yesterday. It's not easy for models to get along in the film industry, not to mention that Momo is so tall. And, haha, now she has left Simon, and her future is even more uncertain. Tao Yulai felt Jianxin's gloating, remembered something, and asked, "You deliberately flashed Momo's name this morning, didn't you?" Most of the things reported by the media about us in China were told to us by her. Jianxin paused, but nodded, "Yes, Zia Ali, don't you realize that the two of us are just right? It is in the best interest of us that Simon forgot Momo." Tao Yulai hesitated for a moment, but didn't say anything in the end. Jianxin looked at Tao Yulai's expression and realized that she had figured it out. She curled her lips and kissed her on the face. On the TV screen. At 8 o'clock, the screen switched to a bird's-eye view of the brightly lit New York City. With the exciting music and a man's quick explanation, the 5th Victoria's Secret fashion show officially began. The two girls in the villa on the Upper West Side immediately put away their thoughts, just like the tens of millions of American viewers who were watching TV at this time, focusing their attention on the TV screen. After the opening credits, there was a 10-minute montage of 6 Victoria's Secret spokespeople, getting up, exercising, eating, trying on clothes, and in the last minute of the editing, more Victoria's Secret angels joined in and finally gathered together at the backstage of the Lexington Avenue Arsenal. The 6 spokespeople are the 6 daughters of Victoria's Secret. Of course, there is no comparison. Fortunately, compared to the other Victoria's Secret angels who flashed by, Jianxin was very satisfied that they finally got 2 seconds of focused shots. Because this Victoria's Secret fashion show was extended by half an hour, the opening seemed a bit long. However, the staff on duty at the East Coast headquarters of Deanery's Entertainment in the Upper West Side, who were responsible for tracking the TV program ratings, received real-time feedback that the perfect bodies had firmly captured the audience's attention. In 10 minutes, the opening ratings directly broke the record of the previous 4 sessions, but there was no sign of a decline in the subsequent period. When the first theme began, there was another surge in ratings. This is indeed the case. The gods gathered and the stars shone in the first stage of the Victoria's Secret fashion show. There were 6 themes in succession, and even some interviews and behind-the-scenes stories that were inserted in addition to previous years did not become the audience's urine point at all. The whole process was high energy. When the show, which lasted for an hour and a half, ended, the Egret portal quickly released the news that the average viewership in North America for this show was initially estimated to reach more than 50 million, which was a big increase compared to the previous highest average rating of 38.3 million in the 4th session. Detailed data was released early the next morning. The 5th Victoria's Secret fashion show, which was also the last fashion feast of the first phase, had an average audience of 53.7 million and a peak audience of 65.2 million. The ratings of the core audience aged 18 to 49 reached an astonishing 32.6 that night, which means that 73% of the most valuable advertising group among the 53.7 million viewers paid attention to this TV program. With a broadcast of the show on TV, the popularity that had cooled slightly in the previous week has reached its highest point again. Not only did the more than 40 Victoria's Secret angels become the focus of media attention again, but the sales of Victoria's Secret brand underwear and Victoria's Secret fashion show peripherals also increased significantly. Since this show is not restricted by the window period of movie release, the show videotapes were directly put on the shelves on the second day of the TV broadcast, and commemorative edition sets such as the collection of the 5 editions were also launched. On the Amazon e-commerce platform under Egret, the number of orders for all 5 Victoria's Secret videotapes in a single day reached 170,000 boxes. According to online data and offline feedback, it is expected that the total sales of Victoria's Secret fashion show videotapes on the second day of the 5th Victoria's Secret fashion show will be more than 500,000 boxes. Among them, the latest 5th Victoria's Secret fashion show, the total sales of videotapes are expected to hit the 20 million box mark again. So much so that many media couldn't help but joke that Victoria's Secret could switch to media instead of selling underwear. At the same time, more media couldn't help but regret that it was hard to understand why Simon Westeros would suspend this fashion feast at the peak of the Victoria's Secret fashion show. He simply didn't want to make any money. Of course, there is no shortage of discerning people. After all, the fashion Super Bowl is not a real Super Bowl full of suspense every year. For 5 consecutive sessions, all the tricks that can be used have been used. If it continues, it is almost inevitable that the audience will gradually develop aesthetic fatigue. Just like this time, if it weren't for the gimmick of the last session, let alone creating a new ratings record, it would be good if it didn't fall compared to previous years. There are also videotapes. If it continues for more than a dozen sessions and is held every year, the audience's interest in Victoria's Secret videotapes will inevitably continue to decline. Now, the 5 sessions have been stopped at the right time. Each session can be regarded as a fine product worth collecting. A set of videotapes can be sold for a long time, including various TV stations. If you want to replay it, you have to pay. These are very lucrative long-term benefits. Some are happy and some are sad. The film market. In the first week of the Thanksgiving season that started last week, as some industry media had expected, several new films that were originally trying to take as much box office as they could before the release of the box office behemoth Wonder Woman 2 were hit by the TV broadcast of the Victoria's Secret fashion show. On Monday, the total single-day box office of all films in the North American film market was only $3.56 million, a sharp drop of 86% compared with a previous Sunday's full-day $23.97 million. It is natural that the box office on weekdays plummeted compared with weekends, but the 86% drop is really too shocking. For example, the week before, the year-on-year decline between Sunday and Monday was only 73%. Obviously, the sharp drop in box office on November 18th was undoubtedly affected by the TV broadcast of the Victoria's Secret fashion show. The Victoria's Secret fashion show is just the beginning. The following Tuesday and Thursday will be the finale of the second season of American Idol in the fall season. Because it is the show where the top 32 are selected after the preliminary auditions, it is of great significance. It is expected that the audience scale will exceed 30 million, which will inevitably have an impact on the first week of the fall season again. These are still secondary. On Wednesday, November 20th, Los Angeles, amid the strong expectations of fans around the world, Wonder Woman 2 once again chose the Sacred Civic Auditorium to hold a grand premiere, announcing the arrival of this latest blockbuster in the DC movie universe. Chapter 1069 Perfect Answer. At 6 p.m., in the Sacred Citizens Auditorium, the story of Wonder Woman 2 follows Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice at the end of last year. The opening prologue is that a team of explorers who went deep into the African jungle accidentally discovered a temple and took out the ancient tribal artifact called the Thane, the Blade of the God Killer. As a photographer took a picture of the Blade of the God Killer, the screen switched to a series of reports on this major archaeological discovery. The audience who knew a little about the background of DC Comics understood it instantly. The Blade of the God Killer naturally led to Wonder Woman's nemesis Cheetah. The prologue ended, followed by the opening. The main film began with a hearing. After the Superman and Batman war, the countries around the world once again felt the threat of superpowers and alien creatures to the Earth, and under the leadership of the United States, formed a United Nations Special Crisis Management Committee to deal with such incidents. Superman has died, and Batman has hidden his identity again, so at the call of the United Nations government, Wonder Woman took the initiative to come forward and participated in this hearing. The topic was mainly about the placement of the Mother Box with huge energy. Wonder Woman roughly explained the ins and outs of the Mother Box. Under the questioning of representatives from all over the world who hoped that humans would regain control of the Mother Box, Diana still insisted that due to the crisis caused by Lex Luthor, the best solution was to keep 3 Mother Boxes on Paradise Island. The hearing ended unhappily. After the meeting, Diana found Bill Herman, the representative of the United States on the committee, and handed him a newspaper reporting on the Blade of God Killer, expressing her hope to take back this ancient artifact left by the gods that may cause a crisis to mankind. Bill invited Diana to a charity reception held by a businessman named Maxwell Lord in Manhattan on the pretext of a detailed discussion. Maxwell Lord is a second-tier villain under DC Comics. At the same time, during the introduction process at the reception, Diana also met Maxwell's female assistant, Barbara Minerva. Compared with Maxwell Lord, Barbara Minerva is naturally famous. Cheetah. It seemed like a pleasant conversation, but Diana was a little confused by Maxwell Lord's strange gaze, until Lord's nosebleed, then she reminded him. When Lord went to deal with the nosebleed, Diana talked to Bill about the Blade of the God Killer in a little more depth, and reiterated that, Like the Mother Box, this ancient artifact, which was currently on display at the Metropolitan Museum of Art, could not be controlled by humans and might even bring disaster. After listening to Diana's explanation, Bill Herman said he would deal with it as soon as possible. After Wonder Woman left, Bill was invited by Maxwell Lord to meet privately, and under Lord's gaze, he told him everything about his conversation with Wonder Woman. It turned out that Maxwell Lord was a superpower with the ability to control the mind, and Bill Herman was unknowingly controlled by the other party. Unfortunately, this ability was ineffective against Diana. Not only that, the attempt to control Diana's mind in the previous greeting was also backfired. Lord's purpose of controlling Bill was also for the Mother Box. He was disappointed that the committee had put pressure on Wonder Woman to no avail. When he learned that the blade of the God Killer was actually an ancient artifact, he immediately made a new plan and asked his female assistant Barbara Minerva, who had special skills, to snatch the blade of the God Killer. This triggered the first climax of the film. Museum attack. Realizing that Wonder Woman was also personally watching the blade of the God Killer in the Metropolitan Museum of Art, coupled with the museum's own strict security, Barbara Minerva confirmed that she could not steal it quietly, so she decided to rob it openly. So she led a group of armed men to raid the museum and kidnapped a large number of hostages as a human shield to block Wonder Woman. In a wonderful battle of blocking bullets with bare hands, the armed men led by Barbara had no power to fight back under Diana's attack. However, Barbara successfully got the blade of the God Killer. At the critical moment when she was about to be captured by Diana, Barbara, wearing a mask, pressed the button of the remote-controlled bomb, indicating that Diana had 10 seconds to choose the hostage's life or the blade of the God Killer in her hand. Wonder Woman returned to the hostage group without hesitation and found the bomb. The countdown was only 3 seconds left. Wonder Woman certainly didn't have the hand speed of the Flash to defuse the bomb. At the critical moment, Diana suddenly exerted her strength, jumped up with a bomb, smashed the roof of the museum and flew into the sky. There was a loud bang. A burst of dazzling fire exploded over the metropolis, and a black spot was thrown far away. All the hostages were rescued, and the blade of God Killer was lost. The story began to split into two lines. Maxwell Lord studied the inscriptions on the blade of God Killer and learned that a blood sacrifice was needed to obtain the power of the cheetah goddess attached to the artifact, so he decisively cut his palm. There was no response. Then he realized that the object of the blood sacrifice could only be a woman. After a little hesitation, Lord handed the blade of God Killer to his loyal female assistant, and with some mind control, Barbara Minerva stabbed the blade of God Killer into her chest. In the vision that shook the Loud family mansion, Barbara Minerva was possessed by the evil cheetah goddess who had been cursed by the blade of God Killer, and began to grow hair and took on the form of a leopard woman. After the transformation was completed, she immediately attacked Maxwell Loud. Fortunately, Loud's mind control worked this time, and he controlled the other party at the critical moment when he was about to be killed by the leopard woman. As for the reason, it may be that the leopard woman still retained Barbara as sanity, or her mental self-control ability was not as strong as Wonder Woman's, or other reasons. In short, it was all adapted by the screenwriter outside the fourth wall for the plot. Loud, who was wandering between life and death, finally did not work in vain. He obtained Leopard Woman, a subordinate with powerful force, and then launched the next plan to hunt another superpower. Cyborg. On the other hand, Wonder Woman, who was blown away to protect civilians, woke up from a coma and found Bill Herman immediately. Diana only talked to Bill about the news of the blade of God Killer, so it was confirmed that the news must have been leaked from the other party. As a result, even if he used the lasso of truth, he still couldn't get the information he wanted. Because Bill didn't remember being mentally controlled by Maxwell Lord, there was no question of lying and concealing in front of the heroine. However, this government official who was only used and was actually a positive character, after a discussion with the heroine, thought that since some people got the news from him, then he could roughly judge the other party's possible next goal. Then he introduced Diana to another thing that the federal government was secretly doing. It turned out that when the government was studying the mother box that Superman brought to the Earth, a researcher named Silas Stone used the power of the mother box without authorization to save his seriously injured and dying son Victor Stone, and turned Victor into a cyborg. During the Super Batman War, Silas Stone died accidentally and Victor Stone disappeared. After experiencing the horror of Lex Luthor's transformation into an alien species, the US government was worried that Victor Stone, who had also been transformed by alien technology, would endanger human safety. The team set up an investigation team to hunt down Victor Stone. Therefore, if there is an information leak on the authorities' side, then the person behind the scenes who is interested in the blade of the Godslayer will definitely be interested in Victor Stone, who was transformed by the power of the Mother Box. Wonder Woman can follow this line to find out. Diana listened to Bill's advice and questioned Victor Stone, but unfortunately she was one step late to Maxwell Lord. The team led by Barbara Minerva, who had acquired the power of Cheetah, first found Cyborg, who was used to hiding during the day and living a secluded life with a mask on his head, in a slum in the metropolis. Although he had experienced a battle with the grid and slowly accepted his identity, Cyborg was not as experienced as the battle-hardened Batman and Wonder Woman, and was soon almost subdued by Cheetah. At the critical moment, Wonder Woman fell from the sky. The second climax of the film. After a fierce battle, Wonder Woman defeated Cheetah, and the seriously injured Cheetah jumped on a high-speed train under the cover of night and fled. Careful viewers can easily find that the destination on the train points to another key city in the DC world, Central City. This also excited the fans in the Sacred Citizen Auditorium. During the promotional stage of the movie, Deaneries Entertainment kept the plot of Wonder Woman 2 extremely secret. The several trailers released one after another, in addition to mainly revealing that the second villain is Cheetah, only showed a very small number of Cyborg shots half hidden, allowing the audience to guess. The crossover story of Wonder Woman and Cyborg has already made fans quite excited. Unexpectedly, the long-awaited Flash since the first big movie in 1991 will also appear in this Wonder Woman 2. How can the gathering of the three superheroes not be exciting? On the big screen. Worried about the unconscious Cyborg, Wonder Woman did not chase him immediately, but rescued him. After waking up, Victor Stone saw Diana, and the first thing he showed was deep guilt. Through the conversation, Diana learned that Victor Stone was also nearby when the Big Three fought against the alien species incarnated by Lex Luthor, but Victor finally chose to retreat in the face of the alien species' almost destructive power. Cyborg has always felt deeply guilty, thinking that it was his retreat that led to Superman's death and the accidental death of his father. If he had stood up bravely at the time, perhaps everything would have changed. Diana had heard about Victor's experience, but did not blame him, but tried her best to comfort him. After calming down, Victor Stone asked about Cheetah again. Diana explained in detail that the soul attached to Cheetah was originally the patron saint of an ancient tribe. Later, she encountered a curse in the tribal war and turned black, becoming an evil god and sealed on the god-killing blade. Through the previous battle, Diana judged that the Cheetah goddess had not fully awakened, so she needed to find her as soon as possible and reseal her. After a discussion, the two hurried to the destination of the train where Cheetah jumped on, Central City. The storyline unfolded again from then on. Central City. Barry Allen, a forensic technology expert at the police station, was woken up overnight. A murder occurred on a late-night train from the metropolis. In a carriage, two young men were attacked and died miserably, as if they were scratched and bitten by some kind of wild beast. A middle-aged passenger who experienced this only knew that the two dead young men tried to chat up a woman. Because the woman did not resist, the middle-aged man was threatened by a gangster again. Fearing that he would be affected, he hid in other carriages. Unexpectedly, a murder occurred. The plot is not dragged here, and there is a flash detective story. The police system in Central City soon received news that a riot had occurred near the city station and urgently needed support. Barry Allen and his colleagues hurried there. At the same time, Wonder Woman arrived with Cyborg. The target was easily found. And a step later, the cursed Cheetah goddess completely occupied Barbara Minerva's body, fully awakened, and summoned through roars, controlling the surrounding humans and transforming them into minions with golden pupils and sharp teeth, wreaking havoc on the city. Details in this regard have also been adapted. In the comics, the Cheetah goddess infects humans into her own kind by biting them. Considering that this method is too inefficient and too bloody, she switched to a more advanced sonic infection. The final battle. The fully awakened Cheetah Woman's combat power has increased greatly. She is still strong enough to fight 1-on-2, not to mention that she has summoned thousands of minions to attack Wonder Woman and Cyborg together. In comparison, Diana and Victor were soon stretched to their limits in dealing with Cheetah Woman and not harming the innocent humans who were just controlled. At the critical moment, lightning flashed and the Flash appeared. He quickly repelled the infected people surrounding Wonder Woman and Cyborg, and was able to greet Diana. But there was not much time for nonsense. Judging that this superpower was on her side and that the other party was very fast, Wonder Woman quickly gave instructions, hoping that the Flash could subdue all the infected people around him, and explained that as long as Cheetah Woman was defeated, these people would be able to recover. Thus, the memorable Flash time appeared on the big screen again, which was the slow-motion shot of Simon imitating Quicksilver from X-Men in the first Flash. Barry Allen used the materials on hand, pulled the wires on the roadside, and counted the numbers while moving at super high speed, while slowing down the countless infected people in the picture to the slowest movements and tying them up into immobile human sticks. He couldn't help but mutter, "I hope the power company won't ask me for compensation." The city suddenly exploded with flowing electric light, which seemed to be fleeting. 38,637. After counting the last number, Barry Allen had reappeared in front of Wonder Woman and Cyborg, holding a wire in his hand, and looked at Diana and Victor, and rushed towards the cheetah who had not yet reacted. 386. Halfway through the number counting, Barry Allen was knocked away by the cheetah, who was not slow at all, and there were several more blood marks on the chest of his uniform. After knocking Barry Allen away, Cheetah roared at Flash decisively. As a result, Barry Allen, who fell into the rubble, was only slightly dizzy and quickly recovered. Wonder Woman on the other side drew out her sword and shield to prepare for the battle, and said to Victor next to her, "Don't be afraid, her voice can only control ordinary people." This is actually an explanation for why the three people, especially Flash, were not infected and controlled by Cheetah. Then, a wonderful 3v1. Although it was not as intense as the previous Super, God, Bat vs. Alien, it was still hearty. Justice defeated evil again. Cheetah was defeated, and the blackened soul of the Cheetah Goddess escaped from Barbara Minerva's body. Barbara regained her human body, Diana recognized the girl's identity, and understood the ins and outs of the matter. The story came to the end. Maxwell Lord was arrested. Diana took back the God-Killer blade. Flash finally chose to continue to hide his identity and did not have more contact with Diana. In the last scene, Cyborg, who had grown a lot after this battle, proposed to Wonder Woman that they should establish a superpower alliance. Just like this time, everyone would help each other and fight against evil together. Diana smiled and asked what the name of this organization should be. Victor Stone thought about it and said tentatively, "What do you think of the Justice League?" The screen went dark. The music started. At the end, there was still an indispensable Easter egg. In the dark and distant depths of the universe, on the huge spaceship, a burly figure in armor reported to the monarch sitting on the throne that he had received the signal of the Mother Box energy again and had determined the location. A deep and decisive voice came from the throne, "Find them and bring them to me." Steppenwolf, Darkseid. When the lights came on, the fans in the Sacred Citizen Auditorium still had these two names in their minds. It was not enough. Soon, warm and continuous applause rang out. Just looking at the feedback from more than 2,000 audience members at the scene at this time, there is no doubt that under the halo of Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice, which can be called a shadow, Wonder Woman 2 has handed in a fairly perfect answer sheet, breaking the previous judgment of many commentators that the amazing results of the battle between Superman and Batman would lead to subsequent projects starting high and ending low or even follow-up lack of strength. Congratulations, Simon. I have to say, Wonder Woman 2 is another masterpiece. Thank you, Roger. It's an honor for you to come here in person from Chicago today. Oh, it's my honor. Dad, this movie is great. Thank you, Liz. Remember to take Nikki and the others back early. Don't go to bed too late, and don't run around. I know, you're so nagging. Dad, can we get a copy in advance and watch it again? No. So stingy. Mr. Westeros, thank you for giving me the opportunity to play the cheetah. From Madeleine Swan in the summer blockbuster 007 to Barbara Minerva this time. Oh, really? I still feel like I'm dreaming. I once thought that I would only be a third-rate actress in my life. You're welcome, Uma. Your acting is great. You deserve it. Here, please don't cry. Everyone thinks I'm bullying you. I'm so sorry, Mr. Westeros. I lost my temper. Or you can go over there and take a rest. No, Mr. Westeros, I was wondering if I could treat you to a meal in private to express my gratitude again. I'm sorry, I may not have time. Then tonight, wait, let's go have a cup of coffee together. I'm afraid it won't work tonight, so I'll go say hello to the others. Simon finished talking to Uma Thurman, who plays the role of Leopard Woman, and turned to Bob White, who unexpectedly appeared at the premiere tonight. General Electric has completed the integration of Time Warner, and Bob White, who was once the CEO of NBC Television Network under General Electric, is currently the president of the new NBC Time Warner Group under General Electric Group, and Terry Semel is the CEO of NBC Time Warner Group. After the reorganization, although he was nominally Terry Semel's deputy, in fact, the two had no subordinate relationship and both reported directly to Jack Welch. Moreover, in addition to administration, finance, personnel and other aspects, the two were also in charge of their own business. White was mainly responsible for television and print media business, while Semel was still in charge of movies, as well as Warner's telecommunications business, which was being developed. Simon and Semel's good relationship is almost known to everyone. Now, Semel did not attend the premiere of Wonder Woman 2 due to schedule, but Bob White, who is not in charge of the film business, suddenly came over. With a little thought, it is not difficult to imagine the trick. It seems that even if it becomes NBC Time Warner, Warner cannot escape the fate of internal strife. This is also why Simon privately thinks Jack Welch lacks courage. Perhaps it is because the scale of NBC Time Warner Group is too large and Welch's expectations are very high. Therefore, this legendary manager is unwilling to boldly delegate power like he did with other subsidiaries, and does not want to completely expel the former management, so it is inevitable that the current situation will be created again. Simon greeted Bob White enthusiastically on the surface, but he couldn't help but reflect on himself in his heart. Even if he has to delegate power in the future, whether it is Deanery's Entertainment or other companies such as Igrit, even if they are split, this kind of entanglement cannot occur. Sure enough, after a brief greeting, Bob White revealed his intentions. Simon, Wonder Woman 2 is indeed great, but don't you think it's a bit unfair to have the Flash and Cyborg as supporting roles? Moreover, as far as I know, the solo movies of the Flash and Cyborg have been shelved for several years after the first part, which is really not in line with the development rhythm of the series of movies. Since Bob White still had a tone of good negotiation, Simon was more patient and shook his head and said, "Bob, it's my original intention to support Warner to monopolize these two superhero movies. The conditions for heroes. As for your second question, I think I have explained it many times. We must control the development rhythm of the DC movie universe to avoid too many projects that will cause audiences to become aesthetically fatigued, and may even affect the diversity of Hollywood. In fact, this tendency has been very serious in recent years. The total box office of the top 10 Hollywood movies is getting closer and closer to 40% of the annual box office share. I think this should be a red line. Maybe you have heard of Diller's tent theory. If Hollywood only has tent poles, it is definitely not a healthy industry state, so we must give other types of films enough living space." Quotation mark. Chapter 1070 Part 2, Comet Hitting the Earth. Bob White was not stunned by Simon's words, and there was a bit of sourness in his tone. "The problem is, Simon, most of your so-called tentpoles in recent years have come from Deanery's Entertainment. This is very unfair, isn't it?" "You are wrong, Bob. Compared with other fields, the competition in Hollywood is the fairest. As long as you can make good enough movies, the audience will buy it. Deanery's Entertainment has just done better in recent years. We have not prevented other studios from making excellent films. This is someone else's problem." Okay, Bob White had no intention of continuing to argue, and he stopped beating around the bush and said, "Simon, I came to Los Angeles this time because I hope that Warner Brothers can develop more superhero movies in addition to the existing DC series." Simon restrained his expression. "If I remember correctly, Bob, Terry should be in charge of Warner's film business." "Yes, but it is obvious that Terry is not diligent in this regard. At least in the development of superhero movies, he has not stimulated the potential of the DC brand at all." "Then, what I want to know is..." Simon looked at Bob White. "Does Jack know about this?" Bob White paused, and said, "I haven't told him yet." Simon raised his glass to White and said, "In that case, have a good night. Moreover, I can make my attitude clear. I don't agree. If you intend to force it, I certainly can't stop you, but I will change the development plan of the existing DC movie universe project." After saying this, Simon ignored Bob White and turned to walk away. Asking about Jack Welch was just Simon's attempt to confirm whether this matter tonight came from Welch's instruction. However, Simon's tough attitude towards the DC movie universe will not change at all. Unconsciously, he has regarded Hollywood as his own territory. In order to prevent comic-based movies from flooding too early and to maintain the diversity of Hollywood, Simon has been suppressing his own Marvel, and of course he will not allow DC to mess around. If the conflict intensifies, even if it is the DC movie universe, Simon can stop it at will. Just after parting with Bob White, Jonathan Friedman came over to congratulate him again. Jonathan talked about another thing. Simon, Deaneries Entertainment recently launched 2 movies about comets hitting the Earth, Armageddon and The Last Airbender. When do you plan to start preparing? The Last Airbender was an idea that Simon had given to Robert Poole, the screenwriter of MGM's hit infectious disease film The Fear Zone a long time ago. After the success of The Fear Zone, Poole also became popular, and his script for The Last Airbender was successfully selected by Deaneries Entertainment. Armageddon was an idea that Simon had inspired by The Last Airbender. In the past, the 2 films competed in the same year, which was very exciting. The original version of Armageddon had been dropped by Butterfly, and Simon picked it up again and gave it to the original screenwriter Michael Tolkien to write. The 2 projects were recently added to Deaneries Entertainment's project list. Although preparations have not officially begun, the 2 special effects-focused blockbusters have quickly attracted the attention of major Hollywood agencies and celebrities. There is no other way. In Hollywood today, Deaneries Entertainment's films are the easiest to make actors popular. At the same time, in order to secure their status and not be replaced by latecomers, even big names have to try their best to seize these opportunities. Jonathan Friedman was obviously gathering information for WMA's stars at this time. Simon certainly had nothing to hide from Jonathan, and said, "For now, it's just a project, but next year's schedule is full. Collision will be in 1998, and I hope Michael Bay will be the director of Armageddon, which will have to wait until he finishes Jurassic Park 3, and the release date will be pushed back to 1999. Jonathan nodded after hearing this, which was basically within his expectations, so he didn't rush to recommend a candidate, but said, "Kim has already finished filming The Cable Guy, and Deaneries Entertainment has not heard about the next project." Simon, I can only ask you. The Cable Guy is a comedy tailored for Jim Carrey by Ben Stiller and Judd Apatow, members of the Bad Boys gang that Simon has been quietly supporting. In the past, Jim Carrey received the first $20 million basic salary in Hollywood with this movie, which opened the $20 million era. Because of the original contract and Simon's suppression of Jim Carrey, of course there was no $20 million this time. Moreover, including this movie, it was also deliberately arranged by Simon. The box office performance of The Cable Guy in the original time and space can be said to be the worst after Jim Carrey became popular. It cost Sony's budget of nearly $50 million at that time, and the global box office barely exceeded $100 million. This is still Simon's deliberate suppression of Jim Carrey, and he let the bad boy help practice. At this time, hearing Jonathan's obvious tone of pleading, Simon did not insist and said, "I will find time to send him the script." Jim Carrey signed a contract with Deaneries Entertainment for 5 films. After 2 Ace Ventura, The Mask and The Cable Guy, which has been filmed but not released, there is only one left. In fact, the script has been prepared long ago. The Truman Show. This is also a script that has been circulating in Hollywood for a long time and has not been fanned away by Simon's Big Butterfly. The screenwriter of the story came up with the idea in the 1980s, but it was not noticed by Hollywood until 1991. The script has been passed around for many times but has not been successfully filmed. Finally, it fell into the hands of Deaneries Entertainment and was quietly taken over by Simon. If Jim Carrey hadn't tried to break the contract and had a very unhappy relationship with Deaneries Entertainment, Simon might have taken it out long ago, and even pushed the other party at the Oscars. Speaking of which, Simon has quietly suppressed quite a few scripts in recent years. Just like this year-end schedule in 1996, the most popular film should have been Jack Maggie starring Tom Cruise. Cruise has fallen to the second or third line under the constant suppression of Deaneries Entertainment. Although the script of Jack Maggie was not slapped, it was also sealed by Simon to make way for other movies. Jonathan was relieved to see Simon give in. In fact, Simon's approach can be understood. At the beginning, Deaneries Entertainment signed a number of long-term contracts in succession, including a series of key actor contracts in the DC movie universe. If Jim Carrey, who tried to break the contract, was not taught a lesson, other actors would definitely make trouble, and it might not be able to end at that time. It is even hard to say whether the DC movie universe can achieve the glory of the Superman and Batman battle last year. Jim Carrey, who surrendered himself, switched to WMA. Only with Jonathan's intervention did he get rid of the situation of being hidden. However, the bad feelings on Deanery's Entertainment's side had already formed. If not, with the box office momentum shown by the comedy star's first two movies, his current achievements would definitely be more than that. Fortunately, there is only one film contract left. Jonathan can imagine that after the last movie, the two sides will never have any intersection. However, Deanery's Entertainment, which is in its heyday, obviously doesn't care too much about any intersection. Even the times have changed. Hollywood now is obviously an era of super blockbuster movies, and it is no longer the era when big directors and big stars were praised by major studios. Just like the DC movie universe, it can create box office miracles without big directors and big stars, and even a group of new big directors and big stars have been promoted in recent years. Jonathan just asked about the two comet hitting the Earth movies, which were also asked by some big names under WMA. Otherwise, if Deanery's Entertainment gives these opportunities to those newcomers, many big names whose status has been in jeopardy in recent years may really be beaten to death on the beach. In the final analysis, a young man who came out of nowhere 10 years ago has completely changed the pattern of Hollywood. The day after the premiere, the reputation of Wonder Woman 2 was directly lifted, and the comprehensive score of various media reached 8.7 points, close to the classic. Moreover, the reputation of this latest DC blockbuster is even irrelevant. When major theaters posted the last poster of the three superheroes Wonder Woman, Flash, and Cyborg on the second day of the premiere, the expectations of a large number of fans who did not know that Flash would participate in the show have been raised to a higher level. Then, on November 22nd, after the hot midnight show, the much-anticipated Wonder Woman 2 was officially rolled out on a large scale on 4,017 screens in North America. At the same time, the first week of the Thanksgiving schedule from November 15th to November 21st also came to an end. In fact, after the three-day weekend box office results from November 15th to November 17th were released, the two producers of Space Jam and Star Trek VIII already felt bad. For a whole week, due to the fifth Victoria's Secret fashion show on November 18th and the two consecutive Tuesday and Thursday shows with an average audience of more than 30 million, the final box office results of the second season of American Idol were released, and the producers of the two new films were completely disappointed. The total box office for the first 7 days of the Thanksgiving period was $95.46 million, of which the 3 days of the weekend accounted for $79.23 million, and the box office for the 4 weekdays was only $16.22 million, accounting for only a pitiful 17% of the weekly box office, while under normal circumstances, this proportion is often around 30%. In other words, the three popular dramas this week swallowed up more than $12 million in the North American theater box office. It's not enough that Deanery's Entertainment has produced more and more films that other studios can't fight back. Now even Deanery's Entertainment's TV shows are competing with everyone for market share, which is really a pity. In the end, in the first week of the Thanksgiving season, the box office champion was not the $80 million live-action animation film Space Jam, starring Bugs Bunny and Jordan, but Paramount's classic long-running science fiction series sequel Star Trek VIII. In the first week of its release, Star Trek VIII finally earned $34.67 million in the first 7 days. This result is not a failure, but it is significantly lower than Paramount's first-week box office expectation of $40 million. Moreover, the forecast gap of $5 million is exactly the same as the box office share swallowed by several popular TV series. If there was no Wonder Woman 2, which started with $34.67 million, Star Trek VIII would actually be expected to hit the domestic box office of $80 million to $100 million. The film cost $45 million to produce, and it can recover the production cost just by relying on local distribution. Now, Wonder Woman 2 is so popular that it was even cut by a TV show produced by Deanery's Entertainment in its first week. The possibility of a domestic box office of $70 million is pitifully small, and we can only look forward to overseas. However, the popularity of the Star Trek series overseas is far less than that in China, and it is lucky to get half of the domestic box office. According to calculations, the Star Trek series, which should have been a sure win for Paramount, will inevitably become the worst commercial performance in recent years, even if it does not lose money in all channels. However, Star Trek VIII is actually lucky. Space Jam, which ranks second on the box office list, is the real failure. Warner imitated the model of Who Framed Roger Rabbit and spent $80 million to produce this live-action animation film. It also invited the well-known Bugs Bunny and Michael Jordan. As a result, the word of mouth of the film after its release was a complete failure, with an average media rating of only 4.3 points, which was not even passing, far from the praise of Who Framed Roger Rabbit. Even though the North American market is very mature, there is no shortage of bad movies that sell well. It just depends on the timing. In the past, Space Jam earned more than $90 million in the domestic box office without strong opponents, and $230 million worldwide, which is also considered a hit. This time, just talking about the first week of opening, not only will it collide with Star Trek VIII, but also Barbra Streisand's Mirror Image last week and Annabelle, which opened during the Halloween schedule and still has some strength. The ending can be imagined. In the first 7 days of the first week, relying on 2,650 screens, the box office revenue of Space Jam was only $25.14 million, and the average theater did not even reach the level of $10,000. Starting with $25.14 million, next week will be Wonder Woman 2, which is enough to cut the box office data of the same period. Warner can't even imagine what kind of situation this $80 million blockbuster will face next. In addition to the two new films, Annabelle, which successfully broke the $100 million mark last week, saw a 43% drop in box office this week under the impact of the two new films, but still earned $15.56 million at the box office, with a total box office of $124.76 million in 4 weeks. This new film from the Conjuring movie universe, with a total investment of only $30 million in production and promotion, is firmly on the diaoyote. The fourth place is Barbra Streisand's Mirror, which saw a 29% drop in box office in the second week, earning $11.4 million, and a total box office of $27.49 million in 2 weeks. Through subsequent releases, it is expected to reach the expected domestic box office of $40 million, which is the best result for this project produced by Sony. The fifth place is Boogie Nights, which is still a film produced by Deaneries Entertainment. Compared to the fourth place Double Mirror with $11.4 million, the box office of Boogie Nights in its fifth week of release directly fell to $4.31 million. It is conceivable that other old films in the same period had even bleaker box office performances. Including Boogie Nights, the last 9 of the 13 films included in the box office statistics this week, excluding the top 4, only received less than $9 million in total. However, all these films, no matter good or bad, were reduced to nothing in front of the overwhelming Wonder Woman 2. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1071 Returning to the Country. Boston, Sunday afternoon, November 24th. Maria Bezrek watched the afternoon show of Wonder Woman 2 with her 3 sons and daughter Annette, who came to visit her in the United States. On the way back to her residence, she listened to the 3 boys and daughter discussing the film enthusiastically. Walking quietly beside the children, she couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. This is the movie he led the production of, and she was pregnant with his little kid. People are creatures of position. Thinking about the news about Wonder Woman 2 in the newspapers these 2 days, Maria felt more personally how powerful Deaneries Entertainment, founded by a little man, is in the United States compared to last year's Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice, when she was on the sidelines. On the first day of November 22nd, which was considered a midnight show, Wonder Woman 2 earned $35.61 million in box office revenue on the first day of its release, which was higher than the first 7-day box office revenue of the new film called Star Trek VIII last week. Judging from the box office trend yesterday, Saturday, the media has predicted that this movie will once again achieve a box office revenue of over $100 million in the first 3 days of its release. The box office reached $100 million in 3 days. Maria couldn't help but convert it into the currency unit of Ukraine and even the former Soviet Union, and she felt more and more shocked. and the person who created this miracle happened to be the father of her unborn child, so all kinds of emotions emerged in her heart, making Maria's unfamiliarity with him, which had been fading because of a child, even more disappear. In fact, because he often came to see her once every 1 or 2 weeks, she unconsciously developed some resentment. After walking leisurely for more than 20 minutes with the children, she returned to the manor from the nearby community cinema. As soon as Maria and her 4 children entered the door, they saw angry Davis guarding the door of the villa. The housekeeper greeted the children, and waited for the siblings to come in before she said to Maria, who had sensed something and stopped, "Ms. Bezruk, it's so cold now, you should ask the driver to drive you out instead of walking such a long way." Maria knew, of course, that the housekeeper was concerned about the baby in her belly, and explained, "It's okay, my hometown is much colder than Boston. You still have to be careful." Angry always abided by his duties in front of his master, and after a little persuasion, he said no more, but said, "In addition, I'm about to return to New York, Ms. Angry. If you have anything, you can call me anytime." "Okay," Maria nodded, hesitated for a moment, glanced at the children in the living room guiltily, and then asked the housekeeper in a low voice, "Angry, what is he busy with recently? Wonder Woman 2 was released recently, you must know that. In addition, it's Thanksgiving soon, and the boss can't spare the time," Anger said, and before Maria showed too much disappointment, he continued, "However, the bus will definitely come to the East Coast in early December, because the Westeros building in Manhattan will be topped out at that time. Early December, no matter which day it must be at least a week later. However, there is finally something to look forward to." Anger Davis discussed some trivial matters with Maria again, and did not forget to say goodbye to the 4 children before leaving with a few entourage. They took a helicopter back to New York in the evening. The housekeeper had just landed and took a car to arrange a farewell for Jeonjin and Tao Yuli. The 2 Oriental girls returned to China today. As the recent favorites of her boss, she also had to pay more attention to them. Kennedy International Airport. Jeonjin and Tao Yuli were arranged to take a Gulfstream V ultra-long-range business jet this time. Although they still had to stop in Hawaii, it also made the 2 girls full of excitement about returning home in glory. Anyway, after only being in the United States for more than half a year, they can return on a private plane. If their relatives and friends knew this, even if they associated it with certain things, it would probably be difficult for them to have any prejudice. In this era, private planes are almost like legends in China. After saying goodbye to the housekeeper who came to see them off and friends such as Roberta and Eliza, Jeonjin and her daughter boarded the Gulfstream V, and the private plane set off soon. When they finally arrived at their destination, it was already past 5 o'clock in the afternoon on Monday, Beijing time. The location was the capital airport. In this era, only big shots can use private planes in China. Seeing that the 2 girls actually had several foreign women as followers, the airport staff welcomed them more attentively. Some people recognized Jeonjin and her daughter. Although they did not ask for autographs, they were full of compliments for the 2 international supermodels who appeared on Oriental Horizon and were very popular in China recently. Originally, I was afraid of being close to home, and this quickly dissipated the sense of alienation that had not been generated. As soon as they walked out of the airport, the 2 girls saw a girl who was still arrogant and seemed to be 2 meters tall, wearing high heels, rushing over. She hugged them enthusiastically and almost kissed them in public, which attracted the attention of passengers around the airport. After Zumomo greeted the 2 girls, she introduced the woman next to her who was also tall and had a similar look to her. She was the Aunt Mo Wuling who became the girl's personal assistant arranged by Zumomo's mother. Finally, it was the turn of a short-haired woman wearing a black women's suit and with a capable temperament. They had contacted each other many times in advance, so of course they knew each other. And Ziahan, the president of the Chinese branch of Elite Model Agency. Elite's headquarters is located in the more open Shanghai, but because they had arranged in advance to discuss some work in Beijing tomorrow, everyone gathered here. After such a pleasant greeting, a group of very eye-catching women walked towards several luxury cars waiting outside the airport. Zumomo, who had a lot to talk about with the 2 sisters, took the initiative to squeeze into a car with Jeonjin. When the car started, the girl couldn't help but throw herself on Jeonjin, who was sitting in the middle, and acted intimately and coquettishly. Seeing this, Tao Yuli on the other side felt a little guilty for some reason. But they secretly reached a tacit understanding and planned to squeeze Zumomo out. That's good. We will live together in the courtyard of Mauer Hutong tonight. I will say that we want to talk all night long. My aunt will never find a reason to stop me again. Jeonjin heard Zumomo say this and half-jokingly said, "You have broken up with Simon. It's not appropriate to live in Simon's house again, right?" Zumomo was still clinging to Jeonjin. Because of the excitement of not seeing each other for a long time, she didn't feel the temptation in her tone, but said, "I didn't want to break up. It was all arranged by my mother." Tao Yulai on the other side changed the subject slightly and asked, "Momo, how is your movie going?" "Filming started in early October. I didn't have many scenes to begin with, so we finished it by the end of the month. Moreover, the film was wrapped last week and is now in post-production," Zumomo said, not forgetting to draw inferences from one example. "However, it's not so easy on Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. Not only do I have to travel all over the country, but it's also very tiring, especially the martial arts scenes. Yahoo called me last week and said that she fell off a wire in a lake. After falling into the water, she was so tired that she didn't want anyone to rescue her. She felt that drowning in the lake would be easier than filming. Is it so scary?" "Yes, it's a martial arts drama, flying around. It's not like you really have to do light skills." Jeonjin asked again, "So what are you doing recently?" "Mainly taking classes at the Central Academy of Drama," Zumomo said, and suddenly became a little listless. "Simon said that I'm not suitable to be an actor. Filming If You Are the One is just showing my face, but my mom. Anyway, I'm trapped in the Central Academy of Drama now. My mom asked Simon to arrange a place for me as an auditor." Jeonjin listened to Zumomo's complaining tone and said with a smile, "You are still not satisfied with this? How many people want to enter the Central Academy of Drama but can't?" Zumomo sat up straight, pouting in dissatisfaction. "How about we change?" Jeonjin immediately shook her head. "No." Zumomo looked at her with contempt, and then remembered something, took out a box of discs from her bag, and said to the two women, "Look, I bought it at a roadside pirated disc stall. All 5 sessions are available. The vendor said that it has been selling very well recently. This is the VCD of the 5th Victoria's Secret fashion show. I think this must have been arranged by Simon. Not only did he push you two to CCTV, but the show was only broadcast there on November 18th. How come it appeared here almost at the same time, and it also has Chinese subtitles, which is faster than the pirated movies in China?" Jeonjin felt Zumomo's sour tone and took the disc to look at it. The outer plastic box was very beautifully made. In addition to the words Victoria's Secret Fashion Show, the photos of the two women were very conspicuous among the silhouettes of supermodels. Tao Yuli also leaned over to watch, and was also quickly convinced that it must be that man who arranged it for them. Just like the last CCTV interview, the other party needed some footage of the Victoria's Secret Fashion Show as material, and they didn't need to contact them. Someone took the initiative to send it to them. Moreover, after the interview about them was broadcast on Eastern Time last week, in recent days, just the initiative of friends and relatives in China to contact them made them feel the influence of the whole thing. Unexpectedly, there would be such a thing. After looking at and playing with it for a while, Jeonjin was a little impatient to see the content of the disc, but she didn't forget Zumomo next to her, and asked again, "By the way, Momo, how are Jill and Annie doing recently?" In fact, Jeonjin and the other two girls contacted Jill and Pecked in China more frequently than Zumomo. They said that they had greeted each other in advance when they came back this time, but because of something unexpected, Jill and the other two didn't come to greet them. After the initial excitement and joy of the long-awaited reunion, Zumomo gradually calmed down and also felt some of Jeonjin's alienation and temptation. When Jeonjin asked about another point, Zumomo did not perfunctorily say, "Jill and the others are negotiating a large real estate project recently. It is said that the total value is 1 billion. They are very busy recently." At this point, Zumomo couldn't help but asked, "You must know these things, right?" Jeonjin nodded calmly, "Yes, but it is definitely not as detailed as you know here. In fact, I don't know much. If I hadn't kept it secret, I'm afraid that the money I put with Jill would have been taken back by my mother. Simon gave the girls a living allowance of $1 million at one time. It was not much, but the girls did not spend it immediately, but used it as an investment fund." Jeonjin paused when she heard Zumomo talk about this, but she didn't say anything more, but the atmosphere in the car had changed a lot unconsciously. Back to the courtyard of Mauer Hutong in Nanluoguxiang, Dusk had already fallen. Jianxin and her group had just settled in their rooms after being greeted by the Jiang Shenwu sisters. Jill Peck and Zhao Annie also rushed back. Compared to Zhu Momo, who was rejected, Jianxin and her two daughters were still close to Jill and her daughters, and they exchanged pleasantries again. Afterwards, Chen Qing, who had been busy all day, did not return until it was completely dark. Lin Su had been following up on the China Telecom IPO, which was getting closer to the roadshow in the south recently, while Chen Qing was busy with her own affairs. After returning to her residence, Chen Qing, who was tired all day, simply greeted Jianxin and her two daughters, and couldn't wait to take a hot bath to relax. I was really exhausted today. After an important meeting in the morning, I was busy all afternoon. I couldn't go home until dark. Soaking in the comfortable bathtub, Chen Qing carefully resorted out a meeting this morning in her mind, and unknowingly more than half an hour had passed. After taking a bath, it was already dinner time. When they arrived at the restaurant and sat down, Chen Qing briefly welcomed Jianxin and the others, but her mind quickly turned to the Rose Garden project that Jill Peck was in charge of. Chapter 1072. You are so cruel. In another week at most, we will be able to complete the financial audit of the Rose Garden's entire 1 billion yuan registered debt. From the current situation, as we initially expected, the project will ultimately be required to bear only about 600 million yuan in debt. The rest are debts borne by related parties who have no actual rights and interests in this project. If nothing unexpected happens, they can all be divested. Even if a lawsuit is eventually filed, we will win. In the restaurant of the Mauer Hutong courtyard, Chen Qing interrupted Jill when she heard what she said. Jill, I must remind you of this. You must give up the American mentality of filing lawsuits at every turn. Even if we eventually give up this project, there must not be any public litigation. Jill was puzzled. Chen, I don't understand. There were other people in the restaurant, and Chen Qing didn't go into it too much. She just said, the city government wants us to take over this project because they don't want any negative news to break out. Legal proceedings are one of them. So, just remember this now, and you will slowly understand the rest later. Okay, Jill nodded, and continued, the estimated debt of 600 million yuan will be reduced to 500 million after restructuring. This is very cost-effective, because compared to 4 years ago, the land price in the CP area has more than tripled, and the value of the land itself is currently more than 500 million. Zhu Momo, who was secretly depressed because of the estrangement between Jianxin and the other girl, couldn't help but interrupt when she heard this. In that case, why would the higher-ups push the business to us? There should be a lot of people scrambling to do it, right? Chen Qing looked at the girl and asked back, can you come up with 500 million casually? Zhu Momo blinked and roughly understood. If we look at a man's net worth, 500 million RMB is equivalent to less than 60 million US dollars, which is just a small amount of money for a few luxury houses, but for other capital, it may become a large amount of money that is difficult to collect. This is indeed the case. However, Zhu Momo only thought of one aspect. As for other reasons, first of all, the overall environment of China's real estate industry is not good. Since the regulation began in 1993, it is still in a tight state. Under strict regulation, the overall sluggishness of the industry has inevitably restricted the investment enthusiasm of real estate developers. Secondly, this project is too big. It may not reach the exaggerated level of direct city building later, but now in 1996, the Rose Garden in the BJCP area, covering an area of 800 acres, is the largest via real estate project in the country. As a result, the capital that wants to take over does not have enough strength, and the strong investors dare not take over at will. Finally, the interests behind this project are really tangled. If the government had not intervened this time, it could play a role in cutting off the mess. Even Simon would not have taken over casually. When Chen Qing talked to Jill privately, she said that the right time to intervene in the Rose Garden was after the government intervened and before the project went bankrupt. But I didn't expect to be approached by the higher-ups. Since they were already interested in taking over, dealing with this big trouble would make the authorities owe them a favor, and their boss also agreed, so they finally started to get involved. Jill drank the sweet soup, and seeing that Zhu Momo had no intention of speaking again, she continued, speaking of this, the government official who is responsible for following up on this project asked about the funds today. They are probably also worried that we will be like the previous investors, just wanting to, well, to use a Chinese idiom, It's to get something for nothing, haha. This is a very interesting word. Jill had been chatting with Chen Qing in Chinese at the table. When she heard the girl say this, Jianxin and the others who had just arrived today realized that compared to Jill's awkward Chinese at the beginning, in just a few months, this foreign girl's Chinese level has improved by leaps and bounds, and she doesn't even have much of an accent. Upon discovering this, Jianxin felt an inexplicable increase in pressure. At the table, whether it was Chen Qing or Jill, they seemed to be the type who had both good looks and were very capable. On the other hand, she and Tao Yulai, except for their appearance, had little else to rely on. Perhaps, I should bring up the matter of studying fashion design as soon as possible, which I had put aside because I was too busy and my life was too comfortable in the past few months. Seeing Jill talking about this, Chen Qing thought for a while and said, "The director's surname is Li, right? Tomorrow. Well, let me invite him to lunch and chat with him at noon tomorrow. You can come with me. We will directly remit a sum of money to China in the name of Pecht Real Estate Investment Company." Jill nodded, but felt that Chen Qing's move was a bit unnecessary. It would be enough to just remit the money. Why would we need to talk about it again? However, the girl probably thought that there must be some rules that she didn't know. She still had to study hard. Chen Qing certainly had her own considerations. Regarding this project, although her boss personally approved it, not many people in China knew about it. This was also done deliberately by Chen Qing according to her boss's mind. Someone likes to be a black hand behind the scenes. Therefore, the company that is nominally negotiating with all parties for this project is a company called Pecht Real Estate Investment Company that was just registered in Hong Kong some time ago. It directly uses a random name named after Gill's surname, instead of the Levison Group that the city government expects. Moreover, even if it is one level higher, the parent company of Pecht Real Estate Investment Company is still a shell company registered in the Cayman Islands. In short, it is not directly related to the Westeros system. Therefore, even if Chen Qing's background is known, this matter will inevitably make the city government murmur. If there is another person who wants to get something for nothing, the whole project will probably be completely ruined and cannot be concluded. The best way to dispel the above doubts is to show your strength. In simple terms, it is to transfer a real amount of cash to China, similar to a deposit. This is probably what Director Li, who is responsible for following up on this project, and even more people behind the scenes expect. On Chen Qing's side, things are also simple. The Westeros system is not short of cash at the moment. In order to completely dispel the doubts of those who are paying attention to this matter at one time and try their best to cooperate with the reorganization, Chen Qing has already thought of the amount, $50 million. A large amount of cash equivalent to more than 400 million RMB, or foreign currency, may not be a big deal for the entire city of Beijing, but it is a big favor for Director Li of the government office, who was designated by the higher authorities to follow up on this project. The other party said that the money would be placed in a certain bank after entering the country, and the relevant bank received such a large deposit, which is also a political achievement for the president. In fact, personal connections are built up bit by bit. This time it is a gift, and next time you can ask for help. After many exchanges, you will unknowingly form a closer interest relationship than acquaintances and friends. Chen Qing is completely self-taught in these things. As an American, Jill, even with a high IQ and high education from Princeton, has a different cultural environment after all. It takes time to hone if you want to understand. As the dinner was about to end, Chen Qing said to Jianxin and the others, "The boss has already opened up a very good situation for you, like the interview with CCTV some time ago and the Victoria's Secret fashion show VCD that just ended. You may not know this, but it's just a channel I contacted, and 5 million Victoria's Secret discs have been put into circulation in China. In just 1 week, distributors have asked for additional orders. You can imagine how famous you will be. In fact, if you hadn't missed the preparation schedule, we could even push you to show your faces on the Spring Festival Gala. We'll see next year. And Ziahan, you have to work hard too. In short, how far you can develop next depends on yourselves. I only remind you that you must not try to earn any cheap money, and consider your own positioning. You are now world-class supermodels with a good taste, understand?" Both Jianxin and the other two girls, as well as Ziahan, nodded in agreement subconsciously, even though they felt a little uncomfortable with the condescending tone of Chen Qing. After Chen Qing finished the last mouthful of sweet soup and put down the spoon, She did not forget Zhu Momo. She looked at the girl and smiled. "Momo, you can stay here tonight, but the rooms in the inner courtyard are full. You and Wu Ling can only live in the outer courtyard." Mo Wu Ling was about to speak, but Zhu Momo had already suppressed the grievance in her heart and rushed to say, "Okay." Mo Wu Ling noticed the expression of her niece, hesitated a little, and said nothing more. This girl, after all, inherited some of her elder sister's personality traits. However, Mo Wu Ling would never tell her sister about what happened tonight, otherwise she would definitely be scolded. After Chen Qing arranged these, she got up and went out. The Jiang Shanwu sisters, who were serving Chen Qing on both sides, followed her out like a shadow. Seeing this, Zhu Momo couldn't help but make a dog-leg mouth shape, which happened to be seen by Zhao Annie on the opposite side. The girl didn't feel guilty at all and glared at the other party. Zhao Annie could only lower her head and continue eating, thinking to herself, who did she offend? However, maybe one day when I see the big boss again, I should take the initiative, just in case. I'll see if you have the qualifications to glare at me. Humph. After Chen Qing left, everyone dispersed quickly. Even though she was arranged to stay in the first courtyard outside, Zhu Momo did not leave, and she did not take the initiative to get close to Jianxin and the others. However, when the maid who led her to the room left, the girl rolled and fluttered on the big bed, and for the first time she had the idea of rebelling against her mother. On the other hand, Jianxin and Tao Yulai were also assigned to the third courtyard outside. They had never lived in the inner courtyard, so they didn't feel too much wrong. There was no time. Back in her room, Unziahun, who was also dawdling undecisively stayed after Jianxin's words of persuasion, began to introduce the situation in China to the two girls. The two girls once again deeply felt how popular they were in China. After months of continuous publicity, the popularity of the two women exploded after the 5th Victoria's Secret fashion show and the interview of Oriental Time and Space were broadcast. In the past week, they heard that they would return to China in the near future. Even though Elite China had already said that they would not cooperate with them for less than 100,000 yuan, Unziahun still received hundreds of invitations from all parties for commercial performances, endorsements, acting appointments, interviews, and so on. However, even without Chen Qing's reminder at the dinner, Unziahun, who had many years of work experience in the fashion circles in Europe and China and was hired by Elite through the headhunting team of CERSI Capital China Economic Research Institute, knew how to package and position the two women. At this stage, China is in the era of big marketing, and anyone with a little fame can receive the attention of a large number of businesses. As the only two Chinese supermodels who have appeared on the Victoria's Secret fashion show, Jianxin and the two women have even been reported by CCTV. In addition, the recent Victoria's Secret fashion show VCDs have been sold out in China. With this kind of fame of bringing glory to the country, it is too easy to make money. However, everything is too much. Just as Chen Qing reminded, if you want to earn all kinds of money, whether it is endorsing 3 No Health products or performing at nightclub openings, you will definitely make a lot of money in the short term, but it is estimated that there will be no more soon. After all kinds of formal big brands attach great importance to the reputation of their spokespersons, and it is impossible to cooperate with celebrities with too low taste. On the other hand, models are after all a job for young people, and it is best to make more money in the short term. This requires a sense of proportion. Jianxin and the other two girls discussed this with Unziahun until late at night, and got up early the next day. This time they went directly to BJ, mainly because of 2 things that have been finalized. One is Jianxin's endorsement of Simmons in China, and the other is the interview of the 2 girls with Vogue magazine. The endorsement of Simmons was obviously the result of Simon's personal operation. As an internationally renowned mattress brand still controlled by Apollo Management Company, Simmons has been expanding in recent years, and the Chinese market will naturally not be missed. Simon didn't pay much attention to it before, but Jianxin and the other 2 girls learned about it and found that the Simmons team still had the common problem of Western arrogance and prejudice. Although they did not let go of the Chinese market, they did not attach importance to it, so they personally intervened. Simmons has now reformulated its 1997 China marketing plan, one of which is to increase the number of spokespersons and TV advertising. Simon also directly selected a spokesperson, and Jianxin, who has identified an elegant temperament, is just the right person. As for the interview with fashion, the fashion here has nothing to do with Vogue. It is a journal founded by the National Tourism Administration in 1993. It is not only a national magazine, but also the most influential fashion magazine in China. In the spacious and empty courtyard, the women did not gather together for breakfast. Jianxin and the other two girls just found Chen Qing, who was also about to go out, to say goodbye before leaving. Others started their day's work early, only Zhu Momo got up last, had breakfast last, and naturally went out last. As an auditor of the 1996 acting class of the Central Academy of Drama, she usually only attends some professional courses, and there happened to be a body shape class this morning. Zhu Momo, who packed her bag and planned to walk to the nearby Central Academy of Drama for classes, endured all night. Before leaving, she finally said to her aunt, "I have decided to live here in the future and not go back to the apartment in Hippingli. And, if you tell my mother, I will run away from home and go back to the United States." During this period, knowing Zhu Momo's experience in the United States and witnessing the glory of a certain man with her own eyes, Mo Wuling did not have the impetuousness she had when she called her sister directly. However, listening to Zhu Momo's obviously angry tone, she couldn't help but retort, "Your passport has been taken away by your mother, how can you go back to the United States?" Thinking of this made her even more depressed. Her mother probably thought that she might have such an idea a long time ago, and took away her passport early. However, Zhu Momo quickly said, "I will apply for a new one secretly. Anyway, if you tell my mother, I will run away from home." Mo Wuling leaned against the doorframe and looked at Zhu Momo said to her niece, "Even if I don't tell you, what are you going to do in the future?" Zhu Momo pulled the shoulder strap of her bag and said firmly, "That's it, I'll live here." "That?" Mo Wuling paused and said, "Momo, I'm talking about a long time later. You know, he definitely can't marry you." "Then, let's talk about it later," Zhu Momo said, and couldn't help but said, "And, why don't you go back to Tianjin University, finish your graduate studies, and stay in school as you planned? There's no need to follow me." Mo Wuling shook her head, "Even if I agree, your mother won't agree. And, to be honest, the salary of being your assistant now is too high. I can't bear to resign." At the beginning, Mo Wuling asked Simon to assign 2 assistants to her daughter, and directly gave 1 quota to her younger sister. Mo Wuling gave up her graduate studies and undergraduate counselor work as a ladder to stay in school. Mo Wuling was still a little hesitant at first, but after learning about the salary of this job, coupled with the request of her sister who had a strong authority at home, she finally agreed. She even brought one of her classmates to take up another quota. After all, the basic salary of $1,000 per month, not counting all kinds of benefits, is just like a dream. Even if I can only work for 5 years as my sister asked, it is still more than what many people earn in their lifetime. Zhu Momo was helpless when she heard what her aunt said, and could only say, "Then you can do whatever you want, I'm going to class." Mo Wuling nodded, watched Zhu Momo leave, and then returned to the west wing of the 3-courtyard compound. Although the salary is so high that it seems unreal, because she only needs to take care of Zhu Momo on weekdays, Mo Wuling has less time than the Direct Way family maid team here. The classmate named Ren Jinxi, who was originally brought in to provide some help, was also sent back by Mo Wuling to take care of her seriously ill mother. At first, she was a little worried, but later she found that no one asked about it, so she was relieved. In recent months, in addition to taking care of Zhu Momo's daily life, arranging her acting classes and filming, Mo Wuling also made full use of the benefits of this job and got a driver's license. Later, she took the initiative to match her with a Mercedes-Benz, which she could not afford in her lifetime. Now that the filming of If You Are the One has been completed, Zhu Momo has no other work for the time being, and Mo Wuling inevitably has more free time. She returned to her room and simply tidied up the housework. In fact, she didn't have to do these. She remembered that there was a library in the garden next door, so she got up and went out. She walked through the corridor and came to the library in the garden. There was a maid cleaning here, and she didn't stop Mo Wuling. She stepped on the wooden stairs to the 2nd floor. After picking and choosing, she found that a copy of Fen Menglong's Stories to Awaken the World on the bookshelf was not inserted properly and still had a bookmark, so she took it out, walked to the mahogany desk by the window, sat down, and began to read. Then she also found that not only was the sunlight coming in from the window just right, but the library was also very warm, without the coldness that should be in winter. Gentle Land, Hero's Tomb. This word flashed inexplicably in her mind. Mo Wuling flipped through the book and suddenly felt that perhaps this was done deliberately by a guy who was high and mighty. In this world, Not only men are afraid of gentle land, but women are also afraid. It seems that I should think about doing something. I can't let myself fall into the land of comfort like this. However, Mo Wuling majored in literature at Yunjin University. He gave up his original career plan and didn't think of what he could do for a while. It's worrying. Fortunately, there is no rush. I can think slowly. In this careless way, unknowingly, a whole day has passed. Zhu Momo moved in directly in the courtyard, and Mo Wuling stayed with him. Chen Qing did not object to this at all, and took the initiative to ask if the two of them needed anything. She looked very concerned, and even made Mo Wuling a little suspicious. A certain woman is definitely not such an easy-to-talk personality. However, I can't think of why. This continued until November 28, Thursday, which was Thanksgiving Day in the United States. Chen Qing finally finished her work in Beijing and set off for Suzhou. Next, she had to start a global roadshow with China Telecom's IPO team to prepare for the simultaneous listing in Hong Kong and New York in mid-December. The Gulfstream V arrived in Suzhou at 10 o'clock in the morning. Chen Qing had just got off the plane when she received a call from home, asking her to go back as soon as possible. She rarely received calls from her father, and she had not told her family about her itinerary. Chen Qing, who was a little confused, was about to refuse, saying that she was very busy and would go home for dinner in the evening. Unexpectedly, her father was very angry and said directly that if she didn't go back, she would never go back again, and then she hung up the phone. There was nothing she could do. She could only let the driver drive home first, while wondering if something had happened to her brother again. Since Chen Qing became rich, even without deliberate support, the family has changed a lot, both good and bad. Perhaps because they discovered the sudden wealth of the Chen family and did not know the deeper details, Chen Qing's brother Chen Liang was lured into gambling some time ago and lost more than 100,000 yuan. After the incident, Chen's father was furious. Not only did he make his 31-year-old son kneel in the yard for a whole day, he also beat him with a belt without mercy, and Chen Qing's brother's coat was beaten to pieces. If it weren't for Chen's mother who loved her son so much that she fainted, it would be hard to say how bad the beating would be. In the end, it was Chen Qing who finished it. Chen Qing was even more angry about this matter than her parents. Compared with her, a daughter who is not easy to worry about in the eyes of her parents, her brother, although not very promising, had always been honest and filial to his parents, loved his sister, and cared about his family since he was a child. I didn't expect that he would be designed like this. If it were an ordinary family, when encountering such a thing, even if they lost everything, they would often have to admit defeat, but unfortunately they met Chen Qing. The municipal government soon launched a targeted anti-gang operation, and someone was sentenced to death. Coupled with the calls from all sides, some people completely understood that the Chen family was not easy to mess with. Later, some people in the underworld even took the initiative to contact her and apologize. Thinking of this, Chen Qing was relieved. She handled the last incident very well, even very decisively, and there would be no future troubles. Therefore, it must not be another incident at home. After all, with her father's character, he would definitely not give her brother a second chance to make a mistake. After that incident, even the supermarket she funded her brother to open was taken over by her father, just because he was worried that his son would ruin the family again. Since this was confirmed, Chen Qing was relieved and began to think about things in Suzhou. This time back to Suzhou, it was mainly to discuss the Great Leap Forward plan of Jinxia Cinema in detail with Zhu Momo's mother. Thinking of Zhu Momo's mother, Chen Qing was dissatisfied again. It was not with Mo Yiling, but with a female teacher who she had placed in the school where Zhu Momo's father Zhu Kongson was the principal last time. After so long, she still hasn't heard any good news. She is really useless. Various things kept turning around in her mind. When she heard the driver's reminder, Chen Qing realized that she had already arrived home. The female guard opened the car door, and Chen Qing got out. She found that the door of her house was open. Without thinking too much, she went straight in. Then she was stunned. Because Chen Qing saw at a glance that next to the century-old osmanthus tree in the yard that she had spent a lot of time and effort to transplant, there was a young girl standing alone. It was the useless thing she had just thought of, Shenliga. What's going on? Is this a rebellion or a suicide? Then, before Chen Qing could think about it, Chen's father, who heard the noise, had already rushed out of the main house with a feathered duster in his hand. Behind his father, in addition to his mother, brother and sister-in-law, There was a woman that Chen Qing also didn't expect to appear here. Mo Yiling. Father Chen was so angry that his face turned red. He rushed to Chen Qing, raised the feathered duster and started beating her, muttering, "I just can't teach you well, I just can't teach you well. What sin did I, Chen Tijin, commit in my previous life to give birth to a bad-hearted girl like you? How could you do such a thing? I will beat you to death today." Snap, 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 snap. The pain that she had been familiar with since she was a child came, and Chen Qing finally woke up from her daze. However, seeing her mother wiping her tears and looking at her, Chen Qing, who wanted to run, finally stopped. But she couldn't just get beaten like this. After a little hesitation, Chen Qing cried out pitifully, "Dad, stop beating me. I bought this set of clothes for 120,000 yuan. Father Chen, who was about to raise his arms high again, paused. He was used to being frugal, so he couldn't imagine what kind of clothes cost 120,000 yuan. However, thinking about what his daughter was doing now, he couldn't help but believe it, so he didn't take the feathered duster down, but he didn't forget to stare at his daughter. 120,000 yuan, what kind of clothes cost 120,000 yuan? You really want to piss me off. After throwing away the feathered duster, Chen Tijin squatted on the ground dejectedly, hugged his head, and continued to mutter to himself. Seeing that his father stopped beating, Chen Qing relaxed a little, but seeing his father squatting on the ground dejectedly and his mother coming to support him with tears in her eyes, she couldn't help feeling a little guilty. Finally, looking at Mo Yiling who was watching her being beaten with confidence, he gnashed his teeth in his heart. "Aunt Mo, you are so cruel." Chapter 1073. You know it yourself. After a commotion, Chen's father was supported by Chen's mother and brother back to the main house. Seeing this, Chen Qing had to take the initiative to admit her mistake, and then Chen Qing was driven out by Chen's mother, who didn't want her husband to see her daughter angry again or to be beaten again. After leaving the Chen family's courtyard, Chen Qing got on the car and planned to leave. Just as she sat down in the car, she didn't expect Mo Yiling to open the door on the other side and sit in. Looking at the woman next to her who was still righteous, Chen Qing, who was extremely depressed, blurted out, "Aunt Mo, don't let the family be in trouble." Mo Yiling turned her head and stared at Chen Qing. "So you also know this word?" Chen Qing reacted and was speechless for a moment. "Okay." Just as he was about to tell the driver to drive, another girl came to the window. It was Shen Liga, who had been left aside just now. The girl looked pitiful and bent down and knocked lightly on the car window. When Chen Qing saw the other person, she was immediately furious. She rolled down the window and yelled, "Get out, as far away as you can." Shen Liga's tears immediately flowed down. She glanced at Mo Yiling who turned a blind eye on the other side with some fear, and said in a mosquito-like voice, "Sister, I have nowhere to go." "Then go to hell." Shen Liga's tears became more and she stood by the car for a while. She silently took 2 steps back, then turned her head and seemed to look at the gate of the Chen family courtyard unintentionally. Chen Qing, who was about to leave, noticed the girl's action, pulled the corner of her mouth, glared at Shen Liga and said, "There is no place for you in the car. If you want to follow me, get out of the trunk." Shen Liga paused, and really walked to the back of the car. A female guard on the co-pilot seat had just sat down. Seeing this, she turned her head and looked at Chen Qing. Chen Qing said unhappily, "Open the trunk for her, and you go and close it." The female guard knew Chen Qing's temper, and without saying anything, she pushed the door again and got out of the car. After a while, the car started, and Mo Yiling said again, "Where did you find this girl? She's quite cruel." "Not as cruel as you, Aunt Mo. It's just that you targeted the wrong person. My husband felt something was wrong and told me immediately." Chen Qing said with a teasing tone, "Well, Aunt Mo, you trained her really well." Mo Yiling glanced at Chen Qing. "It seems that you don't know what love is." Tisk. Mo Yiling's expression became a little more serious, and said, "I don't know why you did this, but I don't want it to happen again, otherwise I will be really rude." Chen Qing rolled her eyes. "Do you think I have nothing to do? By the way, Aunt Mo, where are you going? Can I drop you off at the intersection ahead?" "No, it's almost noon. Please treat me to a meal, and by the way, let's discuss some things about the afternoon in advance. By the way, I have something to tell you. I am also the chairman of Hukyu Cultural Tourism Holding Group, which holds shares in the parent company of Jinshu Film and Television City. In the future, the development of the entire Jinshu Film and Television City will be directly responsible from the municipal government. Chen Qing didn't expect that Mo Yiling had made another step forward in such a short period of time, but she was still in a bad mood and said, "It seems that Aunt Mo, you have been buried for many years. If you had been transferred out earlier, you would at least be a mayor now." Mo Yiling ignored Chen Qing's teasing and said faintly, "Who said it wasn't?" Since Mo Yiling was sticking to her, Chen Qing did not go directly to Huqiu district in the west of the city to meet up with her followers. Instead, she came to an old Sioux cuisine restaurant near the humble administrator's garden in the north of the Old Town district, asked for a private room, ordered some dishes, and then the pair of female guards who followed her and a girl who was released from the trunk were sent to guard the door, leaving only Chen Qing and Mo Yiling in the private room. After the waiter brought the pre-dinner refreshments, Mo Yiling took a sip of tea and said directly, "I have communicated with the municipal government. It is still unfair for Huqiu culture to hold only 10% of Jinshu's shares. The shareholding ratio must be calculated according to the land price in the subsequent development stage. As for the Qin Palace under construction, 10% will be calculated for the time being. The land quotation given by the municipal government will not be changed. We will make up the part that should be funded according to the project budget." Chen Qing stared with dissatisfaction. "Aunt Mo, this is a breach of contract. You can inform Mr. Westeros and let him decide personally." Mo Yiling was not moved by Chen Qing's expression at all, but said, "As long as you are not a fool and don't treat others as fools, you should know that such a change is good for both parties. According to the panoramic plan described by you, the entire project must be reported to the National Academy for approval. Perhaps you can get it approved, but it is hard to say how long it will take. Now we are equivalent to controlling the scale within local authority through the block approval model commonly used in many regions. What does this have to do with your breach of contract? Relationships are to ensure that things become established facts and are tacitly accepted by the higher-ups. The government must hold enough interests to avoid accusations of loss of state-owned assets." Chen Qing tapped her fingers on the dining table for a while, then shouted to the outside of the door. A female guard at the door pushed the door open and Chen Qing said, "Go buy me a lunar calendar. It seems that I shouldn't go out today. It's all a mess." The female guard waited for a moment, confirmed that Chen Qing was not joking, nodded, and retreated. Mo Yiling sipped tea from the cup, just patiently waiting for a reply. After Chen Qing finished her nervousness, she turned to Mo Yiling. "Okay, Aunt Mo, I will tell the boss. In fact, I also know that on the other hand, this is still a means for the municipal government to speed up the development of Jinshu Film and Television City. Mo Yiling has said that subsequent projects will be calculated according to the land price at the development stage. In other words, the longer it is delayed, the higher the land cost will be. For example, when the Rose Garden project in Beijing got the land in 1992, the land price was only 300 yuan per square meter, and 800 acres was only 150 million yuan. In just a few years, even though the national real estate industry was sluggish, the land price in Beijing rose more than 3 times. Suzhou is not as good as BJ, but the trend is definitely the same. Moreover, unlike the barren hills of the Qin Palace, the subsequent projects will occupy farmland and involve demolition. The land price can no longer be calculated according to the barren hills." Seeing Chen Qing nod, Mo Yiling put down the cup and continued, "I have seen the draft of the follow-up projects that everyone has discussed recently. In addition to the Ming and Qing palaces and Jiangnan Fenghe that will be developed next, these 2 projects are indeed large. But why can't the Jinshu amusement park, which will definitely be of great help to the tourism business, be launched at the same time?" "Because we have to prioritize," Chen Qing said. "Aunt Mo, if we launch the Ming and Qing palaces and Jiangnan Fenghe at the same time, 2 projects that are much larger than the Qin Palace, most of the 2 billion budget promised by the boss may be spent. Therefore, we must consider the operation issues. After all, it is a man-made attraction. If you want to attract tourists, it takes a long time to cultivate popularity. In comparison, as a film and television base, it can get immediate results. I don't think the 2 are in conflict. Aren't you planning to introduce the management model of Universal Studios? Universal Studios in Los Angeles, according to the information I found, is a perfect combination of an amusement park and a film and television base. The Universal Studios in Los Angeles has been integrated since the 1930s, but it didn't happen overnight to have the current scale of tens of millions of tourists each year." Chen Qing explained patiently, "What the boss means is that the Ming and Qing palaces and Jiangnan Fenghe should be built and put into use at the same time, and strive to have a corresponding crew move in for each completed attraction. The ultimate goal is that after all the projects are completed, Jinshu Film and Television City will also complete the cultivation of the entire business chain at the same time. Mo Yiling nodded slightly, but said, "Can you tell me more about the latter?" "Aunt Mo, you have paid attention to those Jinshu artist agency companies, Jinshu hotel and catering companies and other companies. According to your requirements, these companies are all counted as Jinshu Film and Television Tourism Development Group," Chen Qing said here, and then said, "By the way, Aunt Mo, the startup of these companies also requires initial funds. Don't forget to invest when the time comes." Mo Yiling nodded, "As long as it is reasonable, I won't refuse." Chen Qing then continued, "All of these, as long as they are fully developed with the construction of Jinshu Film and Television City, will eventually form a complete film and television industry chain. In fact, many film and television cities have been built all over the country for various projects in recent years. However, they often quickly become deserted after filming one or several film and television works, resulting in a huge waste of resources. Why is this so? It is because there is no sustainable business model. Isn't it because the scale is too small? Of course, this is also a very important reason." Chen Qing was depressed, as if he had said this at some point. Putting aside the idea, he continued, "So, for Jinshu Film and Television City, whether it is film and television or the future development of the tourism industry, the most important thing is to form a competitive business model. As a shooting base, we must be able to provide a full range of services, whether it is the venue or the actors or even the props, whether it is efficiency or cost. We can only do better than other competitors, so that Jinshu Film and Television City can continue to develop for a long time and form an industry. The same is true for tourism. Tourists must feel that they are getting value for money. When they come here, they can eat, play, and even linger. They want to come again next time. This can be considered a success." "What you said makes sense. What are you going to do specifically?" "First of all, there should be no obstacles or entanglements. This is why I suggested that the boss transfer Aunt Mo here. Secondly, we have the backing of Deanery's entertainment group in Hollywood, which provides various operational and management experiences. These are the basis. Next, we need to form our own business model according to local conditions. We cannot copy and paste. This requires a little bit of exploration. However, as long as the core premise is met and the management is not a group of idiots, the possibility of success of the entire project will be very high. Aunt Mo, you have been in contact with a group of senior executives of Jinshu Department more than I have during this period. You should be able to confirm that they are not idiots, right? Well, it feels like they must be the people you picked. Aunt Mo is really observant. They are all like you. They are smart and capable, but they are too ambitious." Mo Yiling said again, "You said I was making a great leap forward. I don't deny it, but I know what I am doing and what I want to do. But on your side, I can only say that you need to suppress them, because they are the ones who do the specific things. What they need now is to bury their heads, not look at the sky." "Aunt Mo, who is looking at the sky? Just tell me and I will send him up today." "Not yet." Chen Qing made a childish face, saying, "Why are you talking about this?" Mo Yiling continued to remain motionless. As long as she could achieve her goal, she didn't care about Chen Qing's little actions. She continued to drink a few sips of tea before saying, "And why is the Teohuo project listed separately? According to your positioning on the replication of the landscape of historical figures in Jiangnan, should it be placed in the Jiangnan Fenghui? First of all, in addition to Tangyan-related attractions and a large area of peach blossom landscapes, the Teohuo project also has 12 planned antique inns, which involves tourism business and is not needed for the time being, so it has been postponed. Secondly, it is the boss's selfishness. He plans to build a manor of his own in this project. The boss also said that he would select a huge stone and put it in Teohuo, with 8 words engraved on it, 3 lives, 3 worlds, 10 miles of peach blossoms." Mo Yiling was puzzled. What kind of illusion is this? It should have nothing to do with Tang Bohu, right? Chen Qing propped up her chin with stars in her eyes. "Aunt Mo, don't you think this sentence is very meaningful? I just think there should be a story in it." "Tisk, it seems that someone said not long ago that he had love," Chen Qing said, putting away her infatuated expression, and said, "Of course there is a story behind this sentence, but the boss said he didn't like it. He just purely likes this sentence, and he plans to rewrite a story based on this sentence in the future and make it into a TV series. It feels a bit messy. That's because you forgot our boss's other identity. He is a top Hollywood director and top screenwriter, and he has won an Oscar. That's Hollywood, and Mo Yiling said, thinking of the only video call with Simon Westeros, the other party's fluent Chinese, and her private understanding of the man. After a pause, she said, "It's different from China. Aunt Mo, you are making far-fetched arguments. The boss is proficient in Chinese culture. Well, let me tell you a poem, Wind in the Pines by Yu-Ji, Aunt Mo, do you know it?" Mo Yiling shook her head. The boss knows, and he was able to recite it from memory the first time they met. Also, some time ago, the boss wrote a Chinese song. Well, I can't say much about this. Anyway, you will know it next year. Mo Yiling just felt that the girl in front of him really admired the high and mighty Simon Westeros. For some reason, he suddenly felt inexplicably worried about his daughter. He has been too busy recently and has not called for many days. It seems that I should call BJ tonight. Chen Qing seemed to be more and more addicted to it. Also, the boss also mentioned our plan to develop an open Jinshu film and television city simultaneously, and even the suggestion of the Jiangnan Fenghe theme to dig deep into Jiangnan historical figures and various legendary stories. Just like Feng Menglong, who is less famous in Suzhou than Tang Bohu, his amazing storybook series is the focus of Jinshu Media's next TV series development. The streets and gardens of Jiangnan Fenghe will also be designed around these stories. In short, as long as you meet the boss and experience it in person, you will definitely feel how imaginative and talented he is. Mo Yiling held the cup to her lips, quietly listening to Chen Qing's excited description, but her eyes gradually narrowed. When Chen Qing finished speaking, she suddenly picked up a spoon next to her with her other hand and knocked it directly on Chen Qing's forehead, knocking it 3 times in a row. Chen Qing didn't react until she felt the pain, and hurriedly dodged, staring at Mo Yiling, who didn't chase after her. "Hey, why are you hitting me?" Mo Yiling put down the spoon in her hand, continued to sip a sip of tea, then squinted at Chen Qing, with a warning, and said viciously, "You know it yourself." Chapter 1074 Capping Ceremony. Chen Qing and Mo Yiling discussed some general ideas during lunch, and then the Jinshu team and district government officials held a detailed discussion for a whole afternoon. The topic was the 2 major projects that Jinshu Film and Television City will launch at the same time as the Qin Wang Palace project, Ming and Qing Palaces and Jiangnan Fenghe. The Ming and Qing Palaces refer to the Hengdian project in Simon's memory. The theme is very simple, a full-scale replica of the Forbidden City. In fact, compared with the Forbidden City in Beijing, which covers an area of 1,080 acres, this Ming and Qing Palace project is expected to reach a larger scale of 1,500 acres. However, in addition to the palace community of about 1,000 acres, there are also surrounding parking lots and other supporting facilities. Compared with the simplified Qin Wang Palace, which is expected to cost only 200 million yuan, this time it will be refined and the number of palace communities will be larger. Although the overall area of the project is only 50% larger, the investment in the Ming and Qing Palaces will more than triple. As for Jiangnan Fenghe, it is based on the historical celebrities, literary stories, folk legends, and supernatural stories from the Jiangnan region of China for thousands of years, and designs various antique attractions. For example, the Teohuo separated by Simon should have been the first one of them, but the planned Teohuo will still be built near Jiangnan Fenghe. At this meeting, the core planning idea of Jiangnan Fenghe Park was finally determined to be 1,000 years of dreams. The Spring and Autumn period and the Warring States period, the 2 Jin dynasties, the Sui and Tang dynasties, the Song, Yuan, Ming and Qing dynasties, etc., were taken from each material, and the final completion may reach an area of 2,000 to 3,000 acres, and the investment will exceed 1 billion. In order to ensure that these projects can be put into use quickly after completion, in addition to its own various operating methods, the Jinshu system will also personally invest in a large number of domestic TV series, which are much more in demand than movies at this time. Of course, the main ones are definitely costume dramas. In addition, as peripheral supporting facilities, in addition to the registered Jinshu Artist Agency Company, Jinshu Catering Hotel Group, etc., the Jinshu system will also establish Jinshu Performing Arts School, Jinshu Special Effects Company and other related enterprises. After finishing this matter, Chen Qing stayed in Suzhou for only 1 day, and then went to Shanghai and Hong Kong again. First, she followed up on several major investment projects of the Westeros system in China recently, and then joined the China Telecom Roadshow team in Hong Kong. They set off on December 2nd, with the first stop being London, officially starting the China Telecom IPO Roadshow with a valuation of $20 billion, which will be listed simultaneously in Hong Kong and New York. At the same time, North America. This year's Thanksgiving is on November 28th, which is relatively late. This Thanksgiving, the Westeros family spent it at the northern suburbs of Greenwich, Connecticut on the East Coast. In addition to the East Coast having a more festive atmosphere because of the distinct four seasons, there is also the topping out ceremony of the Westeros building on December 5th. Both Simon and Janet hope to be the first to climb this long-awaited world's tallest building. On the other hand, the most recent focus of the North American media is still the Thanksgiving schedule in 1996. During the highly anticipated Thanksgiving week from November 22nd to November 28th, Wonder Woman 2, which has unrivaled popularity and reputation, dominated the box office without any suspense. Both the previous old films such as Slam Dunk and the live-action film 101 Dalmatians adapted from the old Disney animation, which was released on November 27th, the day before Thanksgiving, became complete supporting roles in front of Wonder Woman 2. In the first week of opening, after once again achieving a box office of over $100 million in the first 3 days of the first week with $107.15 million, the full first week box office of Wonder Woman 2 finally reached $153.37 million. Among all the 10 films released in the DC movie universe, this achievement is second only to Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice, which created a super box office miracle during the Christmas season last year. Facing the impact of Wonder Woman 2, the second-placed Star Trek VIII saw its single-week box office plummet from last week's already disappointing opening of $34.67 million to $15.94 million, a drop of 54%. The film's two-week box office revenue barely broke through the $50 million mark, reaching $50.61 million. Following closely behind, the third-place Space Jam saw a 41% drop in its second week, seemingly better than Star Trek VIII, but because the film's opening box office base was not high, the 7-day box office revenue in the second week was only $14.79 million. The two-week cumulative box office revenue of $39.93 million left Warner Bros., which had invested $80 million in the production budget, in tears. The fourth place went to Disney's 101 Dalmatians. As the blockbuster of Disney's year-end schedule, this live-action adaptation of the classic 2D animation cost $75 million, a complete blockbuster level, and invited John Hughes, the creator of the Home Alone series, who has been obviously declining in recent years but is still popular, to serve as the screenwriter and producer. Because of the huge cost and the fact that it is a family-friendly movie limited to the festive atmosphere, Disney struggled between the two major schedules at the end of the year and finally chose the release date of November 27th. After all, although the Christmas schedule is more in line with the theme, there are indeed many films that choose to avoid Thanksgiving due to the pressure of Wonder Woman 2. The intensity of competition is not much worse than Thanksgiving. What's more, 101 Dalmatians is also very suitable for the long term at the end of the year. If it is placed on Christmas, once the reputation is not good enough, it will only be eliminated in 2 weeks. Vivendi, who is afraid of repeating Sony's mistakes, is almost staring at the Disney team at all times. If the plot is messed up, many people may lose their jobs. As a result, when it officially opened, 101 Dalmatians fell to a failing score of only about 4 points in both media reputation and audience evaluation. Relying on Disney's publicity and the holiday theme of the film, 101 Dalmatians barely achieved a box office of $10.17 million in the first 2 days of the opening, far lower than Disney's box office expectation of $15 million to $20 million in the first 2 days of the opening. Moreover, the follow-up of the film is even more unpredictable. Again, if there is no strong competition, 101 Dalmatians may be able to achieve good long-term box office with its holiday theme. Now, there is Wonder Woman 2 in front, Jumanji and Charlie's Angels in the back. The quality of the film is not good. In such a fierce competitive environment, it is wishful thinking to take the long term. The fifth place is still Annabelle. This horror film, which seems to be incompatible with the festive atmosphere, has seen a large drop in box office for 2 consecutive weeks. Following the 43% drop last week, this week's Wonder Woman 2 also dropped by 39% under the strong pressure. However, compared to other movies, Annabelle quietly earned $9.45 million at the box office. 5 weeks after its release, the film's cumulative box office has reached $134.21 million. It is only a matter of time before the first film in the Conjuring movie universe breaks the goal of $150 million at the domestic box office. November 29th. In the new week, except for 101 Dalmatians, which opened 2 days in advance, the major studios did not release new films, so it also became a critical opportunity for a number of films in the Thanksgiving period to achieve box office advancement or reversal. Of course, only Wonder Woman 2 is trying to advance, and how high the film's domestic box office will eventually go depends on the trend of the next week. For Space Jam and Star Trek 8, the defeat is already decided, so the only one to look forward to is 101 Dalmatians. Even if it is not an explosion, the weekly box office of Dalmatians can reach 30 million in this week, spanning the last 2 months of the year. After the momentum of Wonder Woman 2 slows down, the next curve will be much better. Unfortunately, some people's expectations were shattered after the 3-day weekend from November 29th to December 1st. The first is Wonder Woman 2. In the 3 days of the second weekend, this DC movie universe blockbuster fell by only 35% year-on-year, earning another $69.65 million. After 10 days of release, the cumulative box office of the film has quickly exceeded $200 million, reaching $223.02 million. This result also means that there will be no suspense whether Wonder Woman 2 will surpass the $371 million of the first part, or even surpass the $416 million of Batman: The Dark Knight Rises before the Super Batman War. The question is whether it can break through $500 million in the domestic market. If there are no Jumanji and Charlie's Angels in the upcoming Christmas season, with the opening of Wonder Woman 2, the chances of breaking the $500 million threshold are very high. Now, it is full of suspense. Disney's 101 Dalmatians only earned $18.67 million in the first weekend after its release, under the heavy pressure of Wonder Woman 2 and the failure of word of mouth. Even if we calculate the box office of the 3-day weekend and the 4-day weekday according to the more ideal 70% and 30% share, the full first week box office of 101 Dalmatians is only about $26 million, which obviously does not reach the 30 million threshold expected by Disney. What's more, the data after the weekend proves that the weekday box office curve of Dalmatians is even worse. New York, Manhattan. Westeros building occupies an entire block between 59th and 60th Streets on the east side of Madison Avenue, in the Upper East Side. The time is Thursday, December 5th. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Simon and Janet took off the curtain symbolically covering the glass windows on the 135th floor of the building. The Westeros building, which was the tallest building in the world with a height of 622 meters and took 5 years to build since the demolition started in early 1992, was officially capped. Even if the subsequent installation of various infrastructure is not counted, the cost of this skyscraper, which was built with all the most advanced materials and the most advanced technology at this stage, has long exceeded the initial budget of $1 billion. The investment figure so far is $1.7 billion. It is expected that the total cost will reach $2.5 billion after all the infrastructure is installed and laid. It is definitely the most expensive skyscraper to build at this stage. If inflation is taken into account, this record will be difficult to break even in 20 or 30 years. After all, the Dubai Tower, which was completed in 2010, cost only $1.5 billion, and the New York World Trade Center, which was completed in 2013 and was rumored to be built with the highest safety standards, also cost only $3.2 billion. Therefore, if Simon wants to talk about returns for this skyscraper, it is basically impossible. With Simon's current wealth, he has never thought about these things. Under this premise, the building is not only built to the highest standards, but will also be operated to the highest standards in the future. The most important one is of course the safety standard. In addition to the building itself being able to easily withstand the largest earthquakes, hurricanes and other natural disasters recorded in the history of the New York area, the safety standards of the entire building will also be designed in accordance with the security level of the Westeros family's private residence in the long term. For example, The explosion in the underground parking lot of the Twin Towers in 1993, where half a ton of explosives was stuffed, will never have the chance to occur in the Westeros building. Since the planned building's entry standards are quite harsh, Simon also plans to set a relatively low rent. The goal is only for the building's income to meet the annual maintenance and tax costs. He does not intend to earn a penny, but only requires popularity. Therefore, the rent of this world's tallest and most advanced skyscraper will be lower than many old buildings in Manhattan in the future. Of course, the premise is that you can pass the review and be eligible to enter. These are all later. After the unveiling, Simon gave a brief speech and soon announced the start of the party. Outside the window, the clear blue sky in the winter was reflected. Even though there were still exposed steel beams around, the atmosphere quickly became warm after the champagne was opened. Simon picked up a glass of champagne and first came to the Ribolds who attended the topping out ceremony together, and explained softly. The main thing was that Jennifer was on the East Coast but did not attend the topping out ceremony. Although the female assistant must have talked to her parents about it, Simon still explained it in person as a courtesy. The main thing was that the Westeros family had unconsciously formed some safety rules, such as not taking the same plane or the same yacht unless necessary. Although Janet was always reluctant to follow this, the female assistant and the children never made an exception. The topping out ceremony of the building was not completely completed this time, and everyone took the elevator to the roof. Even if they were cautious, it was difficult to say that it was absolutely safe, so Jennifer and the children did not show up. James and his wife certainly understood this, and even agreed more than Simon. After all, Simon's doing this was equivalent to fully recognizing their daughter's identity as a member of the Westeros family. Otherwise, if it was just a lover around, how could he consider so much? After a few simple words, James took the initiative to change the subject. I saw an article about Hollywood in the latest issue of Barron's. Wonder Woman 2 is another billion-dollar movie worldwide, and the situation of other Hollywood studios is generally unsatisfactory. Simon, are you sure this won't cause a backlash? Backlash is inevitable. At the after-party of the premiere of Wonder Woman 2, Bob White approached me, hoping to relax the restrictions on the development of DC superhero movies. Although Jack later called me in person to explain this matter, you can still see their attitude. The other studios are basically the same. James asked, then what are you going to do? Deaneries Entertainment should do what it should do, and then wait for other studios to make a move. Haha, in fact, it has always been done this way. Deaneries Entertainment, and even the entire Westeros system, will not stop because of external factors. We just need to leave our opponents far behind, and it will be difficult for them to cause us trouble. Simon said here, thought about it, and said, in fact, it is because the eye-catching effect of Wonder Woman 2 is too obvious, giving people the illusion that Deaneries Entertainment has been making billion-dollar box office-level movies. Well, although Hollywood's billion-level movies in recent years have been related to the Westeros system, there are definitely not many. Except for the two unexpected ones last year, there are only one movie a year at most. No matter how many there are, the market can't accommodate them. After listening, James said, this should be a public opinion point that can be operated. Simon was stunned for a moment, then nodded, I will arrange it after the party. If James hadn't reminded him, he wouldn't have thought of it. The fact that Hollywood can only produce $1 or $2 billion films a year can indeed be hyped up in the media, giving the public a subconscious impression that Deaneries Entertainment is not that strong. Even if it is an obvious IQ illusion, it can at least make some media less jealous and avoid fanning the flames. Simon also thought of further extensions. For example, Deaneries Entertainment's interests in the DC movie universe are not as high as Warner's. Therefore, the more successful the series is, the more Deaneries Entertainment, as the creative leader of the DC movie universe, will suffer. It's good to suffer. After such publicity, some people will be psychologically balanced and some media will be less fanned. Then, Deaneries Entertainment can more safely boil the frog in warm water. As for the actual situation, according to Simon's idea, the flames under the warm water will only become more and more fierce. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.